My dad would surprise us sometimes and be like, "Hey, we're not going to church. We're going to Taco Bell and then go-karting." And he'd be like, "Yeah!" Like the only way that like I got excited for church was that I knew my dad incentivized us. Like he's like, if you can get Taco Bell after church if you like behave and everything. And so we would go by and we got Taco Bell after church. And I remember once we pulled up to the Taco Bell and it's probably, 11:40 in the morning or something because church is just out. And my dad was like, yeah, we'll have blah, 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 this, that, and the other thing. Nobody says anything. It's like, hello? I'm like, yeah. It's like, I'll have. And he goes, the meat's not ready. My dad's like, what? He's like, meat's not ready yet. Gonna be like 20 minutes. And so it was like, the meat isn't ready. And I remember even at the time, like I'm like 9 and my dad's like looking befuddled, like at my mom, like the meat's not ready yet. And so we just left. And we got chicken wings instead, which was a better trade-off. Honestly, we got to go get better chicken wings.
It's so funny that you say that because it's like a fucking tradition after church to go to some fast food place or something. My dad would go to Hardee's. I found this interesting because he would get so fucking pissed at how shitty this Hardee's was that he would just like curse them out right after church. Like, this isn't the fucking chicken I ordered, like that. Like every Sunday they'd fuck something up. He's like, I didn't want fucking thighs. Like, what the hell? And
dude, that's like risky business. Shit talking a fast food worker and expecting your food to not be fucked with.
To be fair, this Hardee's is like cursed. It still exists, but it's just like it's basically a decrepit tomb for 70-year-old plus people to go sit at. So
unsalted fries.
Yeah, it's gonna close soon.
Every now and then I'd go with like a girlfriend to church and really enjoy it though. I like the singing part. I like the singing. I enjoy singing. Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody sings. Like everybody in the church is singing and clapping.
Yeah, everybody sings and like.
I'm not a good singer. I feel self-conscious.
Yeah, but you blend right in with everybody.
Nobody cares if you're terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like by me adding to it, I'm making it worse.
You could be like the papa mau mau guy. You know the papa mau that guy.
Dude, when I beatbox in church, they kick me out, and I say I'm beating in tongues right now.
You do the corn. You do the corn like.
Yeah.
Good Lord. I think the organ is a cool instrument.
Now, there are
too.
many of us in this congregation who are, in fact, down with the sickness. The sickness of sin, the sickness of selfishness, folks.
Yeah, I've been eating like an asshole because I was on vacation. I put it on my Twitter because I felt like people were like, I think he plays up his crab eating for a bit, for the show of it. And I'm like, I'm going to document this. So I went to this place. I ate. They had like a 1 pound order and a 1.5 and a 2 pound, and I ordered my 2 pound one, and I was like, this is great. Put it on my Twitter. And I was like, that wasn't enough. I want a 3rd and a 4th pound, and so I ordered those. They came out. I was still feeling a little touchy. I wanted a little more crab. Missouri not known for their crabs.
No,
unless it's the STD kind. And so I ordered a 5th and a 6th pound, and I ate all that, and I documented it all. So I had 6 pounds of crab on
So you weren't
Saturday.
alone though. Did she eat any of these crabs?
No, she I think she had like 1 or 2 pieces where like if I broke it and got a pretty good one, I'd be like, yeah, try it, like give it a go. She's like, oh, that's really good, but she already had her meal and was not, I think she had to sit there for like an hour after she had finished eating. Like, so I was just
as you Ron Swanson to all the crabs at the place.
I'm the king. The last time the lady came by, like the coleslaw and the potatoes were untouched because I'm not there for coleslaw and potatoes. I can get those anywhere. She's like, do you even want me to bring the sides, hun? I'm like, no. It's like, all right.
I like her. Some pattern
great.
Recognition out of that waitress.
It was the 2 pounds of crab were market price, and so it was a bit of a gamble to order 6 pounds of it before the check came, but it was worth it. So good. That's how I like to do my crab. I eat enormous amounts.
What kind of crab?
And snow crab, my favorite. That's like the sweet kind.
Yeah.
I use the butter as much because you don't need it. Every 8 bites, 10 bites, I'll get a good scoop of butter. But other than that, I just eat it regular. I just love it.
Look, I like snow crab. That is the best crab. But I still think of it as kind of just in the same way that Sometimes French fries are just ketchup shovels. Crab could be butter shovel.
For a lot of people, they are. I really like crab, like the meat.
I like
itself.
crab too. I like
Good.
crab dip. I ordered. I got a whole like container of crab dip the other day, and I ate it in one sitting.
Yeah, crab dip's pretty good.
Yeah,
Crab
it's-
cakes are good too, but I like to work for it. I like the experience. I like to see the look on the face of the person as I order the 5th and the 6th pound of crab, and the
Disgust.
crab juice is slowly accumulating on the torso, and every once in a while you get a good crack, and a little bit spritzes onto them. Everybody's part of the experience. Your hand smells like, well, the sea for like a day, and you have the foulest low tide shit like 40 minutes after you
Awful.
finish eating. Not longer than that, obviously, but yeah,
What did you eat the night before? If we can somehow get the blame away from
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A.
Shit.
I'm probably wrong. I thought food poisoning.
I think I
took,
just went to
12 hours.
sleep. I think I just went to
Oh.
sleep and I didn't eat at all because like we had done. I remember I had been up for like 27 hours straight,
Yeah.
and we did the PKN and the hangout, and I was just wiped. I was literally falling asleep in my chair sitting here. So I think I just went straight to bed, and I think I woke up that night and had like something like from a can. Like I had some like chicken soup or something. Like nothing that could have made me sick.
Yeah.
I think I had a can of soup out that I had been like crushing with my hand, and I was just like, "There's no way I'm putting this dented ass can back in there. Let's just have some chicken soup." I think that's what happened, or was it mushroom? It doesn't matter. But yeah, it was. It had to be the Chick-fil-A. It had to be the Chick-fil-A, and I'm very disappointed in them. They're such a good corporation. I guarantee I could call and be like, "Hey, your Chick-fil-A made me sick," and they hooked me up with some like
Free
some,
Chick-fil-A.
Another sandwich, which would
Oh,
make
I'm
you
not-
sick.
I'm not turning my back on a corporation that has been so wonderful to me for years and years. This
Wendy's makes a better spicy chicken sandwich than
Are
Chick-fil-A.
we
does.
back to this? That is
You're
insane.
so wrong.
That
You're
is
so
I'm not
There-
wrong.
there is
I have had
nothing on
both.
the Wendy's menu I would pick over a just not even a spicy.
Nothing.
I know spicy's
Nothing.
better. Even a regular chicken sandwich, not even the deluxe, the one with just the 2 pickles. I'd take
the
that
Chick-fil-A.
over anything.
The Chick-fil-A sandwich is so tender, and it's the
Mhm.
breading is almost sweet. They've brined it in fucking pickle juice. It is so wonderful. The Wendy's sandwich is like almost the lowest tier of chicken sandwiches. Like it's better than. Don't get me wrong. It's better than Burger King. It's better than McDonald's. I eat it
What a
occasionally, and
feat.
I do enjoy it. But I would never have a Wendy's sandwich over a Chick-fil-A sandwich. It's night
Agreed.
and day.
Yeah.
The lettuce you get on a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich is misshaped. It doesn't. It's not sandwich shaped at all. It like sticks out the side. Like they lazily just grabbed an entire lettuce leaf and stuck that shit on there. Yeah. No, that's not how you make a sandwich.
That's how I make sandwiches.
That's how I
Lazy
make sandwiches too.
Lazy cunts at Chick-fil-A. You need to get a piece of lettuce that is somewhat appropriate for the size of a sandwich.
I've seen
No.
that lettuce. It's usually, the white part of the lettuce that you throw
Yeah.
away if you're at home. That like translucent part from the bottom.
That's the
just put
Wendy's special. Yeah.
they'll sit that right on top of it and like squirt a little mayonnaise on like 1/3 of it. And
A
call
little
it good.
mayonnaise. That is not a Wendy's sandwich. If anything, they put too much mayonnaise on there. It's one of my criticisms.
It's
So
so
you know
bad.
what? You know what the worst
So
thing?
bad.
I mean, the tomatoes head to head between Wendy's and Chick-fil-A. I mean, they're all fast food, so it's not like the Chick-fil-A tomatoes or anything to write home about. But like the tomatoes you get at McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, it is just wet, flavorless mush. There's no crispness. There's nothing there. At least you get a little bit of that with the thicker cut Chick-fil-A tomatoes.
The tomatoes that were in my vomit sink look better than a Wendy's tomato.
I believe that.
Not even close.
I'd rather eat Kyle's tomato vomit than go to Wendy's.
I'd rather eat the vomit out of my sink than have a Wendy's chicken sandwich.
Wendy's fucking sucks. And actually, it's better than McDonald's. I'll give it that.
It is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
It's better
And
than
better than
most of
Burger
them.
King. Burger King is the
Yeah.
lowest tier, most garbage fast food place.
Oh,
The
you
only
yeah,
thing
say
that might be
Burger
better
King-
than Wendy's is Cookout, and I think they're twice the calories.
Yeah, we don't have the cookout here, but I've heard good things.
They're good.
That's the
They're good.
barbecue fast food place.
It's
right?
an interesting like combination of things. Like
Burgers, most.
their whole like ordering process is weird. Like instead of like it's not like you want a burger and fries because that's what everybody does. They're like, hey, you want a burger and a quesadilla, or maybe a burger and some
This place
fish
sounds
sticks?
fun.
You know how like there's something about like the DoorDash Postmates world that makes you order way too much food? Cookout has figured it out too. It seems natural for your drink at Cookout to be a milkshake. Like their combos are like 2 cheeseburgers works and a peanut butter, like Reese's peanut butter milkshake, probably. And it's you'd think that is an outrageously stupid order, but at Cookout it's par for the course.
And they've got like a ton of milkshake flavors. It's one of those places that has like, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 of them.
Yeah, it's like 30 some pre-built milkshakes. And then if you want to invent your own, they're probably down.
I remember one like they closed all the Steak and Shakes around here a couple of years ago. You can't even blame that on lockdown. Like they were already going out of business here for some reason. I don't know if Steak and Shakes where you are, Woody. I think it is where Kyle is. It's really good. Their shakes are great. Their steak burgers are really good. Yeah. And I remember like once I was like, I'm going to treat myself. I'm going to get a big like Oreo shake from there. And like I looked up the stats of the nutrition on it, and it was like, this should be illegal. Like this is this is what was it, 110 added grams of sugar or something like that.
Yeah.
Like if it's like, all right, I can have this, and then if I don't have a Tootsie Roll until next Saturday, then I'll eat it out.
Yeah.
But it is
Steak and Shake is a few hours from me, so almost.
It's not that like my problem was that I don't like shoestring French fries.
That's fair.
You got to grab like a whole like handful of them, and like this. I don't know.
Wendy's is somewhere in the middle. They're definitely not McDonald's thin, like, but they're not. Wendy's whatever fucking shape that is, like off the waffle iron nonsense.
I like the Chick-fil-A waffle fries.
Oh, Jack,
you get 2 of them. They give you 2 French fries. You know when you go to McDonald's and you order 2 large fries, and they give you like hundreds of little ones at a fucking Chick-fil-A, they actually give you 2 large fries in a fucking barrel, and they're like, "Here you go."
Okay, I am on Woody's team here with the fry thing, because every once in a while you get fries from Chick-fil-A in that little pouch, and you see one enormous half potato like cut horizontally, and you reach in and you pull that out, and then it's empty. It's just it's like there's like the little corners and shavings and like 2 other mid-sized ones. Kyle going for vomit or shit one of the show 10 minutes in. I feel terrible for him. That's food. I haven't had food poisoning in probably almost 10 years. But it's one of those things that just like the stomach flu, when you get it, you're like, oh, how did I let myself forget the torture?
Everyone loves Cookout. The lines go. You haven't had it?
No,
I have never seen a Cookout that it wasn't wildly commercially successful.
Incredibly. I told you about this years ago.
Yeah, but when I'm there, it's not top tier to me because it's so messy, and I almost eat exclusively fast food when I'm on long drives.
Yeah, it's. I remember the first time I did it. I was sneaking away to go have sex with this young lady, like several states away. Nice. And driving through the night, I stopped at a Cookout somewhere along the way, and like somewhere between South Carolina and North Carolina. But I remembered like, after I banged her up for a little while, I went and visited my buddy Woody for a little while. Hung out with him. And I was just like, I stopped at a place called Cookout. It was amazing because it's like they don't do just like a burger and fries. It's like, hey, you're gonna get a burger, and they're like, okay, what side would you like? What is it, like onion rings or French fries? Well, that, or would you like some chili, a quesadilla, a corn dog, maybe, and it like goes on, like the list goes on. Maybe 2 tacos as a side. It's like, whoa, 2 tacos as a side item to my burger. What are y'all trying to do to me?
Awesome.
I was on
It
Reddit.
comes with a complimentary milkshake, sir.
There's a Raleigh subreddit, and someone was asking. They're like, I tried to go to Cookout. How do you order there? What should I get? This person was too intimidated by the Cookout menu. And to be honest, there's like 32 different toppings to put on your burger.
It's the biggest menu I've ever seen. Like most menus try to take like 8 core items and then make enough like versions of them that you can break their menu up in these big blocks that are like Mexican 1.5 feet wide each block. You go there and it's like trying to read the goddamn newspaper from across the dinner table. You're like, let me get the No, the Frisco double bacon chop burger. You want the chicken and cheese Frisco bacon chop burger? No, not the chicken one.
the fatty one, the red meat one.
And then,
you wanted the pork chop?
Sure.
It's one of those places that I don't know how they do it, but they get you to order the milkshake. Like the milkshake is prominently featured on the menu because I mean, if I tell you there's 64 different kinds of milkshakes you can get, I think I'm close. Like I'm not far
dozens.
off.
Do they like pressure you? They're like, someone's not going to get a milkshake. We're going to ring the homo bell. No, we got it.
I love that idea. I wouldn't know what happens when you don't order
Hey,
a milkshake.
cocksucker, here's your food.
And everybody has to sing the fag alert song.
Just rub your titties in your face if you get a milkshake.
All right, fine, I'll have. Is it one of those places like those ice cream places where they charge you by weight? Where
No.
like you start out like, I'm gonna have a burger, and then by the time you get to the end, you've been convinced like you want bacon and jalapenos and mushroom and Swiss, and then it's like, well, fuck, this isn't a $6 burger.
It's a ladder system. It's a ladder system where you can like keep adding and adding and adding, but it's not intentionally confusing or anything. They're just it feels like a cookout, and I think they wanted it to feel like that. It feels like you went to like Bubba's. It feels like you went into Bubba's backyard and he cooked enough for the whole neighborhood, and he wanted to make sure that the Garcias had something they could have, and the fucking Freeman over there had something they could enjoy, and Miss White over there who can't stand anything spicy at all, she can have something too. Like they just do it all, and then they throw it in a big pile, and then they throw that pile in a greasy bag, and they charge you like $6.
I like the idea of a surprise side, like going to a burger place and then being like, yeah, you can do fries. We've also got carnitas, tacos, 2 of those. And it's like, well, don't try and upsell me. And they're like, no, we have that. It's like, oh, that's really? Don't you fuck with me here. Like, I don't want to get to the end and get hoodwinked with taco prices in addition to this. Like that's awesome. Are you making up the taco thing, or does they actually have tacos in addition?
Yeah, it's case. I know for sure that you can get a quesadilla as your side. Like instead of fries, you can do like a quesadilla, and like they'll throw like a cup of salsa in there, maybe too, or something. Like when you get your plate, if you eat in, it's confusing sometimes. It's like, oh, I ordered. That's right. I got a fish sandwich to go with my barbecue.
I will say that I think that the fish sandwich and like the chicken sandwich at Cookout, you're not supposed to order those, right? You don't go to Chick-fil-A for your hamburger. Mm-hmm. They look at, they probably don't have one, but
they
like,
don't,
the point stands. If you go to Cookout and you order like, I'll take your fish sticks. The fuck are you doing at a Cookout?
Mm-hmm.
That's
how I feel about if you're going to a place where the steak's going to cost, just the steak is going to cost like $50 or more. It's like, man, this was not the time to get fish or chicken. Like we're at the place where they do this thing. We're at a steakhouse.
Mm-hmm.
If we're down by the fucking pier, we're up in Seattle or Boston or the New England somewhere where they have that crate. They're known for their shit. If I go to fucking Pirate Tim's clam chowder shack and I order some fucking nachos, I should get thrown out. Like what are you doing?
Yeah, you go like to Seattle near the fish market and you're like, ooh, a burger. It's like, no, eat where you are. When in Rome.
I like to try.
And I just found out I'm only 9 hours from Franklin, North Carolina. And that's the closest location of Cookout.
Wow.
9 hours to a Midwesterner is a normal drive.
Oh, yeah, that's a normal drive.
I hardly ever eat fast food, but sometimes when I'm on a road trip, I will. And last Saturday, it was almost a week ago, I'm going dirt biking with friends, and I stopped by McDonald's. I order a Big Mac, and I'm there in person. I order it as a number 1. They give me my bag. I grab it. I go to the truck. I drive away. What's the worst thing McDonald's could give you if they're going to fuck up your order?
Well, you might say the fish fillet, but that's my favorite thing.
And
it was the fillet of fish. That's what they gave me. It was all, dude. You see the picture of the fillet of fish, and it looks that still doesn't look delicious, but it looks better.
I like
this thing is a fillet of fish, like dry looking, with an unmelted piece of Velveeta between 2 buns.
Half of a piece. They tear it in half.
Dude, I start like muscling that thing down. Unbeknownst to me, there's tartar sauce on the other side that's dripped on my pants at this point. And I was like, this is the worst thing McDonald's could do to you.
It is the worst. You're like, oh, at least I'm getting a burger. Nope, you're getting the worst thing. It's like, it's such a fuck you. Fillet of fish, disgusting. They make
what
that
I get.
for Catholics. That's not for like, that's for Catholics on Fridays. That's not for people who want bad food.
You're 100% right about that. That is why they added it to the menu. And but I like it. It's my favorite item on their menu. I think it's the highest quality item they make because their beef is so low. Like when you need that much beef, you find ways to make the bar
lower for grades of beef, and then they give you that
tempted
beef.
To go
Fish-
to Kyle's house in the dark of night, not his house, just his driveway, and I want to check all the bags of fast food and see what he really orders.
It would be a fish fillet.
Fillet of fish.
It would be a fillet of fish. Yeah, yeah.
Go to
I
his
promise
car
you
and
it
look
would.
where the
You would go
passenger's
to
feet
a
go.
McDonald's and
if
without
we all went
being
to McDonald's
threatened,
right
order
now,
a
I
fillet
would
of
order
fish.
I would order the. I bet it's a number 9, but that's just a guess, to be honest. I would get because I know
No,
it's
number
in
9
the
is
lineup.
2 cheeseburgers, idiot.
Is the number 11.
Where's
Yeah, you
Trump?
got
Trump
me.
knows that menu better than anyone working there.
What a fool I was.
Ask anyone, you morons, you don't know the menu. That I believe that 100%.
I do.
Yeah,
When he
knows that
said-
menu.
I know
Yeah.
this menu. Number 4, you're not going to trick me. It used to be this, it's this now.
I think
Woman,
it's the
man,
highest
TV
quality
camera.
item.
The man knows his shit. He's got that memory.
Yes. The highest quality item, there's really... They fooled everyone for a bit with chicken selects back in the day where they're
Those were
like,
good.
it's
That
real
wasn't-
chicken. And it
that
was
was-
better chicken.
It was
But-
white meat chicken. When you tore it apart, you could see white meat chicken, like the way chicken looks, not that paste they fry to make everything else.
Yeah.
It was
and the
meat.
nuggets are not good. The nuggets are just a way to kind of deliver the
They're
buffalo
pink
sauce in your
slurry
mouth.
that's been fried.
Yeah. And it's, it's fine. We talked about
what
this.
kind
I
of
like the
slurry?
different shapes. I
Pink
like the boot.
slurry.
Pink.
The chicken nuggets come in a big vat of pink slurry, and they are like out into these shapes. There's 5 shapes, I think, that they form the nuggets into, and they fucking fry that shit. And I will never eat a McDonald's chicken nugget. The fries there are kind of top of the line for fast food, but the beef there, I remember when they were going off on their beef because it's like from Australia,
Yeah.
and they were
It's
talking
like
about how many
6%
and
sawdust.
something about in Australia they just grind up the sick cows too or something. Like I remember it just being they found a cheaper way to get cheap meat. They went to Australia for their meat for a reason. You know what I mean? It's across
Yeah.
it's in the fucking middle of the Pacific Ocean. We're in
The other
America and we're
hemisphere,
getting our
yeah.
beef from there. They're doing something awful to that meat. So I can't eat that either. So no chicken, no beef. So you're left with the fish.
What about the
sandwich.
chicken sandwich? Isn't that better?
If you get their best chicken sandwich, but the McChicken is just an oversized chicken nugget.
Well, what is I would still rather get a grilled chicken sandwich from McDonald's than the filet of fish.
That is the
You're a
second
fucking
best thing on
idiot.
their menu.
You would rather have a
Filet of fish
fish?
the fillet of fish is great. It's got that tartar sauce that's full of sugar or whatever it is.
First of all, I'm never buying
And I
anything
get
based
to
on
pretend
health.
to be a Catholic while I'm eating it. What is this fucking Good Friday?
Dude, what I like to
Jesus.
do, I get filet of fish, and I walk around all the time with ash on my forehead to look down on their noses. It's like, yeah, for me, it's Ash Monday, and it's Ash Tuesday, and
We're
it's
making a
Ash all
cigarette
year.
over here. Yeah, here we go.
You know about-
filet of fish, please?
Do you know about McDonald's Sprite?
Is it the same
I
as
know-
McDonald's Coke, where it's like
McDonald's
better?
they have a special deal where they get where they like they triple filter their water or something like that, and they use a different syrup or something. So McDonald's Sprite is legitimately different than any other Sprite you'll drink anywhere else.
Oh,
It
yeah.
is
is
like I have memories of it from childhood and thinking like, why doesn't Sprite taste like this anywhere else? It's because they're giving you some magical sugary drink I bet it's got twice the calories they claim it does. If you actually got some McDonald's Sprite and like tested the calories, it's like 80% sugar. It's
And it's so good.
good.
There's no soda better on like a super hot day than like ice cold Sprite. It's fucking great.
I agree.
Every once
I
in a
agree.
while, I love it.
Of the mainstream sodas, we've covered before,
Yeah.
the IBC, the black cherry, the root beer,
Yeah.
the vanilla cream, all those are just
Of the boilerplate, Sprite is in it, but you're right. You get into like those fancy aisles with the boutique root beers. That's the true best stuff. Are you
about
a soda
Fagala?
guy at R? A Fagala? What?
Is that the Juggalo soda?
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
Fago?
Fago?
What is
yeah.
it?
I haven't had
accidentally
it.
I haven't had it either. Is it good?
Had it. It's like white trash Fanta.
Surprise.
Fanta isn't up to snuff.
When you can't afford. It's for when you can't afford.
Whoa!
Fanta.
Look at this guy with his Fanta money.
Know what you would like? I got the chilled seafood tower while I was there. That's your jam. Like
What?
have you ever-
Well,
Where
what was all,
what?
what was all on it?
Zach, pull
Shrimp,
up,
obviously.
pull up Morton's
Oh,
chilled
salmon.
seafood platter. I don't know. It's everything. It's. I know there's
if they're
crab.
wasting space with salmon where crab could be, I'm not.
There's no salmon. There's no way they're wasting space with salmon. I think it's
salmon
all.
was when you eat cold. Like
If it's
Taylor,
not all
I had-
lobster and crab.
Yeah, but it's
Taylor, I had blue crab off of a nice block of dry ice. It was a solid display, almost like a shrimp cocktail, except with none of the shrimp and only crab. So I was
How was it?
It was great. You know, as a Maryland boy, I felt really at home, but this is one of those things where I'm like, you can't really get good blue crab over here. King crab?
Is blue
Fine.
crab a Maryland thing?
Yeah, it's
like
small.
around there?
Ooh, look at that.
Oh, that
Little
looks fire.
oysters. Look
at that.
There's some clams in
why
there?
are they erect?
No, that's not that. Look at the
Mussels?
Look at that meat on
Those are
top of
lobster
those
claws.
claws. No, those are crab claws.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yes, those are snow crab claws. And if you're an expert, you can crack those out way easier than that. I could do it because what's going to happen is you're going to grab that bottom prong area and you're going
It's
to
gonna
break
fall.
and pull. And what's going to happen is going to try and suck most of that meat under there. No, these guys are fools. You don't do it that way. You break out the top claw first before you crack the main part of the shell, and that way when you crack the main part of the shell, it's just there sitting for you and you can pull it out wholesale. The fact that they would do this, embarrassing.
Well, Taylor,
Listen, what would you
embarrass-
expect
just
from a
an- just an
Morton's? From a
embarrassing
chain?
lack-
Taylor, I just
From,
want to point
from a
out
chain
that-
restaurant.
Taylor, I just want to point out what they've clearly done here is removed the claw meat as you would prescribe, then went back with the claw and cut it in half so it could be presented and put the whole piece of meat back into the claw.
No, you're misunderstanding.
How did
what
they
I'm
get
saying.
the cut then?
So there is no. That's how they did it. But do you see how there's two crab prongs coming out of that to the bottom right there? So that one that he's on right now. Go to the other one, Zach. Yeah, right there. No, not the other one. The pincer. Because obviously only one of the claws is able to move, and the top one that moves is attached to a very thin, broad piece of cartilage. And so what you want to do is break that off initially, pull it down, and that way the cartilage pulls free, all the meat stays in that nice cylindrical container, and then you cut off the surrounding area. Because all they're doing here is making the individual break that down, pull it out, and all that's going to do is make that beautiful piece of meat tuck down a little bit as it's pulled.
How did you
And
learn?
so, yeah,
making
everyone
it up.
knows this.
You're
dude.
born into this, all right? You spend a couple summers cracking blue crab for 4.5 hours a day drinking light beer, and I know how to open up a crab, gut it, take the lungs out,
My man.
listen, this
Wow,
is
there's two of them.
but different types of crab, you know. Mine much more nuanced, much less meat.
No, I'm a
but
master of all. I can do it. Whatever you're talking about, I can do it faster. than
Swiss
you.
Army crab.
I'm a
Hang on.
crab. People have been calling me a crab genius.
Yeah, but I'm from Maryland.
No one's been saying that.
Do crab?
Oh shit!
Hang on,
It's not to be trifled with.
I'm having a weird thought here. Like crabs breathe underwater, though. Like
Yeah.
do they have
Perhaps.
gills and lungs? Because I've seen them exist above water. Is that just like a temporary thing, like fish? Like do they need to get right back in there?
It depends on the kind of crab, because some kinds of crab live on
What
land for a good
about
bit.
those little running crabs that kind of have a wiggle and one bigger claw?
I have no interest in those. They can't be.
Are they
eaten.
land or
I'm doing the thing. This
the
crab.
crabs that
Yeah.
you're eating are almost are entirely aquatic crabs. Land crabs tend to be small. If I know,
You know, it would be a tight spider to eat. Have you seen, or not
It'd be
spider,
a tight
crab? Have you seen those Japanese
Jesus, what the fuck?
those
the
Japanese
ones that
spider
have like the
crabs?
9-foot long,
Yes.
like they're
Dude, they
awful.
can get as wide as 16 feet. I've never tasted one, but I imagine the amount of meat.
I'm
in
trying
those
to do
fucking
a
things.
line of spider crab. Not that. No. This
No.
is not
No, a spider crab, not
No.
a knife wielder.
Yeah, this is just like the ones that have.
That's a
Mexican
DPS
crab.
crab.
Yeah.
What did you say?
UPS.
A DPS crab. Yeah, that's a damn it,
DPS.
that's like a crab.
I said it was a Mexican crab.
Oh, well, that's a good one. I like that. That's a Honduran crab. But yeah, that. I'm so glad that you're a crab man as well. Are you confident in your crab cracking speed abilities no matter where you go?
I promise. All right, so yes, I am. King crab,
love to eat
snow
with you.
crab, great. Like we could sit down and as long as you're pouring it out. There's a place in Koreatown here that I have to go. If you are ever here, I would love to take you. They come out with a garbage bag, and inside that garbage bag, because you're ordering by the pound of king crab, whatever, is a vat of butter and the spices that you have chosen. And so they pour out this fucking just disgusting gluttony bag of just meat and whatever. Honest to God, like as
Sounds
close
tremendous.
to it's so good, so unhealthy, but like as close to a spiritual experience as I've had. But yeah,
Do you like lobster as much or
no,
or is it-
lobster is awful. One
Lobster
of the
doesn't compare to crab.
listen,
It's
shrimp. I also don't like, and here's the reason why: shrimp and lobster
I'm blown
are
away by
like
that one.
I know. Look, like flesh grapes. If you close your eyes and you eat a shelled shrimp or a bite of lobster, to me, texturally, it bothers me that it is the same crunch and juice amount as a grape, and that is my personal.
You don't
issue.
shell your shrimp.
No, I'm saying if you do, no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It bothers me. They're like fleshy grapes. I don't like them. Lobster doesn't have flavor outside of butter.
How about a little cooked shrimp? You good with cooked shrimp?
If we fry it, like deep fry it, then yeah, I'm not like I'll eat it. But shrimp is a low tier food.
But a grilled shrimp, you wouldn't enjoy that. Like a nice grilled shrimp or a nice sautéed
I'll
shrimp.
eat it.
That's not your jam.
I will eat it. But I will suck the juice out of a crab. But I won't give the shrimp the time
I'm
of day.
so on board with the crab supremacy that you're playing down because crab
I
is
just
the
don't.
best
I
seafood.
think lobster is really overrated. I truly don't think that lobster carries enough with
1
it without
billion
itself.
%.
Yeah.
I think
Lobster
lobster
is so overrated.
Lobster is a little less work for the meat, right? You can get the lobster.
No,
tail,
that for sure,
is
yeah.
gigantic. The lobster claws are gigantic, and while I'll admit the crab tastes better, if you're just using it as a butter shovel, lobster is a bigger butter shovel.
I don't know.
But-
I don't know for sure, but I don't know if you've ever had a fancy lobster. Like I don't know if you've ever had a fancy.
Are you calling me poor?
No.
Sounds like what you're saying. I don't know if you ever had a
if you'll let
fancy
me-
lobster.
I don't
This is my
mean-
poor friend Tucker.
No. If you'll allow me to elaborate, I'm not talking about a lobster from a fancy place. I'm talking about a unique, special kind of lobster, like maybe a blue one or one of those like albino lobsters, or like a lobster that they made eat like.
Do they taste
delicious-
better because they're blue?
or maybe a lobster that they only fed delicious shrimps that were only fed honey fed
I
shrimps.
ate a fancy lobster once, and it was terrible. How much does a lobster weigh?
8
It
pounds,
depends
the
on the
big
size.
It
boys.
depends on the lobster.
This
But
thing
the
was
bigger
like-
the lobster, the worse the taste.
Yes, that's where I was headed. So I
It's like
went.
blueberries.
I went to New York City, and they had a giant lobster, and my friend was like balling, so he's like, "I'll take that one." It was like a 15-pound lobster, a lobster that you don't see commonly, a
Yeah.
rare.
That guy
specimen.
has been
boy.
eating shit for 48 years. That lobster's
That guy's-
not good.
That guy's been eating other lobsters.
It was dry and it was yucky, and
Oh,
it was
no.
the worst lobster ever.
Yeah.
I don't do lobster a lot because I'm kind of agree with you guys. It's not that great. I just rather have a steak.
I
Your
would
crab-
rather. There is a
Yeah.
difference between the steak tiers are so well defined and so incredibly different between getting a good steak, a bad steak, a good steak, like Omaha steak, an American Wagyu, and then an A5 Wagyu. You could blind taste test, layer these perfectly every time. But with like seafood, it gets way more hairy, I think. And with lobster and crustaceans too, I don't even think it's a quality of like how good is the lobster, how good is the crab. I'm just like, is it crab? Like for me, it's a social thing. Like you're not going there necessarily to just eat the meat. You're like, it's the process of breaking it apart and
It's a
eating
dinner.
it.
Yeah.
It's a dinner.
Yeah,
and
it's a
an
dinner
activity.
event.
It's dinner and an event. I most recently when I ate crab, I ordered a huge amount of it, and I was the entertainment for everyone else who was
Because
sitting
nobody
around
else
that bar.
ate it. No.
Because well, they only offered literally. I go to this place and they say they have snow crab, and how do they offer it? 3 clusters at a time, or you could buy 1, 2, or 3 clusters. And so I asked for 6. Like, just give me like 6 clusters. I can get a nice little snack in here before I go do my real eating somewhere else. And I felt like I was that guy in like X-Men First Class, where like everyone else at the bar kind of stopped watching sports and was watching me. eat this food. And I can't exaggerate it. You have to be with me in person. I eat crab at a rate that is incomprehensible to an average person.
You've got it down to a crack, pull, suck, gone. And everybody's watching this fine oiled machine.
I would have to go years back to find the last time that I broke the big leg on a crab and couldn't immediately pull out the meaty part. I'd have to go years back.
You know what you should
because
do?
I'm an expert. I'm an absolute expert in this way. And if anyone wants to get with me and pay for my meal and eat alongside me, you're welcome to.
You're welcome to pay.
I'm going to a nice seafood restaurant with a bunch of snow crab in St. Louis area. DM me and say, Taylor, come along. I'm going to pay for this. I'll put you in the poorhouse, motherfucker. I'll eat until there's no more crab to be.
Taylor with the bold thing. Pay me to eat until you're broke, and I will do it.
Pay me to eat until you're broke. Just watch me. I'll be like a sideshow.
There is an art. There is an art. Eating crustacean is a lot like the fighting game community. You can tell between somebody who just simply has eaten crustacean and somebody who eats crustacean.
So fucking true.
Taylor, have you ever cooked your own?
Yeah. I have not, but my wife has for me.
Okay.
She's made crab at my house before, where she pours like that huge amount of Old Bay and like the Cajun seasoning and everything in the giant pot, and then she makes it.
Yeah,
so that's
I ordered
tremendous.
Like not long before I went to prison, I ordered. I think they were king crab legs because they were like as long as my arm.
Yeah, but, king crab. King crab, not quite as sweet a meat as the snow crab.
It's so much bigger though. Again, it's like you're eating like it
is way bigger, but it is bigger, but you have to be willing to qualify the quality. You know, like a snow crab leg tastes way better than a king crab leg. There's a sweetness there that isn't there with the king crab. Now, if you're talking about total amount of meat, of course, king crab is the way to go. But
Zach's like, we had the crab discussion last talk, guys. And I'm like, first of all, I know. Second of all, better than hockey. I had to get. This is the best I could do.
You know what's so funny is I'm like passionate about this. Like I'm like no, another thing about crab.
Would you do a live stream where you ate crab?
I would want to see that live stream.
Like maybe they pay for the crab and you eat it no matter what.
That would be fun. They're gonna buy an amount of crab from me that's uneatable though, and also like
you said a cap.
I would be embarrassed to do that in front of people.
You put a bib on.
Like my crab eating proficiency.
Slow down, Chief.
I would love to show it off in front of you two. You guys are my friends. If we went to a seafood restaurant, I would order 5 or 6 entrees, and then just for the show, you guys could watch me eat it all. Online though, I would be so insecure about how much crab juice is a big thing people aren't considering. The amount of spray, the amount of, it's not a single person sport. Like a lot happens in that arena. And so I would be worried about ruining my keyboard, ruining things like that, trying to eat. Because if I were to do it, I would not do half measures. I would do whole measures. I would eat, like I'd probably buy like 5 or 6 pounds of crab and then I would just eat it. Like I would pick something that I'm very comfortable with. Like I know I can eat 5-6 pounds of crab. No problem.
No, you need
Taylor.
We're topping out at 10 pounds of crab. And
okay. That's like an extended evening for me.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be a long stream. I'm thinking 3-4 hours.
Yeah. Oh, for me to eat all of it? No, that's a 90-minute stream, man.
Well, we got to wait for the donos to come in.
For the donos to come in. Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah.
I've wanted to do a crab pick-in for a while, like a stream, because it is like a 4-hour, extravaganza.
Dude, I'll fucking fly out.
Yeah,
to your
fly
house
out here and I'll pay you a chunky. It's not going to be an eating contest. It's simply going to be you watch us eat until we both physically feel ill. It's just at our own rate.
It's just Tucker being like, "No, we're not paying for anything, but there's crab here," and I'm like, "I'm on the plane. I'm ready. I'm ready for the game."
Sponsored by Old Bay.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, well, you need Old Bay.
Well, okay.
Interesting. I found out something about Waffle House today.
I thought that like
You are always flush with new and exciting Waffle House news.
What is the latest and greatest in Waffle House news?
well, see,
I
I
love Waffle House.
like growing up, I always thought of Waffle House as this thing that's just everywhere. And that's because Waffle House was invented here in Atlanta 70 years ago. And there are more Waffle Houses in Georgia than anywhere else. We got over 400 in this state. There's only like 2,200 or something roughly. So like
You're hoarding them. So
the rest of you don't have the concentration of Waffle House that we have. So you don't even understand the experience. I want to quickly tell the international audience and the lame-o Americans here who don't know what Waffle House is about, like what it's about. They cook the food right there in front of you on a big ass griddle. And by they, I mean the ex-cons that are working there tonight. And it's a good thing they're there because they're probably going to be friends with a lot of the clientele who show up to fight later. So they'll be able to cool things off.
It's
Don't
like
do it, bro.
hibachi.
You don't want to go in like I did. Like there's going to be a fight tonight. And the best part is the fight will be set to whoever had 50 cents last because there's a jukebox in the goddamn corner. I know it doesn't make any sense, but there is. 50 cents gets you a fucking song in 2023. The bathrooms are disgusting, but the food is amazing. It really is good food because they don't skimp out on the ingredients. Don't get a T-bone steak there. That's just know where you are. But like if you're getting like a waffle and some grits and eggs, it's an amazing breakfast place with a really fun clientele because they're open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They don't care like whose birthday it is, who got liberated today, like who's proud this month. They're working every day.
Yeah.
Even their upper management, like their CEOs, it's fucking Christmas, bro. Get in here. It's the waffle way.
Maybe
the waffle
Georgia
way.
has better Waffle Houses because that's where it is. Because the ones here that I've been to is not like they're not cooking stuff in front of you. It's not
I'd
like
like
a
to hear that.
hibachi style.
Where is they
like-
hiding the grill?
It's a guy in the back, and there's like
In
a
the
porch
back?
that you
There's
can
a
like
door?
see him.
You've been lied to.
Bullshit.
You've been lied to. That's
not a real Waffle House.
No
Yeah,
way.
no, real
way.
Waffle
They go into
House.
Huddle House or something.
Dude, there's a
Yeah.
The one in Columbia, Missouri
I
doesn't.
forget what happened. There was like a major hurricane that rolled into North Carolina, and Fayetteville was drowned. And it made the news that Waffle House used the locks. They closed. They're like, this is the first
Wow.
time we've
That's
locked the lock on this
insane.
door in 17 years.
My word.
They get robbed.
I eat at Waffle House all the time. I am a huge Waffle House connoisseur, big fan of it here in Tennessee. And one time, not too long ago, I was in a Waffle House at like 1 a.m. with some friends, and this lady came up to me and recognized me. And she, like, not to be mean to her, but she was a bit rougher looking. You know, it looked like she had
It's a
like
Waffle House.
she belongs in a Waffle House, right? And I mean that in the best way. But she like took a picture with me and everything, and it was kind of quiet in there. So like all the workers saw like this girl taking a picture with me. So when I go up to pay the bill, the girl who's checking me out, she goes, "So that was Donna that you was with. How does Donna know you?" And I'm like, "Oh, well, I'm a YouTuber. I make videos." She said, "Oh, okay. We thought you was her parole officer."
Getting a photo with her parole officer. Man, I want to remember this time in my life forever.
This is good evidence that I was here at 1:15 a.m. on Tuesday.
That's hilarious. Yeah, you've made it. Getting recognized at Waffle House
That
at
really
I assume
is the move,
2:15 in the
yeah.
morning.
Like that's the point where you're like, so this is fame. This is what it's about.
Do you think
Did she at least comp you?
Getting mistaken for a parole officer in a Waffle House, what I always dreamed of. Yeah, yeah. Finally,
That means that you
That
looked
was-
respectable.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Or maybe they thought you were like undercover as like a sneaky parole officer trying to catch
Yeah.
you doing the dirt up there at Waffle House.
It was honestly probably just because I was wearing a collared shirt, and they were like, "Whoa,
That'll do it.
sir."
Oh, la-di-da!
If it's not
Becky,
Sunday
clean the
after
vomit
church,
off of Mister. What was your name, sir?
Oh, well,
Help me in the
la-di-da.
goose chair.
I didn't realize we were serving the president of these United States here tonight.
the health
Pants and
inspector's here,
shoes,
quick.
too.
It's usually, I have gone in there. And
Wow,
it's like
someone's
30.
not even fall down drunk.
I've gone in before, and the tables had like someone else's like food like all over it, and but I just stood by the table until she came. I was like, you got to clean this. I was like, what?
was like, the fucking table, the whole fucking thing. Like there's
the
like
other guy's meal.
there's like a dead straw wrapper there. Like I could tell he had hash browns and he likes ketchup on them. Like, come on, like what the fuck are you doing to me? But most of the time it's okay. I'll tell you where my fond memories come from. It's from hunting, and being up really early. And like if you wanted, like any time that we would get up at night to do like some nighttime farmer shit, it was Waffle House, and it was just I've got a lot of like good memories there where there weren't, I don't know, people fighting, which happens there a lot. It was just like, I don't know, me and my dad and like a waitress at like 4 a.m. or something like there, sitting there having coffee. So I like Waffle House. Like, those guys are cool.
Sometimes they introduce 19 unnecessary motions to make it look like they're moving quickly. Watch how quickly I put an item in a bag. Dude, just put it in the bag, you asshole. Well, why? Like you're acting like you're moving fast, but you're not. You're performing kung fu and swatting at imaginary bees when you could just take a thing and put it in the bag like any normal fucking person.
Now you're going to put orange in bag. It's like you just put it in there. I mean, you know who's the guiltiest of that? Hibachi chefs. I know it's not nearly as hard to crack that fucking egg, prick. make my fried rice.
You know who I want to fight? I want to get into fist fights with everyone who hands you an ice cream cone and then pulls it out the top. Like that whole scene. You thought you got the ice cream you paid for? You look like a fool. You look like a fool again.
Be like, here's your $5, and I'm going to that other guy's ice cream stand. No, thank you.
I straight up want to walk away before the sale is made because
No, it's all in good fun. That would have been a fun little thing to see.
I like the hibachi guys, like especially if
I like them, but do you think it's as hard as they're making every time? When you're chopping up the chicken, you don't need to go ding, 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 ding.
Like sometimes they're just hitting the table with a spatula, making noise. You know,
yes.
But I like when they juggle the egg with the spatula, when they're like flicking it and catching it over and
put
over.
It in their hat.
Yeah, and then finally they flick it and then turn the spatula sideways so it lands and cracks the egg, and the egg spills out on the thing. And then they flick the shell away and start making your fried rice. I like it. So
well, the fried rice they make is the best fried rice ever. Always. There's so much oil in that.
Don't try to flick any food at me though. I'm not part of your show.
Oh, I'm all about the food flicking. I have the best time. I don't get why everybody at the hibachi place is so shy about trying to catch food. It's fun. It's a fun little.
You're an easy fucking target. They see you coming, they're like, "Ooh, I'm gonna try out some new moves tonight."
Today is the day I finally beat the Yoshi's record. No, sir, over here. You sit in the close diagonal chair. Do you like very small pieces of shrimp?
You know what I don't like when they like. I walk in and they want to like pour alcohol down my throat from 9 feet away. Like, no, I don't want this at all. I don't want alcohol on my shirt. I don't want it in my mouth. What is it?
It's alcohol.
It's
some of the stuff they do is alcohol. Like when they're doing the onion thing and making the
what's the
volcano out of it. That's like some kind of Everclear or vodka or something. Because I remember when I was like 16, I was watching that happen like at a friend's birthday party at Hibachi, and I was like, "What is that?" And he was like, "Alcohol." I was like, "No, it's not." And he's like, "Open." And then he did, and he gave me like a shot and a half worth of whatever that was, and I was like 16. I'm like, oh! he's right, guys. It's out. This 42-year-old, ladies and gentlemen, wasn't joking.
Yeah,
to defy me. Now you get less shrimp than the rest.
That's the other thing, though. They always get the portions right. Like there'll be 8 people and they'll have a huge pile of rice, and by the time they're done, everybody has the exact same amount. And everybody's got the right amount of beef and chicken and pork
and veggies. Their veggies are delusionally good because you're like, this is the best zucchini I've ever had. And it's like, yeah, because it's been soaking in oil. Like that's why it tastes so delicious.
I'm a big fan of the hibachi place. I'll tell you what I don't like. You bring a Filipino out there and have that motherfucker start ding 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 ding. That's not it. You're not even from that island.
I can suspend disbelief.
You might as well wheel a fucking Hawaiian out there, all right? You might as well have like a fucking like Cherokee Indian cooking me up some curry.
Kyle is very strict on his casting.
I want a Jap in there making that fucking food, all right? Don't you bring me some Taiwanese.
And he only goes to Jewish doctors and wasp
Or
accountants.
Asian doctors. Yeah, that's how he is. Yeah. No, like I'll suspend disbelief for a Filipino person or a Chinese person, but you bring a white guy or a black guy out there. That's not why I'm paying for the experience. And
Hi,
if I
I'm Brent.
Hi, my name's Alan. My name's Alan Stevenson, and I'm here to prepare your hibachi for you. How's that sound? It's like, how about you just take a long walk off a short pier and bring a real Asian over here to
You
cook
get
my
Mickey
food?
Mora out here, or I'm gonna fucking beat it.
When Kyle
Yeah.
goes to Whole Foods, if that guy slicing his cantaloupe isn't named Noah, he's out of there.
Yeah, I won't have
Yeah.
that either.
If I go to some like legit French restaurant and I found out they just named a Chinese guy Pierre to fool me, so they could say, "Oh, this is made by Pierre Levenson," like all their weird sounds in their names, like I wouldn't like that. I want a mustachioed Frenchman in the back.
This actually
making
doesn't bother me
my
at all.
shit.
I don't care if he's Chinese.
It's not
or
racism. I just want
Japanese.
an expert cooking this ethnic food. Like I want a white
Why?
guy.
But
making a
no,
white
you
people-
said you wanted a Japanese guy. There could be experts of any color and race.
No. If
They do not cook with honor.
I'll t- the other day, maybe I already told you this, but the other day when I was cooking those pinto beans and ham hocks, I had ordered ham hocks and onions and cornbread mix and pinto beans and all this good stuff, and a black lady delivered it, and she goes, "You cooking good." I was like, "You're goddamn right." She knows, because this is some black people food. It's delicious. They love it. It's soul food.
Mm-hmm.
I bet she could have cooked it almost as well as I could. I don't want some
If I have
Mexican
soul
cooking my
food, the
Chinese
chef
food.
better be a black woman.
Yeah.
I don't want
yeah,
some white guy named Kyle cooking my soul food.
Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't. You're not gonna get any actual soul in there. I promise you that. But
If you go to a
I'm
nice
just,
ass Italian place, like where the chef brings the food out to you to explain things, and you're sitting there having your whatever fancy Italian wine and breads, some guy comes out and he's like, "Now this here is Veal Marsala, and it's real good. It's one of my favorite of the Italian food." It takes you out of it. I don't want that. They should at least have a dummy guy to come out. and
I'm
pretend
Chef
to be-
Antonio Margaretti.
Borgatti. Yeah, or Gorlami. Yeah,
Gorlami. Let me hear the music in it. Gorlami.
I see where you're coming from. Kyle.
Yeah, I want.
get it.
If
I'm not
I'm
nearly
eating
as much of a
regional
purist
ethnic
as you.
food, like give me somebody of the ethnicity and from that region. I love Mexican food, but if I go to the local Mexican spot and there's some white people, some black people, some Asian people, anything but a Mexican fella back there making those refried beans, I don't trust it. I don't want it.
It's funny. You're like, I got 90 of them. It's like, even then, like 90 doves. What is that? Like 4 big meals of meat.
I don't know. I think you can make a decent meal out of
5 big
10,
meals.
8 to 10. Like if you're really hungry and you're drunk, you could eat a dozen or more for sure.
Yeah. Well, they're like White Castle hamburgers. Like the drunker
Exactly.
you are, the more you can power through them.
Yep.
Like if you're wasted on, and you can always tell how much White Castle you ate the next day, because what's the math word where it's like something will approach but never quite reach asymptotically, something like that. So like your shit will asymptotically approach the smell of White Castle but never quite get there. But the more you eat, the closer it will be, to the point that like if you have, I think the most I've ever had in one sitting, I was like 17 after a hockey game. I think I had like 24, 25 of them. And like the next morning, like you're taking your first of many shits that day, because you've borrowed happiness from tomorrow, my friend, when you eat at White Castle. It's like drinking heavily. And like you just take a shit and you close your eyes and smell, and it's like I smell like I'm waiting for chicken rings. Like it smells like it. That's how processed White Castle shit is.
One of the most fun nights I've ever had. I was in what the fuck was I even doing up there? I don't know. I met this young lady in maybe we're in Nashville, she had a suite that she had some corporate gig, and so they had hooked her up with this really nice suite, and so we'd been having a good time all night, and we're super hungry. We go out for White Castle and bring back like the case of White Castle,
case.
and we go out on her balcony and get high as fuck, and then I ate that entire. She ate like 2. And I ate like the other 23.
Yeah, 28 into.
And it was just like, oh my God. Like driving home, I had stomach cramps. Like I could feel that train of burgers like progressing through my digestive system. Like, oh my God, I made a mistake. Why didn't I just? Woo! I should have gotten the chicken sandwiches, maybe. Oh,
You can get a lot of like internal farts from White Castle, where you get like that. But no, nothing out of your asshole. It's just like toiling within your system. And
yeah, your intestines sound like a sad dog.
why'd you do that? Why'd you eat all that nonsense?
Did you have to get the chili cheese pups too?
You know that's just onion flavored cabbage.
It is. It is onion flavored cabbage. What a disgusting way to cheap out on your customers. Onion flavored cabbage. That's great for your digestive system.
There was like some report, like it is funny how what they'll do to save a little bit of money, but it was like apparently the founder of Costco was on a call with the board, and like the board was talking about like, given Corona and things, might have to up the price of the hot dog, and like that got back to the founder. He wasn't sitting on the call, I got back to him, and he's like called them, and he was like, if any of you raise the price of the hot dog, I will fucking kill you. Like he said, like, I will kill you.
I will kill you. That's what I read as well.
Like that's how much the Costco hot dog and pizza cafeteria means to this man, and you got to respect it. It is a tremendous amount of food for what you get. It's like $1.50 for a giant ass soda, a hot dog that's like almost a foot long hot dog. It's like an 8-9 inch hot dog, and then like fries or something. Like it's you could eat there. There's no cheaper place to fill your belly than the Costco cafeteria.
I've never been to a Costco. I've been to Sam's Clubs.
It's like a shitty Costco. Like Sam's Clubs, but nicer.
Say that again, Taylor.
It's like Sam's and Costco are pretty similar. Just Costco's a nicer version of it.
Yeah, and I can get Postmates to deliver Costco, and they will go in there and get you those great deals.
Yes, they will.
We have a person that delivers groceries. Does Postmates do groceries?
Yes.
Aha. Well, you can't. She doesn't compete with Postmates exactly because I think she uses
because no one can.
Because no one can. Exactly.
I think
I'm also assuming they do groceries.
Maybe the Whole Foods software. And Jackie was really happy with her, and she seemed great. And you've heard Kyle tell his experience before of like, hey, this person, like they called me from the thing. They said they're out of sweet peas. You want bagged sweet peas or like whatever it is. And the customer service is great. So she calls up Jackie and she's like, I'm thinking of starting my own business. If I did, would you like, still work with me? And Jackie's like, yeah, you're actually the reason I think that this whole operation is so great. How would I order through you? Oh, same way. Yeah, just use like the Whole Food software and then cancel your order afterwards because now I know what you want. And Jackie's like, all right.
Damn.
So that's I think that's how we get our stuff now.
All right, got some bootleg shit going on over there. Okay.
Yeah.
I ordered some food the other day, and the black lady. I peek out the window to see when they get here because they have a hard time finding my house sometime for whatever reason because maybe they can't read mailboxes or the sidewalk, which has it like painted the numbers painted. It's really frustrating, but anyway. She pulls up and she's calling me. And I know it's her. And I'm just like, hello? She's like, hey, can you hear me? And I'm just like, yeah, I can hear you. You don't have a dog, do you? It's like, no. Good. I'm scared of dogs. I was like, is this a prank? Like is this some sort of prank where I'm going to go out there and like they're going to sick a dog on her and this is a hidden camera show I'm on or something like that? But I go out and she's just like this super fat black lady comes waddling up my driveway and she's just like, you sure you ain't got a dog, right? And I was like, what happened to you?
She's just a big pork chop right in the middle of the lawn.
I said, did something happen? She's like, yeah, I got bit by a dog.
That would have been my first guess.
So I don't know. I don't mind it too much. I like, if I'm going to do ice cream, there's like Halo Top ice cream that's barely any different than a protein shake. on the when you look at the macros in it, and it's a
Halo
pint of ice
Top's
cream.
very good. What
Here's my
flavor are you
problem
hitting
with-
up most of the time?
Peanut butter every time. The peanut butter cup.
every time. Have you
Peanut
given
butter cup.
have you given cookie dough a go?
I've had them all. Peanut butter cup's my favorite.
Ooh, you don't
The
like
problem
the cookie
with Halo Top ice cream is it's at home. If I have ice cream, I want to have it outside in the heat, in the sun, as a cooling factor. It's an environmental dish. It's not. I'm not looking to have ice cream at my kitchen counter.
I am.
dough? Really?
Okay.
I want to sit on the
minority here.
I'll sit on the. I eat the whole pint in one sitting. I like
So
on
you
the couch watching TV.
Outside on. I'll settle for one of those metal tables, but I'd really prefer a wooden picnic table to have. Like that's
So
where ice cream.
you would never just sit there and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna watch fucking Ozark or whatever," and get your whatever that protein ice cream is called.
I eat
Just
watermelon.
Halo Top.
Like that's an environment where I at home I would have something. I have watermelons this season. In the winter, I'll have like citrusy stuff, but in the summer, just watermelon.
So
No,
what is
I like
your snack is fruit? Like if you're sitting there watching Ozark or whatever, your snack is like clementines or something like that.
I'll either have now this time of year watermelon. Other times it's like a tropical fruit mix, like grapes and different honeydews and cantaloupe and shit. But
Popcorn.
I also do chicken. It depends
As
on
a
where my
snack?
macros are. Yeah, I will eat cold chicken out of the refrigerator as a slab, as a snack sometimes.
Fair enough.
I eat a lot of
That's a good take.
sandwiches too. Like I'll just make like turkey sandwiches. I like that a lot. So fucking good.
Do you have a bread source that's not pure evil, or you just?
I mean, I need carbs.
Are you
Can't you just eat get
I-
the really good
like-
whole grain puch breads or whatever, the 23 grain shit? Isn't that like okay?
I don't want slow digesting carbs, so I'm just getting like the cheapest white bread I can get, and I'm eating like as much of it as I want, right? Because I need as many carbs as I can. I'm eating like 300 carbs a meal or something like that, anyway. So
You're a bit different though, because you're burning. You have a big leeway in your diet for your maintenance, right?
yeah. Well, I'm in a surplus now. I'm about probably 400 above. I'm eating a lot of calories right now. It's really fun. I do my French toast for breakfast, like 5 or 6 slices of like bread soaked in egg beaters with cinnamon, and I grill those up and put my bullshit fake syrup on there, and it's just like a stack of them this high.
That fake syrup is good.
It's so good.
That was the best recommendation you've given me of like fake sugar stuff. Was that fake syrup?
Yeah,
Yeah, I have it all the time. I have that Greg Doucette French toast, and I put fake syrup. And Kyle said something that was really powerful to me. He was like, "I'm eating so much of this fake syrup." I was like, "It's got to add up, right?" The whole bottle of syrup adds up to like 140 calories.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of calories.
Like you look at the syrup,
You
and
can
it's
drink
like
it.
every tablespoon is 5 calories, and I'm like, how? Like, how is that possible? Because then you look at like a regular fucking Aunt Jemima or whatever, and it's 100 calories per tablespoon.
Yeah, actually, I just looked. A can of Coca-Cola is the same as that entire bottle of maple syrup.
Yeah,
they're both on.
And it's a big bottle. It's really tasty.
Yeah.
I put it on anything like that. I do a lot of variations of Greg Doucette's French toast. I'll take like a loaf pan, like that are made to like make an individual like loaf of bread, like that big, and I'll take the French toast and like tear it into like bits and then soak it in that egg mixture and then just pour everything in the loaf pan and bake it. And it makes this big, like, I don't know, chewy, delicious cake that you can just eat. I cover the whole thing with that syrup and eat it with my hands.
You know what I did for breakfast today? I made, and if this is excessive, I'm joking. I scrambled myself. I had 9 eggs.
Did you really have 9 eggs?
Yeah, I had 9 eggs for breakfast.
That's
scrambled them.
630 calories of egg.
I don't know.
Do you know how much niacin in that is, man?
I don't know, but I ate 9 eggs for breakfast, and
No, that's fine.
I was full.
I ate 6
And I
eggs
also
for
had a bunch of turkey sausage in as
Were they
well.
real eggs that you had?
Yeah, real eggs.
Yeah, yeah.
Grade
I
A
had
large.
egg whites
Boom.
with some-
I had to use a wok. It's
I had
so much-
egg whites with some peppers mixed in, and we called it an omelet.
I do something similar if I'm doing eggs.
ton of hot sauce.
If I eat too many eggs, I start getting really grossed out by eggs and their texture, so I have to stop and go back to the French toast. But if I'm doing eggs, I'm doing like 3 real eggs and 3 egg whites, like a mixture of the two. I use the egg beaters. Yeah, I want some yolks in there.
I told you
apparently.
guys about This was only a couple months ago when like I got really baked and there was nothing else to eat in the house, and so I ate like 6 or 7 boiled eggs. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah, and then your girlfriend left you. I'm sure. Like
She
you had
ate
to
my
ruin
wife.
the house.
Yeah. No, my farts were like bafflingly bad.
What's
Like-
worse,
like-
9 boiled eggs or 2 pounds of crab?
Yeah, it's a real battle because that crab. Destiny doesn't know. I'm a professional crab eater. I can eat it faster than anyone. I can put more crab away than anyone. Just ask anyone. People talk about it. And I ate a ton of crab because I always make a scene at restaurants because at this restaurant in particular we went to, they were like, "Oh, you can get 3 clusters at a time," and I'm like, "That's hilarious. Give me 5." They're like, "What? 5 clusters?" And I'm like, "No, 15." And then then they do all that shit. I farted so bad all of the next day that like on the beach, my wife was like, "Oh, the sea smells bad today," and I'd be like, "That was me 2 seconds ago." She's like, "Oh my God." And she's like, "How is it hanging in the air on the beach? Like how is it a fog around us
Taylor
on the
made
beach?
the earth
Have you ever
smell bad.
farted at the beach and been worried if someone 9 yards away would smell?" Because I have, and it was a real deal smell. But it was so worth it because like when you're in the process of eating all the crab, I live in Missouri. I don't get good crab, and so when I finally get good access to crab, it's just tremendous. It's a meal for kings. Crab legs.
Is it?
Oh yeah.
Well, that's why
You
they
don't
call
like
them
it?
king crab legs.
Oh,
Well, I always go snow crab. The king crab leg, that's a newbie crab. That's something that you need crackers, you need all that on there because it's got spines on it, and you don't get as much meat per pop of the legs. Snow crab is the way to go. It's the most economical. You get the most meat. It's the sweetest meat. Everyone knows.
I
Oh
don't
yeah.
argue with Taylor about crabs.
Oh, I know my fucking crab, man. Snow crab is the way to go. The way to be. Destiny, are you a crab man?
Yeah, actually, I think snow crab is actually probably one of the worst types of crab. You really think so?
All right, let's go ahead and boot this fucker from the call. Snow crab is the worst kind of crab. Okay.
Hold on. Versus a really good king crab. You would take snow crab every time.
Well, what is the form we're talking about? Because I'm all about steamed, cracking the legs, getting the meat. If you're talking about a crab cake, king crab meat is often better in that.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, like if you're going to a nice place, are you really just going for the steamed crab that you can break apart, or do you want like really good crab cake?
I really like the steamed crab. Like I don't dislike crab cakes. Don't get me wrong. It's just
Yeah, but if
I've
you're
never-
going to a top tier restaurant and you can choose between the best crab cakes versus the best steamed crab, why would you?
I'm always going the crab legs because I like the taste of the regular crab meat more than I like the seasoned taste of the crab cake. And it's not that the crab meat in the legs is unseasoned. There's a shit ton of Cajun stuff in there that was boiling in, so it tastes
Okay,
great.
can I be super honest with you?
Hit me
As
up.
soon as you started talking, I googled snow crab verse, and the first thing that came was king crab. I've never eaten crab in my life, so I don't know.
You've never eaten crab in your
I have no idea what I'm talking about. Yeah,
gaslighting about crab.
You had me fooled. But but no, yeah. Well, next time, hit up some crab. Get some steamed snow crab.
You know what? I
Crack it
came
open,
from the
you'll like
Midwest. I came from the Midwest. And
Same, man.
It's something that took me a long time to learn. Okay. I don't like fish. I can eat fish now. I'm at a point in my life where I can eat it and I won't make faces. But in the Midwest, there is a fishy taste to all fish. It's a fishy taste. And now that I've been to places in the Caribbean, I've been to Cancun, Aruba, and in LA, and I've had fresh food, seafood. But there's still, when I go to bite it, I'm like waiting for that nasty fishy, and it's just really hard to get over there. Yeah, I can eat sushi if you give me good tuna or whatever the fuck, and I can eat it. I'm not gonna like be a baby about it, but I would never choose it over like a really good steak or like an awesome,
fair enough. But like, if you haven't had like crab, does not get fishy because it's not fish. Like it,
Yeah.
it just
it's like
tastes
shellfish or
crab
something,
meat.
right, or whatever.
Yeah, it tastes tremendous. It's a crustacean. It's a sea spider, effectively,
True.
and it tastes great. I wouldn't want to eat a real spider, but a sea spider, they got delicious meat. I mean, if there were land spiders the size of a snow crab that had delicious meat in the legs, I'm down. I'm totally game for that, for sure.
Oh.
But there's not. Spiders are gross.
That sounds horrific.
If there was a land spider that had meat similar to a snow crab,
Then I would be a seaman.
You'd be a seaman?
I would escape the sea spider. I would escape the spiders of the land and go to the oceans. I would.
No, it's not a dangerous spider. It's just a big spider.
There's no way. There's like a cat-sized spider, and it's not dangerous.
Well, it's dangerous to fucking cats, not to you.
It would hurt me. I could lose a thumb.
I mean, even if it's like venom, like a bee, then it's injecting so much. I feel like my arm's gonna rot off.
Well, now I don't know what I'm talking about. I was
Well,
trying
you're
to prove
talking
eating
about
crab wasn't
cats.
bad.
I think it's trying to make these giant spiders like coexist with people, and I'm not going to have it.
Fine.
There probably are giant
I'll show you.
crabs.
There are. It's called the Japanese spider crab. And I actually believe it or not, I actually Googled earlier today if it's possible to purchase a Japanese spider crab online and then have it come to your house so you can cook it up and eat it. And then I found out, like, Zach, pull up a picture of a Japanese spider crab. It's the largest crab on earth, sometimes a leg span of 15 feet, very big. And I was like, that must taste good. But then I saw online, apparently they're kind of middling, not even worth killing to eat. So I immediately lost interest.
Just for the
just for the story.
yeah,
that you ate it?
for the lulls to see what's. No, I haven't done it, but I'd be down.
Have you seen a Japanese spider crab?
Just now.
These are huge, right?
Oh,
these
they're
are huge.
They're enormous, far and away the biggest crab species. Not even
in Omaha, we have one of the largest zoos in the world. I don't know why, but they have a huge aquarium, and in that aquarium, they have those. They're like this big, like these walking things on the ground, and they look alien. I think they come from like really deep in the sea. Like normally a normal human would never see it, but yeah, they're huge and they look like fucking alien animals. I guess a lot of stuff at the bottom of the sea or close to there looks like weird fucking alien.
The fuck is that? That's some forced perspective nonsense. I refuse to believe that exists.
Yeah, I don't think that's not what I'm saying.
That's nonsense.
Okay, literally today, before the show, I was like, I'm so hungry. I don't have much in the house to eat. I'm going to go to Taco Bell and get something to eat. And you know what I did? I pulled into the Taco Bell drive-thru line. I got to the place where you order. I scoured the menu for anything that looked decent. And then I told the person, no, thank you. I don't want anything. And then I drove through and went to a different place. Fuck Taco Bell. Fuck all of it.
Where did you go? Tell us where you went. Tell us where you went.
What does that matter?
What food did you replace Taco Bell with?
Oh! I thought you were gonna be like, what Taco Bell did you go to? Oh, in Boise. Yeah, that's not the one you want.
Yeah, exactly.
What did you substitute Taco Bell with?
I went to a local fast food place that served burritos, tacos, really good food, and I went there.
Taco Bell.
Yeah, no shit.
Taco Bell.
But the reason I went
Mexican burritos, I'd much rather go to Moe's.
Moe's?
Yeah,
Are
Moe's.
you shitting me? That's not.
They're just as good as
authentic
Chipotle.
Mexican food.
They're just as
They're
good as Chipotle.
not. They are not.
I think Moe's and Chipotle are comparable, interchangeable.
I think Chipotle is better than Moe's, and Moe's and Chipotle are both beneath Qdoba because Qdoba has way better queso.
Qdoba, I like their.
Are you on my team, Woody?
Yeah, chicken gumbo at Qdoba is my. That's the only thing I've tried there. I feel like I went to Qdoba, I got chicken gumbo, I won. Why roll the dice? If you roll a 6-sided die and you get a 6, you fucking stick, baby.
Have you guys ever driven through a drive-thru and had to stop at the second window and realize that you're the person who got nothing and just look at the person and kind of, hey, while the person's leaving? It was uncomfortable.
If I went to Taco Bell, that would happen to me too. Yeah.
You fools. All right, so for you two and everyone listening, this is what you do at Taco Bell. If you want something that's not ridiculous and is tasty, you either get a number 2, which is a extra large grilled stuffed burrito. I like the chicken one. It's a chicken grilled stuffed burrito. There's rice and it's not as good as. Shut up. No, shut up. It's delicious.
He's not even talking.
He's shaking his head. You get that, or you get the Doritos Locos Tacos, the ones that use the Doritos chips as the taco shell. Get one of each. There's a combo that comes with 3 of those motherfuckers. So just get fire, Cool Ranch, and nacho cheese. Do one of those and get them supreme. You can't go wrong with either of those options. They're delicious. My mouth is watering. Let me see if I can get to Taco Bell.
You can absolutely go wrong. Because when you order anything supreme at Taco Bell, that means, do you want all the ingredients included in this? Or do you just want a huge heaping shit pile of sour cream on this? And that's what they mean by supreme.
That's the only difference. Is a big shit pile of sour cream on what you're eating. It's disgusting. Go to somewhere local. Doesn't even if it's not tacos. Pull through, look at the menu, realize it's horse shit, and then go somewhere else. That's what I did, and I won't regret it.
Here's why
I'm not
Taco
gonna have
Bell.
diarrhea later.
Do you want to know why Taco Bell is currently the most successful fast food chain out there, growing
That's-
faster than anybody else?
I bet that's
Absolutely
not true.
No, we're not gonna glaze over this, Kyle. It is absolutely not the most successful
Totally not.
fast food chain out there.
Who is?
Absolutely not.
Who is?
McDonald's.
McDonald's is losing
McDonald's.
business. Google it. I'll get you an article. Here we go.
Okay, let's look at this. This is what's happening. Is McDonald's losing business? Let's say they're up here with their business, and Taco Bell gaining business. It's like this. Like they're going like
pretty
that.
effective.
McDonald's is way ahead of Taco Bell, and to say otherwise is willfully ignorant.
The
McDonald's
fastest
is
growing
better than
fast
Taco
food
Bell.
restaurant chain.
here are the numbers.
I have it.
Okay.
It is Subway. The next fastest
Thanks.
is
That doesn't
Dunkin'
count.
Donuts. The next fastest is Starbucks. After that, it is, I don't know this one. What's JJ? Jimmy John's. After that, it's Little Caesars. After that, it's Chipotle. After that, it's Popeyes. After that, it's Panera. And then 10th is
Taco
McDonald's.
Bell's parent company, Yum Brands, said the chain's sales rose 6% during the period in which, let's see. Oh, okay, they rose 6%.
Yeah, why would
At the
they
same
lie?
time, here, Chipotle, who's right there in like the top 5 or something, their sales rose 10%. McDonald's, meanwhile, I'm trying to see how many stores they closed.
No, that doesn't count. A 6% growth for Taco Bell does not count against a slight decrease in McDonald's because they have fucking a million stores. McDonald's does.
Okay, so they got 1 million stores, and they dropped 2.6% of them. What is that? That doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't, but it still leaps and bounds ahead of Taco Bell, who just feeds you the same 4 ingredients in different combinations and gets you
I
to
don't know
buy
why
it.
we're arguing about that.
I have it, by the way. I have the 2015 numbers. I upped my game. And the fastest growing is Subway, then Dunkin' Donuts, then Cruise Planners. I don't know.
Interested.
Jimmy John's, Vanguard Cleaning Systems. This is a fucking whatever. Then, wait, what is this? Fastest growing franchises. I'm sorry. So it's not just food. That's why.
Oh.
6 is Great
Vanguard
Clips, but
Cleaning.
7 is Taco Bell. So if you just
Originally
go
number 5 if we take out that cleaning service.
Subway, Dunkin' Donuts, maybe even better. Jimmy John's, that's 3. They're actually number 4 in my head if you take out the non-food ones.
Okay.
So they're the
Well, that's fair. I mean, Jimmy John's sucks as well.
And by the
Jimmy
way,
John's is horrific.
number 5 would have been McDonald's. So yeah.
McDonald's is better
McDonald's.
than Taco Bell.
Oh,
Absolutely.
that's just you're a fool. No way.
No, you're a fool.
McDonald's is the bottom of the barrel. Taco Bell
No,
is
it's
completely
not.
different. It's not so there's a bunch. Everything else is burger joints, basically burgers and fries. Taco Bell is one of the few that's like a whole different thing. It's a fast food Mexican place, and granted, it's not real Mexican food. It's refried beans, cheese, a couple different sauces, and a few meats. That's about it. They got sour cream and guacamole. It's just a big. Like you said, it's the same 4 ingredients, and they just wrap them up different ways, but it's
Yeah.
delicious.
Big pile of diarrhea, and it's not up to. I just don't like products where people just masturbate over it like it's the best thing ever. Like, oh my god, Taco
Reason
Bell.
people
Oh my
like-
god, Sriracha. Oh my god, the Whopper. Or
The
people
reason
don't even do
like
the
Taco
Whopper's
Bell is
pretty good.
because they're trendy and because they've got a social media presence and they seem to appeal to the sort of a
Stoners.
stoner lifestyle with like their Dorito tacos, and they do all kind of 420 stuff. If anyone from Taco Bell is listening to this, or if anyone can reach out to Taco Bell, I have a new menu item I'd like to put forward. It's called the Potatoes Bel Grande. Okay, it's like the Nachos Bel Grande, but instead, I want you to take those potatoes from the cheesy Fiesta potatoes, and I want you to incorporate those and take all the nacho chips out of the nachos Belgrande, replace them with a pile of those potatoes, and put all that other stuff on top. The refried beans, the sour cream, the chopped green onion.
I
the
like
tomato.
that Kyle followed the Taco Bell model of never introducing a new ingredient.
Exactly.
It's like we will take the 6 things we use and everything.
That's why it's so
That
cheap.
thing that you showed us last week, Kyle, that was disgusting. That was gross. Those
The
weren't
Mexican pizza.
potatoes.
That's what that was. The thing I was just eating.
No, the thing you were eating before the show, just that big pile of nonsense with a bunch of fake cheese drizzled on it,
that's
like
real
all those potato. It is absolutely not real cheese.
It's cheesy. It's yellow.
It's cheesy.
I don't
All
care.
right, well,
what's
that's
in that
good
shit.
enough for you.
I didn't even care when they told me that it wasn't even like enough percentage real beef to be considered real beef in certain places. I don't care because it tastes good. That meat plus whatever else they add in is good. I don't care that it's not 100% meat. It's never 100% meat. There's mixins and spices and
little
A lot of
little
places,
booty
a
in
lot
there, a
of
little
places,
toenail.
It's 100% meat. A lot of places have 100% meat. Taco Bell is serving retired circus animals and sawdust.
true.
It's
You know how-
horrific.
that's absolutely not even.
There goes our sponsorship.
No, I maybe I could get a Taco Bell.
Dude, Taco
sponsorship.
Bell
And
should-
Tito's Bel Grande. I'm gonna get them next time I go to Taco Bell. I'm just gonna talk them through it. I'm gonna be like, look, those potatoes there, and then I'm gonna tell them how to make a potatoes Bel Grande, and I'll take a picture of it.
Taco Bell should
okay,
sponsor
that's
us because
fine.
I swear to God, if they did, all of us would be like, all 3 of us. This is good. I
Yeah,
fucking
Taco
love
Bell.
Taco Bell.
Yeah. Change
All right,
me and
send him-
Woody's mind. Change our mind. We'll.
That is
Sprout
accomplished
your
with cash,
glories.
by the way.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm sending my girl. She's like, what do you want? She's like, I said potatoes Bel Grande. She knows
She's
what they
there
are.
right now.
I've described them to her before. Yeah, she's here.
Do you think she'll
She's in
make
the
it
belly of
happen?
the beast.
She's going. Yeah, I'm getting.
But she's
Taco
at
Bell.
the house right now, but she's going to Taco Bell shortly.
I
Yeah.
thought you meant she was already there. What are you ordering tonight? Like,
Well,
what
I
is
said
your?
potatoes Bel Grande? But I'm just gonna. I don't know. I usually like make a short list. It's similar to what you saw me with the other day. I pick one of like I don't know a dozen menu items that I like. First of all, I don't go off the dollar menu there because like the dollar menu at every restaurant, it is a lower grade of food. And I know you guys keep talking about how low grade Taco Bell food is already, so you can't even imagine. All right, the meat that they use in the $1 grillers is substandard by my standards. It's just like if you get the McChicken sandwich at McDonald's versus the chicken the better chicken sandwich, the one with bacon and shit on it. It's lower grade meat.
Yeah, it's
It's
piss
something-
poor.
Yeah, it's not good at all. So I don't know. I like the Mexican pizza. I like the nachos Bel Grande. I like the chicken grilled stuffed burrito. I like the Crunch Wrap Supreme. They used to have a special version of it that I like more. There's a lot of lettuce in this one. I don't need all that. What am I on a health craze or something?
Exactly. Okay, one thing I will say that I like 2 or 3 weeks ago I went to a Taco Bell and I did get a crispy chicken quesadilla.
Ah, that's
I
a new
think
menu
it's
item.
like it's a quesadilla that has quasi fried chicken in it, kind of fried, more just crispy things put on the outside of
didn't care
raw
for-
chicken. I thought it was decent, but it also had no flavor unless you poured a fuck ton of fire sauce on it. If you didn't put a bunch of sauce, it was worthless.
I put a bunch of sauce on everything, and I will say though, that was a new menu item, and I didn't like their crispy chicken. They've got a new menu item called the double. It's called a double quesadilla, so double dia. But it was
Sounds-
really funny because the lady at the drive-thru, she's black. She's literally been serving me my Taco Bell like as long as I can remember. When I was 25, I totally was buying Taco Bell from this chick, and we both know it. And so she's like comes over the menu. I'm like, do you still have the crunchy quesadilla? She's like, no, we got the double dilla though. And I'm like, yeah, give me that double dilla.
Double dill.
Yeah, she called it a dilla, and I was like, "Yeah, give me that double dilla," and it's pretty fucking good. So I like that. I like the double quesadilla they got now. Their quesadilla is
that-
really good.
Is that your favorite fast food place, or do you have one that you like more?
It depends. We've talked about this a lot before, but it's just like, where do you draw the line on fast food? Because I like Burger King's Whopper. I like the flame broiled thing. I like Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich. I like McDonald's Big Mac, believe it or not. There's something everywhere. If you consider something like Five Guys Burgers and Fries fast food, that's some of the best food I've ever had. Those hamburgers.
There's
and
no
French
drive-throughs for that though.
It's
I
not.
just consider fast food drive-through. Do you have you have Churches down there, right?
Church's chicken. Yeah, it's okay.
Churches is the shit.
Yeah,
I
it's
like
good
Churches. I like Popeyes.
I'm not a big chicken fan. I don't like fried chicken. Like chicken on the bone grosses me out.
No Bojangles.
They're down here. We call it bow time when we go there. There's a meal called bow time, and they get. I swear to God. All right, so it's a big fucking cardboard box, bigger than I can do with my hands right now, and it's made in the shape of one of those old school toolboxes. So there's a handle on top, and there's a spot for half a gallon of sweet tea to compartmentalize into it. I'm not even kidding. So here's what it comes with: like 24 pieces of chicken, like 4 biscuits, 2 sides. I usually add a 3rd side, and a half a gallon of tea, and I'll eat most of that. It's I call it bow time.
By yourself?
Yeah. Like I won't eat all the biscuits usually.
I want to tail Kyle and see what he really eats, because to hear the tales of it.
When I every other night, or all right, so maybe 2 or 3 nights a week, I have an extravaganza of some kind. I have a huge, massive, super unhealthy meal, but I don't think I've eaten today.
See, that's the thing. That's the balance.
He's an overwhelmingly healthy guy 95% of the time. And so when people see him go on these feasts...
I don't know if starving myself healthy.
No, you are a healthy guy. Look at yourself. You're thin. You're in good shape. You can run around. You're healthy.
Fair
So
enough.
when people see you feast on this nonsense and these disgusting entrees that you get from Taco Bell, they think, oh, why am I such a fat fuck? I eat the same thing, but they're eating the same thing every day. You are skipping meals, you're busy with shit, so when you finally do get a meal, you buy a big feast, and then you eat a bunch of it, and then you don't eat for 18 hours.
You've got
And
to
so it's
average.
different.
You need to average like an hour of workout a day throughout the week, and you just it really is calories in and out. I eat really shitty stuff.
It's
and
physics.
Tons of it. Last night I ate half a gallon of ice cream.
That's a
No, you
lot.
didn't. It's gross.
It's key lime pie ice cream. The container's in the trash right now. It was so good I couldn't stop, and that doesn't happen very often. I love.
And
key lime
nobody
pie.
else had any of it. You didn't split it with anybody.
She had a bowl, but how much do you think she ate? I mean, really?
An eighth of it.
How much is a half gallon of ice cream? I
I don't know.
really
A bowl
know.
isn't
I don't
an eighth
eat
of a half
sweets.
gallon. I think it might be.
It's
So
it's 2 pints, right?
No, I know what
I
it-
don't know. If
what
this
it
were metric,
entails.
we might know this shit, but it's not. It's make
2 pints is a quart. 4 quarts
me, it was
is
quart.
rounded
gallon.
to a gallon.
So
I ate a quart of ice cream.
oh wait, you ate a quart of ice
A
cream?
quart of ice cream. Forgive me, because a half gallon is that big wide thing.
Yes,
that you have
yes,
to, like,
yes.
lid. I did not eat one of those by myself. That's absurd. I get sick. Like I couldn't physically eat that. I don't
Seems
think.
like
It's
a
too much
lot of
dairy.
ice cream.
Yeah, but I did eat a quart. I ate a quart of that ice cream. That it's so fucking good. It was like Gary's or Eddie's or it was Eddie's. It was
Eddie's. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Eddie's key lime pie ice cream. It had bits of graham cracker in there and like meringue, and it was green.
You can have your cheat meal.
Yeah.
What is the meal that you would have if you can have anything you want, no matter how awful or unhealthy or ridiculous? What is your cheat meal?
And we got to stick it to like one entree, because we can't be surf and turf and crab, and like we can't go mad with it. So it's got to be like one main
Okay.
thing.
Okay.
If I'm just gonna go crazy, I would want fried chicken from my grandma's fried chicken, not from a store or from a restaurant. I want my grandma's fried chicken, just piles of it, because that's how it's served. And then I want some fresh green onions. Green onions are great. Have you ever had that, where you like eat some of your chicken with your hot sauce on the chicken, and you take a bite of the green onion with it?
Never.
Fantastic, brilliant, love it. And then another thing to have, like a little bite when you're eating fried chicken, is radishes. That's good also. What side would I want? Some fucking like 10 pieces of Texas toast. There's no room for
Really buttery.
vegetables. Very buttery. Actually, if we're gonna do vegetables, I like
I'm not eating the crust either. I'm folding it in half so I can bite the butter part out and then throwing that crust away.
I like
So it's just a
big brain
window
play.
of crust.
That's what I'm doing. That fried chicken, and honestly, that's it. And the little sides, the green onion, maybe some collard greens for vegetable. That'd be
So
good.
I was thinking, let me jump in because I bet yours will be better. My first thought was, hey, filet mignon, baked potato, Coca-Cola, right? It's a high calorie, but I'm like, that's not too far. I could squeeze that in anyway.
You absolutely can, yeah.
If I'm
Filet's
going to have
very
a cheat meal, I remember we did a PKA hangout, and I was at a hotel. I didn't have a lot of food options, so I ordered from like Domino's or something. And I ordered everything I felt like. Like, oh, they have cookies the size of pizzas here. I'll take one of those. A 2-liter Coke. Of course, I'll have a pizza. I'm at Domino's. And, oh, look, bread. That is pretty much pizza with no sauce. I'll take that. And brownies and cookies? Nada. I don't mind if I do. And by the way, like, you order brownies from Domino's, it's bigger than a human head. Like, it's a lot of food. And it shows
That's
up.
a lot of carbs. That's a hell of a cheat meal.
Yeah. And I didn't eat it all. Of course, nobody could eat all that.
Nobody could do that.
But that's kind of what I want on my plate right now. That would be nice.
I'm pretty close to Taylor. I would really like Zaxby's chicken fingers. They really are fucking. I think what's their fucking slogan? They're irresistible, something like that. They're really fucking good. I want those chicken fingers, and I want French fries and mashed potatoes.
Ooh,
doubling on the potatoes. I want the crinkle fries with the seasoning on them, and I want mashed potatoes with gravy. But I want that from KFC. I can do what I want, and I definitely want a lot of that Texas toast too. That's one of my favorite things. And I would do exactly what I described. I would fold it, eat the butter part out, and dip the corners in ranch.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I want to dip the corners of the
Can we dip the corners in more butter? Because that sounds good too.
I want ranch.
Okay,
I want to dip them in ranch.
What are you having to drink? I like how Woody included a drink. I need to think.
It's gonna have to be either Coca-Cola, because that is I guess I'm a little bit like Wings of Redemption with this. We like the same two beverages. It's just that I don't drink them. It's sweet tea and Coca-Cola. Those are the two best beverages that I can imagine right now. Maybe like the only beverage that I can remember that was like the best thing ever. I was really thirsty one day. We were at this guy's place, and it was like 105 fucking degrees, sun beating down, and I'd been like helping them like load an ATV or something, and like I couldn't go back to get water, and they had one of those crushed ice machines that like makes the pebbles of ice on the property.
Way better ice, yeah.
And I was like, I'm really thirsty, Stacy. Do you guys have anything to drink? He's like, come with me. And he like goes over the crushed ice machine, and he like opens it, and he reaches into the crushed ice and pulls out a 20-ounce Sprite. And I don't love Sprite, but it was just right on the verge of freezing. It was like 32.5 degrees Sprite. And so it was like thick and sugary. And I just remember drinking it, and it was like drinking sugar syrup, and it just being so refreshing. So I want that Sprite from that day.
That exact Sprite.
So I like your drink choices, iced tea and Coca-Cola. The only trouble is I would say those are the best mainstream drinks, because when you get into like the IBC black cherry world, you can surpass those.
IBC cream soda was going to be my drink. But they only come in 12-ounce bottles, so I would need 4.
Obviously.
You can get I'll link you the best root beer, though.
I would need 4. You know what? That would my IBCs. That would be my during my meal, and then I'd have a nice big frosty beer afterward, and then I'd go to bed.
You can have my beer.
Yeah, your beer that you didn't get for your dream meal.
I might go with this drink instead. This
is it an IBC one?
Oh no,
IBC makes.
Is it a real sugar Coke or Pepsi?
Is it
the Mexican Coca-Cola would be the only Coca-Cola that I would go with. But
Virgil's, I knew it'd be Virgil's.
Ooh,
this is Virgil's root beer, with Bavarian nutmeg. All right,
a $7 soda.
They're not $7 if you go to the market in Atlanta, the international market in Decatur or DeKalb or wherever the fuck it is. They're so fucking good. They are expensive. They're don't think it's going to be $1. Like they're probably $4 or $5.
The bottle looks like it costs $3.
Right? It's one of those cantilever bottle that when you open it, it goes boop. It's just like, oh, this is fancy. Like every time I open one, I'm like, I like smell it like it's a fucking wine or something, and it really does smell so good. It smells like nutmeg.
Is that if that's called a cantilever opening?
I think it is. Yeah.
I was like, this was many years ago now, but I was like looking at beer at the store, and like, you know, I didn't know what I wanted, and I saw one where it was like 4-pack or 6-pack, and they all had those like cantilever, and I'm like, oh, whoa! And so I just grabbed that one, and they were vile.
Yeah.
The most disgusting beers I've ever had. I think I ended up just handing them out to people, but it opened and closed so cool.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. Yeah, we had the same experience one time with beer when we were like 19 or 18 or something like that. We got old Chuck to go with us to the liquor store, and we just bought all the beers that like we thought were good. I think we got like what's that one in Boston? Sam Adams. We got like Sam Adams, like a bunch of different like Sam Adams winter lager and shit like that. And we got back to like Scott's house and we cracked open these Sam Adams, and it's bitter as a fucking like bad part of a pecan. I look at him to see if like I'm the only one. He's just like, and I'm like, I'm glad we got a 12-pack of Bud Light too, right? And he's like, yeah, let's get rid of this shit. And we like drank a 12-pack of Bud Light, and like I don't know what happened to that beer. Someone probably drank it, but it certainly wasn't us. So
I always regret the variety packs with beer, and with the Zevia. I gave in. I got the variety pack of Zevia to expand my horizons. So far, the ginger root beer, very good. I like that. I thought it was going to come with regular root beer. I guess they don't have regular root beer. They just have ginger root beer, but that's good too. But grape was horrible. Orange, whatever. And all I really learned, the caffeine-free cola is weird.
Oh yeah, I throw those away.
I drank one of the black cherries last night, and it was pretty good. It was better than I remembered. So I think stack ranking, obviously cream soda number 1, ginger root beer, and then I would say black cherry, third rounding
I'm with you.
Bronze.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. And then after that, it's I like the grape more than you, but I like the orange as well. And the lemon lime is just so, but it's passable. It's probably better than grape.
The Mountain Zevia, like the Mountain Dew ripoff, is bizarre. I don't like that.
It's kind of weird. But yeah, I like to get that rainbow pack. I had it on. It's one of those things that I put on like Amazon, like subscribe. And after a while, you're like, oh, I got to get on there and fix this. We got like 8 cases of soda here, and I'm not even drinking them right now. It's like, dude, I got so much of that fucking soda.
After the show, I can't because there's some personal documents over there. I don't want people to see, but remind me to show you after the show my drink corner. I have allowed Subscribe to run wild. I've got 1, 2, 3. I've got 4 24-packs of Perrier, 2 original, 2 lime. I forgot to cancel my 0-calorie Gatorade a while ago, so I've got 48 of those. These MedRx's, I've got hundreds, and I canceled that months ago. The only thing I'm short on is cream soda Zevias. Oh, and I have these Rain energy drinks that are good.
I'll try to remember to take a picture of my Epsom salt collection later tonight because I've got to
subscribe and save, and it's just tons of them.
Because not only was it, so I buy them by the case.
Okay.
But not 1 case, 2 cases. Like the renewal is 2 cases at a time, and like things got out of hand real quick. And now like I was showing somebody the other day where I've got a big bathroom over there, and I like go in and like there's a tiny like linen closet type thing in the bathroom. You open it up, and it's really just enough space that a human could like get in that closet, but it's shelves, like 5 rows of shelves. It's just full. It's just full of cases of Epsom salt. They're like, why do you have so much Epsom salt? I'm like, well, I like to take an Epsom salt bath every now and then, and they just got out of hand before I knew it. And it's just there must be 8 cases in there or something like that, and each case is like 15 bags. Like I don't know how the shelves are supporting it. Frankly, it's impressive.
You're about to hear a giant crash.
Sort of adamantium fucking shelving in this house.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably not a great way to spend my money, is getting so much of this delivered to my house. But I like these. These are so good, especially the lime kind.
Have you tried making your own?
It's not the same. It's not as because
you've tried the Soda Stream.
Yeah. I had a Soda Stream, and like the flavors that you pour.
What
Soda
is it?
Stream.
So you literally have the restaurant machines with the Coke carbon.
No, it's like you can go to Macy's or somewhere and get like the CO2, and you plug it in, and then it's got a little nozzle, and you take a bottle hook it up to that and set it so it's airtight. Then you pull a little lever and it carbonates it. And like as far as making like just regular flavorless carbonating water, it's fine. You can even like hold it down further to make it more effervescent. But like all the flavors they have are disgusting, like so bad that the Diet
like
Coke one, vomit.
It's like a coffee maker, but it makes carbonated water. It's about
Yeah.
it's about the size of a Keurig machine.
Most restaurants, like fast
Yeah.
food places, are putting their best foot forward. I wonder how the Burger King chicken sandwich is. Maybe
It's not good. I had one the other day. After you and I talked about these chicken sandwiches, you were like, I bet Burger King's chicken sandwich is good. And I looked it up and it's called like, it's got a funny name. It's like a McChicken or something sandwich.
Okay.
Or no, it's called like a Chick King sandwich or something like that. And the picture of
I
it.
disagree. That's not a funny name at all.
Yeah, and not only that, even if it was the best tasting thing of all time, on principle, I'm not eating that fucking sandwich.
Well, it
Terrible.
looks
King?
Honey meals. Yeah.
I ordered one and it was very tiny. Like it looked nothing like in the picture. It's this big piece of chicken that's like hanging out around the bun, like 2 inches on every side and like really nicely breaded. And you get it. And it's like one of those microwavable patties that you would get for like a penny.
What do you
awful.
guys think about
still stuck.
What do you guys think about that? Because I live in Nashville now. I don't know if you guys know that.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the hot chicken craze?
Oh, I've loved Nashville hot chicken for a long time. You got to make it the right way, though. You use cayenne and you use lard.
And
I mean, I love fried chicken, so I'm sure I would love it. Yeah.
oh, the hot chicken is so good. It's so good. Not so good from my butthole, but real good from my mouth hole.
Yeah, it's
You need to get
really
your
good.
butthole checked. We've
I
had
like
this
spicy
discussion.
chicken, and so like it's been a long time since I've had it because it's terrible for you. But yeah, it's like a fried chicken sandwich dipped in this sauce, and the sauce is composed of like equal parts lard, which is pig fat, and cayenne pepper, and it's really spicy and really fucking tasty. It's good shit.
I need to give it
I'm
a
on
go.
board for it.
Spicy chicken, that's a big craze. Hot chicken is a big craze in Nashville right now. I thought that would just be
Oh,
everywhere.
it's called Nashville hot chicken.
It's called
like
Nashville hot
it's like
chicken. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like a national craze. Like it's everywhere. Like there's tons of recipes on YouTube. Like all the like the big content creators have made like a Nashville hot chicken sandwich. It's good shit. It's like dripping with sauce.
Yeah, it depends. Like you can get the hot one is out of my league. Like it's not but I can do that medium and it is tasty, man. Here's the thing. Usually when people say hot, I'm going to avoid it just because they go hot with no flavor. This is hot with flavor. I don't like things hot just for hot's sake.
Yeah, agreed.
I agree with you. Yeah. Like there's a big difference between like a really tasty, spicy chicken sandwich and like, oh, let's get this, the one chip challenge or whatever the fuck that is, where it comes in a coffin. And it's like,
Yeah.
first of all, I'm not spending $22 on one chip. That's absurd. And second, like I've never seen somebody eat it in 1 second.
Nope.
Like,
No.
It's a punishment.
No, I like spicy stuff. I like my eyes to be watering. If I got to blow my nose, that's okay. But if I have to stop multiple times during eating a meal and just like recover, that's too hot.
I agree with you. If it's so hot that it changes the smell of your urine, it's too hot.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I like Indian food, like really,
Yeah.
and Thai food, like pretty fucking hot. But,
Indian
like,
food can get there
yeah,
like real bad.
yeah. I order when I order like Thai food, I order it lao hot, and it is pretty stupid hot. It's probably hotter than most people would like, but I kind of like that. It like I eat fast and I eat small meals, and so it's like this will slow me down. This will let me savor this meal a little bit.
Have you ever gone to like a Thai place? I've done this so many times, and they're like, "What level of heat?" And I'm like, "Spicy," and they're like, "Thai spicy or regular?" And like every time, I'm like, a little more than Thai spicy, a little more than just because I like undercutting their belief that it's going. Oh, this guy can't handle it. And then I'm over there like, see, see, listen to how clean my breath is. Breathing great, not even enjoying it, but I can't let that guy who forgot about me immediately get a leg up.
I can. I rely on their judgment. I want it spicy. Thai spicy, white person spicy.
Yeah, white spicy.
Well, what white spicy? English white or Italian white? Let's go with Nordic level of spice. Like
Wait, when I was in New Zealand, there was a bunch of like, it's the first time I've ever had the Indian food just tasted different than here. And when I was talking to him, I go, "This tastes so different." The guy said, "Where are you from?" I said, "America." And he goes, "Oh yeah, you have American Indian food." And I go, "What's the difference?" He goes, "Have you eaten spicy Indian food over there?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "Do you want to try some of mine?" And I was like, "Sure." And he goes, "Okay." Yo, it was like it touched my tongue, and right away I knew, oh, I've made a big mistake in life right now. Like this is do you have a gallon of milk that I could shove into my mouth hole right now? Like that, I got to gargle with that. Like I would lick a bar of soap right now to coat my tongue. Like
Wait,
that
would that
kind
help?
of
It
heat.
seems like it would, but
Soap feels like it might work, Woody. Actually, I feel like you're right.
The oils that are in the pepper.
I saw apparently sugar works. I think I talked about this before. I saw Gordon Ramsay on that. What's the YouTube channel where they eat progressively hotter wings?
Hot ones.
Hot ones, yeah. So he gets to like hot wing number 6 or something and pulls a glazed donut out of his pocket. He came prepared as a way to counter the heat.
Yeah. Did you know that Burger King has fallen to number 3 in the Burger Wars? It is now the number 3 fast food restaurant behind Wendy's.
Wendy's making moves.
Wendy's making
Kyle,
moves.
what's your favorite fast food restaurant? Of the majors. Don't go.
Does Zaxby's count? Because I want to like draw on my Wings redemptionness here and say Zaxby's is so goddamn strong. I think so. I think it's a bit regional because I know they don't have it everywhere. If I have to pick one that's like everywhere,
they're all chicken, right? You can't get a burger there.
Yeah, it's all chicken.
Yeah, it's all chicken. Chicken fingers and and hot wings and fries. That's just about it. But it's really fucking good. No, I like Wendy's, I guess. I like their spicy chicken sandwich. They have the best nuggets out of the fast food places. Their nuggets are the least like fake food to me, at least gross. I can't really eat any of the stuff at McDonald's. Like their meat kind of grosses me out at this point. Their chicken nuggets gross me out. Arby's is disgusting because their meat comes as paste in a bag. They boil that bag, then they shave the meat off that block of goo that has now turned into a block of meat. So can't ever eat that again. So then what's left?
Yeah,
Like,
McDonald's.
Chick-fil-A.
I have good memories of
Chick-fil-A is like,
yeah, it's good too. But they're not going to win any burger wars. I have good memories of McDonald's from my childhood, but every time I have it as an adult, I'm like, is this just a bad example of it, or do I remember it too
their
fondly?
fries are good. That's it. Like, and when you're
Their
a kid,
fries are
like,
so thin, they're often cold.
oh, you got to get them like there, so they're hot. I mean, I haven't.
I like
mean,
Burger King fries. Burger King fries are all right, but I think everything in Burger King has fallen off. Every single Burger King around my area has either closed down or they're so short-staffed that everything they put out is complete garbage. Like
People just don't want to work for minimum wage anymore. It's as if it hasn't gone up in ages.
Well, I mean, they're not paying the minimum wage. They're paying them like,
right.
a decent, like, 10, 12 bucks an hour.
I want a robot making my sandwich anyway. I'm tired of having these low-wage buffoons handle my food.
it's just falling down. It's like,
they're like, I don't want to work for $8. I'm like, I don't want someone who would work for $8 to handle my food. So we're on the same team here.
Making a lot of sense. Yeah, Kyle wants them unemployed.
If you showed up here to work for $8, I doubt you wash well. You can't
You're going to be
afford soap.
completely checked out. Yeah.
That's awful. But no, I would like one of those robots to. That's the future. I want a robot to make my food. Then it's like perfect every time. It's the same situation because sometimes when we think about Burger King, I think about like every Whopper I've ever unwrapped and how it's just a fucking mess. How it slid apart a little bit, and I've got to like put the sandwich back together now that it's here, and how like sometimes half the cheese is stuck to the wrapper, and it makes you realize that's not real cheese. And then there's just like mayonnaise and and like lettuce everywhere. They're disgusting.
I don't like that Whoppers have cheese as an option.
It's like, weird, huh?
Who options them without cheese?
Yeah. A cheese is part and parcel of the cheeseburger.
It's
in the name.
A burger. I don't think I ever.
It should be illegal not to have it in there.
Yeah, I always get cheese if I'm getting a hamburger.
Who
I
eats
want
hamburgers?
Steamed hams.
A steamed ham. Yeah.
They're tasty.
Aurora Borealis.
Steamed hams. That's such a great scene. So many people aren't gonna.
I don't like it. I don't like that. I get the reference and I've
You
watched
don't
the
like that
video
scene? It's
and
so
I watch
funny.
it and I'm like, man, something's wrong with y'all if y'all think this shit is funny because I watched it over and over and it's not. It's just not
It's
funny
fantastic.
to me.
It's hilarious. So well written.
I don't get the joke apparently.
What are we talking about?
We're talking
It's
about an
the
obscure
Simpsons
Simpsons
reference with
reference,
that- with-
unfortunately, and I apologize to anyone who didn't know it or get it. YouTube search steamed hams, and he's got a pizza app that'll show you like pizza scores in your area, like right around you, like it's a dating app, and it'll even like highlight the ones where he's given his own personal rating, and it's not just user generated. So it's a little bit like Rotten Tomatoes for pizza with like geolocation, and so. I got on there because I've been watching a bunch of his reviews lately. I don't know why. YouTube keeps feeding them to me. And so I was like, are there any good places in Atlanta? And sure enough, there's one that was like 4. He gave it a really high rating, and I ate it. It was awful. It's fucking great. There was so much garlic that I think I ate one slice of this. It wasn't overly expensive, but it looked like it would be great if it weren't just piled high with minced garlic. And then I went and watched the review again. And he was complaining about the garlic. Fuck.
Well, you got to try again. Find a 5 or 10 out of 10.
Are you a pizza snob at all, or you just not give a fuck if somebody's ordering pizza? Do you even care where they order it from?
Not really. I'll eat whatever. Like I'll eat any pizza. I don't.
See, I'm
like,
a snob about it. If I'm gonna eat pizza, then I want it to be really thin, and I want it to be as healthy as we can get it. Right? I usually do like. Just cheese, usually. Like I don't do toppings anymore.
Oh no, I'm going bananas. Like thickest bread. Like what?
Bananas
I'm
are
not at least getting
pan. You want like a Detroit style pan thing?
Banana peppers aren't bad, but not as good as
I love
jalapenos.
toppings. I just don't want them on there. I want cheese on there. I want to taste the sauce, the cheese, and the bread. I want more of a pure experience. I'm in that
You don't
kind
want
of phase of my
pepperoni?
life. Not
Italian
anymore.
sausage.
Done it to death. No more. No. Just
Pepperoni
cheese.
is so done to death. Please,
Yeah, cheese and sauce.
It's a classic for a reason.
Here's what I will
the
do:
basic
jalapenos.
bitch of pizzas.
It is. There's a reason for it. Everybody. You go to a pizza party, they get cheese for people who are picky, and then pepperoni for normal people.
This is like arguing Big Macs are the height
Normal
of
people.
burger cuisine. They're not. Just because they're popular doesn't make them good.
It doesn't
If
have
I get
to be
toppings
expensive
now-
to be good. You bougie fucks.
I
It can
I just said vary it up a little
If
bit.
I-
Do
if I
something.
do-
Look at the chef's signature pizzas out there. Maybe you'll find something.
You guys
Expand
enjoy
palate.
your black truffle oil pizza.
I get
I'm gonna enjoy pepperoni like a red-blooded, like a
The
high
only thing I
cholesterol
get-
American.
If I do get toppings, I'll get pineapple and jalapenos. I like that. It's like sweet and spicy.
Pissing
I'll
me
do
off,
that.
man.
I like that a lot. Or I'll get like extra cheese and extra sauce. Like
I will do what I said. I'll look at the-
Pineapple and jalapenos
disregarded.
are pineapple and jalapeno is a good mix. You like
Really
put it
good-
in your
really
mouth.
good combo.
It's like
Imagine
hot
throw
and
some
sweet
chicken on that
thing. It's
too.
pretty
Get a
good.
little protein.
You can throw some chicken in there.
I do look at the chef ones. Like they have their own combos that they suggest.
It's like the
and
Tony
sometimes they're
Soprano.
appealing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now,
Chicken
I
on
don't
pizza?
eat pizza really. I it's probably been 3 years maybe since I've had a slice of pizza. It's just generally I like it, but as far as like how many calories are in a pizza, the risk reward isn't the right term, but like
No.
the
Like-
calories to the joy, that ratio is not there for me, so I'm able to
Yeah,
skip
you need
it.
you need a graph, right, where it's like calories on one side and pleasure on the other, and you're like, oh, this is grading
It's
it.
below
It's
the
not
magic
working for
line.
me.
Yeah.
Look at
Yeah.
oh no.
Yeah. Pizza will make
No
you
pizza.
fat. Like seriously, pizza is just
it
fucking
will.
fat and
But
carbs.
bread
Carbs are
and
sugar,
fat.
right? So it's sugar and fat. That's what you're having.
It's great.
Yeah. Have trail mix if you
And
want that.
And there's and the other thing, like there's so much sodium in there, like with all the meats, the pepperoni. Like pepperoni is awful for you. As a kid, like I think I like things that tasted like really strong, like those sour candies and stuff.
Yeah.
And like one of my favorite things was those cheap ass little packages of pepperonis that you could buy at the grocery store. Like if those were in the fridge from like we would make a lot of pizzas as kids. Like
Mhm.
it was like I don't know, we'd all make a little pizza or whatever. And I would wake up in the middle of the night, like 8-year-old me, 9-year-old me, and fucking eating those pepperonis.
Your go-to is really jalapeno and pineapple.
My go-to is cheese.
It's pretty
He's
My
good.
been
go-to
pretty
is
clear on that.
cheese.
His go-to
I
is
want a
clean.
thin crust, like it doesn't have to be this big floppy motherfucker. I want it to have some crunch. I like it to be a little blackened on the bottom. I like it to be crunchy. I like a tomato pie where there's not even that the cheese is like
I
under the
appreciate
tomato.
what you're laying out, Kyle. If I am going to sin, I'm not going to sin a little, right? I'm gonna go fucking cocaine and whores into my pizza and get that cheesy crust. That's where it's at.
Yes, it's a high IQ maneuver. Like if you're going in, go like,
I'm gonna cocaine and horse my pizza.
All right, so here's the I like where you're heading with this, but the problem is if you're getting stuffed crust, then that means you're getting like fast food level pizza to begin with. So what I would recommend is getting like, I like the thicker crust. If I don't care about calories, then what I like is a Detroit style or a Chicago style, like a thick, cakey, caramelized on the bottom, buttery pizza that's like somewhere between lasagna and an actual pizza. But I'm not actually gonna eat like slices of pizza. It's gonna be like thin crust with cheese. Just what I want.
Yeah. Wendigoon, if you have your druthers, it's jalapeno and pineapple, or what's your top?
I love how you're still hung up on this. It's great. I think I'm with Kyle that I normally just eat like cheese, maybe pepperoni or what have you. But my girlfriend put me on to jalapeno and pineapple pizza, and it's pretty good. So I am pretty consistently on that train. I know it sounds horrible. I said the same thing. I was like, get out of my house. What are you talking about? Then I tried it. I was like, this is a good vibe. It's a really good vibe.
Is when
I used to have pepperoni too, by the way.
Pizza guy, and then he found a girl that's jalapeno and pineapple. He's marrying up.
Trading up. That's how it works.
And I'm just a lower caste pizza eater. I can't use the same facilities as pineapple people. I'm discriminated against for being low class. I did go through a phase for a long time, pepperoni and jalapeno, and that was my always go-to. Jalapeno is a slept-on topic.
It's one of my favorites in everything.
Black olives are better than people say.
No, but I like olives. They have a really strong flavor, and I don't. Sometimes it's overpowering, even on like a supreme pizza where it's like peppers and onions and so much stuff, and I just taste olive. The only thing I totally really like olive on. Did you ever have those? Do you like Schlotzsky's, the little sandwich place?
I know
one of those.
It's
they're like classic combo. Is this ham sandwich that has olive paste on it, which sounds disgusting, but it's like addictively good somehow. I remember my mom was in the hospital for something pretty serious. There was a surgery or maybe cancer or something at the time. And so a couple weeks were going by and there was a Schlotzsky's like right next to the hospital that I would eat lunch to when I was like hanging out with her visiting. And I got addicted to those things when I was like 15 or 16. I was like, I wanted Schlotzsky's near me so bad because it was just like olive paste. Why don't we know about this stuff?
Yeah,
ordered a jar of olive paste. It's the most disgusting thing I've ever tasted. Like they've got their own olive paste or something. You can't get it. It's like that Szechuan sauce. It's a whole fucking thing.
Their version's all MSG'd up.
That looks like a good sandwich.
What are you talking about?
That is not the Schlotzsky's classic that I'm thinking of. There's au jus that comes with that motherfucker.
That looks
I see mushrooms.
That looks fantastic. But
that looks
what was
I dated a girl like that in high school.
It's in flatbread. And that's
so
an
fucking
infection.
Hungry.
Would it please?
I'm glad someone heard my joke.
That's why I said it was I was like, that's an infection. I was looking at the cheese. I guess you look at the roast beef.
Not good either way. What is olive paste? Is it like black toothpaste? I can't imagine what that would.
It was like it was like a spreadable olive paste. It was dark and it was tasty, and because I just remember like wanting to know why that sandwich was so good and looking into it. And you know, I don't usually dissect my food. Whenever I see somebody do that, it kind of freaks. When I see somebody like dissecting their food at the table,
it's like serial killer behavior. Yeah.
Wait, dissecting? What do you mean? Like
I don't know.
You gotta put stuff on your burger.
Yeah, but
no.
They're going to work over there. They're really like picking this thing apart and like
I like a very Patrick Bateman-esque. Like, what am I eating? Like, yeah,
that's olive paste.
Black toothpaste. I'm right.
It looks like caviar.
You know what it looks like? It looks like a much tastier food, which is fig paste.
Fig paste.
Is that what's inside of Fig Newton?
Yeah,
I think so.
Right?
That's right.
Slept on.
I don't like those crunchy seeds in my teeth. You know what's slept on is apple Newtons.
Apple Newtons.
There's You've never heard exactly. There's apple Newtons, and instead of those crunchy, disgusting fig filling, they just Take some apple goo and put it in there.
Yeah, you've definitely had a bad experience with Fig Newtons because no part of it's supposed to be crunchy.
It's those little seeds are like
there are little seeds.
Oh,
in the taste.
those little things. Oh, I don't mind those.
I do.
Okay, but I don't think I would like the sharper tang of the apple.
Oh, my mind's open. I'll try it.
Yeah, you can.
I'll try any dessert. I'm not picky. You put a cookie in front of me, I'll eat it.
Okay, Quibble Cup.
Yeah. Yeah. I forgot about that. They tell me that there is cookie, and there was.
I was thinking about your meat smoking the other day, and I have a suggestion. Why don't you kill yourself an animal this winter?
I was always like, we've talked about the Michelin thing before, but like ever since I heard what a Michelin rated restaurant was years and years and years ago, I was like, oh, that's so funny. That's like the tire company. Like,
do you know why the Michelin restaurants or Michelin tire company started that?
No.
It's because they wanted to make a list of places that were worth traveling to. What do you need to travel your tires? So they said, here are all the restaurants that you should drive 400 miles to go eat at. And
what a good idea.
Right? Except that was like, I mean, what was it, like 1922 when somebody was like, I've got an idea. It's like,
hey, Tommy, listen to this. Here's a lark. We'll tell them. Here's this. Listen to this. We'll tell them. They need to go to Johnny's on the East Coast. They're over there on the West Coast. What do you need to get their tires? Who's going to buy the tires? Michelin.
Road trip.
Thank God you're on cocaine again, aren't you, Jerry?
He's like,
at the pharmacy. Yes. It's right down there. It's in the third aisle. It's illegal.
Yeah. Michelin's great. The fact that they just came back to the US is lovely too, because they keep giving Michelin stars to like mid restaurants, and it's kind of fun. Like it's like very political now. You know,
Really?
It's been like getting a Michelin star. They're like, hey, we gave a Michelin star to some like elderly woman in Thailand who makes noodles for $3 and they're incredible and they're worth that's worth a Michelin star. And they're like, we came to LA, we found the most fire grilled cheese joint, 1 Michelin star for you. And it's like, this place is not great. Nobody goes here.
Yeah.
So
just hand them out like hotcake. That would.
How do you? We probably asked you this before. How do you feel about In-N-Out?
Okay. I mean, maybe we haven't talked about this. In-N-Out was one of those things where, since I grew up on the East Coast and I loved, everything from Bojangles to Zaxby's to Wawa, I was like, all right, cool. We go over to the coveted In-N-Out, and for the first 3 or 4 times, I ate animal style, double burger and then animal fries, and I wasn't really impressed. At some point in the first 2 years of living here, I realized that In-N-Out burgers are the best burger for their buck and the best employer for anybody that's working there because of their $15 minimum wage, all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
But their fries fucking suck.
They're
you. So bad. They're the worst fry in the history of fast food.
We are so on the same page.
Yeah.
With this. First of all, I like the $15 thing. The burger is great for the money.
Exactly.
I like those onions. I like the onions. I think it's a great burger for that price point.
Right.
Five Guys blows it out of the water, of course, but that's a $12 hamburger.
Yeah.
But they're fries. And I was talking to my friend Mitty about this because he went out and stayed with Chiz for a little while, and they had In-N-Out together. And he was eating the animal style fries, and he's like, dude, these are just soggy, skinny fries. I don't even know what the French fry tastes like because it's covered in all this sauce and bullshit.
Yeah.
They're just wet and soggy. You got to eat them with a fork, and they're gross. And Chiz is like, get out of the car. Get out of the car.
No, the fries are bad, and anybody that says they're not is insane. Like McDonald's fries for shoestring, that or Shake Shack, I think also has shoestring fries. Yeah, those
Steak
are the
and Shake does as well.
No, Steak and Shake. That's the one that I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Those two are the pinnacle of crispy or at least good skinny fries.
Yeah.
But In-N-Out, you can get them extra crispy or well done, but then you're just an asshole asking everybody to hold up the line while they fry the shit out of your fries. And then they're not even they're just burnt and limp. They're not you can't hold an In-N-Out fry up vertically.
It's the temperature they use is wrong or something like that.
It's too low. They sous vide the French fry.
They look
in oil. Yeah.
They look
They're gross.
fries that I would have bought at a a little league kiosk.
That's what I was gonna say. Like
really,
yeah.
I've never had In-N-Out, but I just looked up the animal style, and it's like if I ordered that and I was expecting like an
experience,
animal style experience, I'd be upset. I'd be like, not only does this, I'm not gonna eat this. This is gross. This is like I can already in the middle of this. The potato has become soup. It's congealed.
It's like white trash poutine.
It is. Oh my God, that's 100% what it is.
Yeah.
It's West Coast SoCal bullshit poutine, and it's not even like. And at least poutines have like crispy exterior fries that then they cover in gravy. None of these photos, when I Google animal style fries, like none of these photos accurately represent how pale and lifeless the fucking potato fries are. They're just. Ghouls.
I've only had it twice. And both times it was like a Californian being like, "Time for the experience. We're going to In-N-Out." And I was like, "Cool, man. Like I like fast food. Let's go." I've never, I'm East Coast here. Let's do it.
I just don't know how you can look at. I don't know how you can look at a. I don't know how you can look at like an In-N-Out burger and then their fries and then say like these are from the same company. I just uploaded it. Like the burger, the presentation, immaculate. All the ingredients stacked together like it looks good. And then the fucking fries, it's like, who came up with this?
Yeah, that burger looks tremendous.
Yeah.
That tomato looks nice and thick and hearty and healthy. Not one of those McDonald's tomatoes where it's like, it's
pale.
Sad, limp.
Yeah. It's a flaccid, disgusting, weak.
No, and you know what I found out that I think one of the big reasons why I like In-N-Out burgers is because they griddle. They use the griddle to sear the part of the bun that touches the ingredients, which presents the or which makes the bun not get super soggy when you take it home because it's got that like crisp layering. And so like you take it home, you still get that crunch, and I'm like, ugh.
My favorite fast food fries, I think, are the Zaxby's crinkle fries because I like a thicker fry, and they had that whatever that seasoning shit they put on there is. It's like seasoned salt of some kind. It's really fucking tasty. That and like obviously Five Guys, but Five Guys is like this weird middle ground.
Five Guys is a cheat code. That's in between. Like you can't. It's a fast service, not a fast food. It's also like 50% more expensive than anything else you're going to compare it to.
My friend was
undoubtedly better.
My friend from Australia was talking about like what happened when they introduced Five Guys for the first time in like Melbourne or something. He's like, the line was insane. He's like, it was like a 4-hour wait to get a fucking hamburger. like it was just so it went crazy there. They love that shit.
I don't understand that. I don't understand the culture behind taking behind waiting hours and hours. What the fuck?
Well, that's our next topic. That's the next topic.
I don't believe like waiting hours and hours and hours in line for fast food, right? Like I'll wait 20 minutes, great, but I can't stand the idea of waiting 4 hours for like a burger that I could get very quickly in another state, right?
Yeah. I can't imagine a food that if I had to wait 4 hours for it, I'd be like worth it. Like I can't even like the favorite foods. Like it's gonna be the most delicious steak you've ever had.
We went to Morton's one night, like I think me, you, and Chiz, and it was like, I'm not waiting here. I'm not like let's just go somewhere else. Like I'm not waiting this long.
So much. Yeah, you can get better.
We didn't even check. We didn't even check to see how long
it was. Dude, it was so clear. It was so clear. Like it was standing room only at the bar.
We got all the way there, and we were gonna go. And then I was like up there, like, hey, we just gonna ask how long the wait is. And you and Chiz were already like, too long, leaving. And I was like, we're gonna leave before we ask how long.
I remember this, and you're nailing. This is exactly Taylor's reaction. Taylor was like blown away.
How long the wait is, and they're like, yeah, it's too long of a wait. And I'm like, well, we don't know how long the wait is. What if there's a booth that nobody wants?
There was a crowd of people waiting. Like they were 50 people who were just like standing there waiting to be seated. And Taylor's like, come on, it might be a 5-minute wait. It's like, no, it's a fucking hour and a half wait, clearly.
And then we went home.
It takes 45 minutes to make the souffle. Like this is not a quick place.
I think Kyle won me back over because I was like looking forward to that steak, and Kyle's like, Taylor, we'll just go back, order Postmates, and get high and play Magic. And I was like, you know what? That does sound. We can't play Magic here.
Yeah, we can't smoke here either.
Yeah, you're right.
The maitre d's all get all stuck up over there about my bong. Maybe check it at the door.
Maybe I was so stoned when we got to the restaurant. I'm like, no, they won't have a wait. Come on, They won't have a wait. The food's
There were
here.
so many people
Please
that it
take.
was stressful. Like I'm usually not like stressed out by crowds, but there were so many people. I was stressed out standing amongst them. It felt like a nightclub, like and not like a nice restaurant. I was just like, I can't be here right now. This is too many people.
Too many people.
Too many fucking people. It was
talk
more,
about
it
the
was more
butthole.
crowded than the fucking hockey stadium.
Like this Labor Day, remember to slave thankfully at a soulless task you hate for most of your life, only to die poor and forgotten. Enjoy Arby's. Like,
Sold me. You sold me on an Arby's sandwich with that nihilism. It's fucking delicious. It's fucking delicious. Better than Taco Bell.
I'll take Taco Bell any day.
I'll bet you will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would take Taco Bell. Over
I'll take
Arby's
that
for sure.
15% meat over 100% roast beef, microwaved-esque, weird onion bun bullshit.
I love the onion roll too. I'm a big fan. of that.
They have great fries. Nobody can claim that Arby's has shit fries. That's
Great.
for sure.
They're great. I love fast food. I know it's low grade food, but like if you pick and choose and get like the good stuff from each place, like there's some good
shit.
I like fast food.
Wow, Arby's is way shittier than I thought in terms of net income. They only net 16 million a year.
Really?
Like
That's less than
I mean,
PewDiePie.
Most, dude, those food chains, their margins are razor thin.
Yeah, but like
it's like that roast beef.
for the
But
amount
also,
of Arby's-
nobody's eating Arby's because it's fucking awful. It's not good.
What do you think the the worst grossing largest company is? Because I would think it's Arby's and the fast food industry.
I mean, it's got to be.
Like
What else?
most locations with
Jack in the
least
Box.
margin.
So Jack in the
It's
Box.
just fast food?
I guess, yeah.
I would guess Jack in the Box because their menu is so inflated with so many different products. They have fish sandwiches, chicken sandwiches, they have hamburgers. They're open 24/7, as Chiz just pointed out. They have like 3 different kinds of fries. They
Jack
just have
in the
too many
Box.
products. Jack in the Box, I would guess.
They have a 131 million net income per year.
It's a bigger
It's
company.
off topic, but is Radio Shack still a thing?
Is no? I think I've seen a Radio Shack exist. They might be like privately owned now.
They made that big Super Bowl push, not this past year, but the year before, maybe 3 years ago. And then because they were failing and they were like, oh, let's put everything we've got into a Super Bowl ad campaign that kind of makes fun of ourselves. And they like they're going to be the new Papa John's in advertising. Remember
Yeah.
when Papa John's was like, hey, our pizza's shit, but we're changing. Try us out.
That's
and
what Domino's is doing now.
now they've been the most profitable pizza joint.
I forget. I had pizza when I broke my leg in California or Nevada or wherever I was. The only place that delivered was pizza. I think it might have been Pizza Hut. Who does cheese in the crust?
Pizza Hut.
Pizza Hut does that.
Oh my god. I didn't know how good that was gonna be. The
Yeah.
crust, which is always like a throwaway part of the pizza for me personally, became like the best part of the pizza. I was suffering through the pizza because I ordered
Wait,
too
you
much
threw away
to get
crust?
to one more crust. I don't throw it away. I eat it, but or Papa John's, they have that garlic sauce, which I like. But dude,
Ooh,
the
garlic butter.
Pizza Hut has pretzel crust, which is the goat
Oh.
tier crust. Like you can have a pretzel on the outside of your pizza. That's just
No crust, man. I like it.
Oh,
tried that. It
did,
does
I mean, I don't understand throwing away the crust at all because I love all kinds of crust on my pizza. But I saw a commercial while
Phrasing.
watching South Park last night because I don't see commercials very much because I usually do Netflix and Hulu and shit like that. But I was watching South Park, the new one on TV. And one of the commercials, it was a Taco Bell commercial, and they are now making a taco, and it's a fried egg with a bunch of taco ingredients in it.
Yep.
And it looks
amazing.
Just like, what the fuck?
Outstanding.
What's happening?
All right, so as somebody who's all right, so I have been to the Taco Bell test kitchen. I have tried products that have never existed. In fact, my PS4. All right, well, it was a paid campaign. My PS4 is from Taco Bell, and so like the Cinna Twist that they have, I got to test the cheesy fucking like nacho to go bullshit. I got to test, and I gave them the hearty no. This was horrible, and they still sold it, and it did great. So apparently, I'm not great at
What do you
doing
know?
this. Yeah. So what do I know? But they had these apple fried bites, which might have been the worst thing I've ever had. It was like a deep fried apple batter around an apple, like little munchies, but they wrapped it in like Doritos, dust.
There's never been something that I put in my mouth and like take a bite. They have Crunch Delights. That's probably what they changed it into.
Those are awful too. The
But, like,
Cinnabon bites are the best. You've got this like cinnamon sugar coated fried donut sort of thing, like a donut hole, and when you bite into it, it jizzes in your mouth with frosting.
That actually sounds pretty good, actually.
It's so good.
I thought you'd like it.
Every time you take a bite, it's just busting a nut of deliciousness right down your gullet.
God damn it! I miss good food.
You miss
good food. We're talking about Taco Bell, energy balls.
Taco Bell.
Okay, I miss
that little chihuahua.
Yeah.
Few things have made me feel alive, like getting a McGangbang and like knowing what I'm doing as I pull up to the drive-thru and I get a two McDoubles and a McChicken, and the person's like, "I know what you're doing with this." Just cramming it together in an unhealthy sandwich and eating it.
Try out McDonald's signature sandwiches.
They are good.
When people order off the menu unexpectedly when I'm with them. Like, it's only happened once where I've been in a McDonald's and someone's been like, "Yeah, give me a McGangbang." And then the person's like, "What?" It's like, it's and then I'm sitting there in the passenger seat as my buddy's explaining. We're like 18 at the time, and I'm just like, "Oh my God, this is so fucking embarrassing." Like, they're gonna think I eat gangbang sandwiches too. And the other gentleman in here would just like a McDouble, please. The standard kind.
But Chiz is right. The In-N-Out secret menu is actually great because it's like specifically made for idiots. You know, like a Flying Dutchman is 4 patties and cheese with no bun or anything else. So they just give you 4 patties and cheese.
Low carb.
Low carb.
High fat, high protein. You know,
I was one of those
your
idiots
keto
that
diet.
went to In-N-Out and ordered a grilled cheese sandwich. Right, because at the time I wasn't eating cow, the whole revenge-based vegetarian thing. Everyone was going to In-N-Out. I didn't want to be a downer, so I just went there, ordered a grilled cheese sandwich. Dude, it's straight up a hamburger with no hamburger.
Yeah.
It's like the lettuce, the tomato, uncooked, the cheese on a hamburger bun.
As you would expect a grilled cheese sandwich.
I would have expected like bread and cheese. Yeah, and no lettuce and tomato in a grilled cheese sandwich. It wasn't even a
really?
grilled
Tomato's good on there. I've never had lettuce.
Okay, I'm with you on that, but not cold tomato like you get on a burger.
It's a melt.
It's on a cheeseburger like bun though. A grilled cheese sandwich isn't on a bun, right?
If we're gonna talk about
Savages.
fast food, we can talk about how In-N-Out, when I first tried it for the first 4 times, like I tried it drunk, I tried it sober, like In-N-Out didn't really do much for me, and then somehow it flipped a switch. In-N-Out is definitely my top 2 fast food behind Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what happened. I have, and it was kind of a letdown. Like, I liked what it was, but it didn't do anything for me that other fast food restaurants have done to me. You know what I mean? Like, it was good.
Which one are you talking about? Sorry, I missed
Whataburger.
Whataburger? Yeah, Whataburger's pretty good. Like, I've had it a few times. And it never blew me away. Like, one of my favorites that's up there with Chick-fil-A is Steak and Shake. And I know they don't have Steak and Shake everywhere, and I don't ever do any exploring on their menu. It's always a Frisco melt because there's nothing there that's better than the Frisco melt.
Like, I don't know, man. I'm
really?
a big fan. Yeah. I've gotten a few different things on there. I like that place a lot. Five Guys kills everything. But I really
slays.
Yeah,
I think of that as a different class than like a drive-through.
I do too. Yeah, it's earned that for sure. I wish Five Guys had a drive-through. It would just be nonstop around that thing.
I bet their quality would go down though.
Oh, I definitely would.
That's the reason that they're so good now. Is like you wait in line. I haven't been there in so long because I still remember the feeling after the last time I was there, and it was just like Kyle described of gorging yourself, where I got some double cheeseburger with everything,
with large fries,
just everything, and then a large fry, and of course
2,000
where they just go
and 75 calories. That's how much my meal there costs. I calculated it's 2,275 calories for a double bacon cheeseburger, a large fry, and a large drink.
Like you're fucking putting you're shaving a week. You literally have to crack.
Do you feel good afterward, or do you feel bloated?
Oh, I feel so good afterwards. I'm like, this. I feel satiated and full. Like I'm full of love. Like this must be how like a pregnant woman feels like on one of the days when she's not nauseous.
You're
Like
glowing.
I'm glowing. Like, I'm a little greasy. That's all that is. You just the oil's all over me by this point. It's just a wonderful feeling. Like there's a little life inside of you because like God knows how many cows had to die to make that burger. They're all crammed in there. You think I don't know about you if you ever think about this, but like it's hamburger, so God knows how many different cows are in each bite you're taking. Maybe
Yeah, it's
3,
probably
maybe
not
30.
just one cow.
And who
No,
cares?
of course not.
Yeah.
Who cares? I love it. I saw a
Honestly-
picture on Reddit the other day, and it's like a cow on its back with its legs like tied up together on a hoist chain, and it's laying in this sort of vertically inclined funnel contraption, and they're about to like slit its throat and bleed it out, and they're like, "Is this worth your hamburger?" And I was like, "Absolutely. You want me to cut it? You want me to cut it? I'll use a chainsaw on that bitch. I don't care." Like, it's so good.
I know this was like a joke for a lot of people, but I watched Supersize Me when I was working a desk job back in Maryland in high school, and watched how unhealthy it was and all that shit. And shit you not, shipped over, went and got McDonald's. Like I was just hungry at the time. I know that it's unhealthy, but like everything in moderation. It doesn't bother me. Like it's more humane, I guess, to slit its throat there and not make a mess than go out into the wild and like jab a knife into it and kind of like hope you get it right.
As soon as we're done here, I'm going to McDonald's, and I'm going to, as soon as we're done here, I'm going to McDonald's, and I'm going to get enough food for 2 people, and I'm going to eat it all while I watch Preacher. I want to talk about Grubhub because Taylor has gotten
Oh my God! I need to
peek
talk about
into how Chiz and I live. He has seen it with his own eyes. I talked about it many times about how poorly I eat, and I don't think it really sank in with Taylor the amount of meals that there were or how shitty they were. So go ahead.
Just the amount of and this isn't. I'll preface it. None of this is a bad thing at all. It's just I've never ever been with people who order meals like this and do it like this with Grubhub. I hadn't used Grubhub before I came on this trip, so that could also add to it. I don't know how people do it, but the first night we're all sitting there, and Kyle orders something off Grubhub. Chiz orders something off Grubhub, and I was like, oh, this is neat. I pull up my phone and I order something off Grubhub. I'm going to get some Buffalo Wild Wings, whatever the fuck I order. A little bit later, the people start showing up and you get it, and I'm like, this is an awesome service. Like, this is fucking great. They just show up with your food. This is restaurant quality food right in front of me. I eat it all. I'm full. I want to go back to playing Magic the Gathering. I look over, and Kyle's food and Chiz's food, it's been dabbled with a bit. It's been poked about. It's been, no, thank you. And there's like one fry and one bite missing from both meals. Maybe a couple bites, and they're both on their computer again. And I'm like, "What are you guys doing? Let's play Magic. We just ate. We were waiting to eat so we could play Magic." And you're like, "Oh no, I'm ordering dinner." And I was like, "We just ate. Did you not see? You have your plates sitting right next to you. All the food is here. We've eaten already." And you said, "No, this is second dinner." And I was like, okay, this is a little goofy. They're just being silly. It's vacation, second dinner, whatever. That food arrives. And before that food
It's a Lord of the Rings
arrived,
things you wouldn't understand.
before second dinner on the first night had arrived, both of them had decided that they needed an ice cream treat, I believe, and a coffee. And so there were 3 people driving around Denver, grabbing things for Chiz and Kyle, bringing them there. And then when Kyle gets food from Grubhub, I've been using the comparison of he eats like Robert Baratheon, where he just sits back in his chair, food splayed out before him. Hand me a turkey leg. I grow weary of this turkey leg. Hurls it to the side, and then pot pie, and pecans. And you get it, and I won't even try that. Take it away. Sushi. This rice is disgusting. Order it again. It was that level of thing. I was sitting there, and then I feel almost guilted into it because Tyler Chiz would be like, "Hey, we're ordering third dinner." That's a term I've learned. We're ordering third dinner. Do you want to order anything? And I'm like, God, no. I'm not hungry at all. One of the nights,
But you will be.
I will be because, and then you guys, you handle it in the most hilarious little back and forth. When both of you know that you shouldn't order Grubhub anymore, one of you will say something like,
enabling,
"Man, ice cream sandwich sounds great right now." And then whoever heard it would go, "Oh yeah, it would. Man,
I love it when they has chocolate and chocolate chips on there, and it's like between the cook. I bet they delivered that this time of night. And Kyle will be like, well, I'm sure there's a place. And then he'll look it up, and before you know it, you're like, 4 ice cream sandwiches on the way. It's like 4, 2, just in case. You don't know how many
So
are
there
going to
are
melt.
3 services we use. We use Grubhub, we use Postmates, and we use DoorDash. And the combination of those 3 means that at any time, they'll just bring you churros. They'll just bring you fucking... Can I have one of these? Oh, my God. What is this to dip them in? Oh, chocolate? Oh, no, it's some sort of... It's melted honey or something. I don't know what it is. It's melted.
Sweet and sour sauce or something is what it
No,
looks
it's
like.
just honey.
Sweet and sour.
It's just honey.
That would be
just right to your door. Anything.
It is. It's very convenient, and it's a really cool service. It's just incredible watching an adult man order all of that stuff. What'd you... Oh, a churro. Would you like churros? I'm straight on churros. Thank you.
You want one of those churros. These are the good churros. Not like last night.
Those were fresh churros. I thought you were eating this disgust. You guys have ordered. See, perfect point. Churros have been ordered to the house twice in the last 14 hours.
They just got here.
I know, but you ordered churros last night, and you said they
those
were gross.
shitty churros. That was a different churro place. This is brand new churros.
Well, regardless, like the way that they eat on vacation, like you know how, like I admire it in a way. Like if it were an everyday thing, it'd be not good. But these two know exactly how to enjoy meals on vacation. With like you take one bite of something, and if it isn't exactly what you wanted it to be, not like this is pretty good. No, Kyle will put that down and be like, that's not what I wanted, and then order a whole new meal just because that bite wasn't enough. Like
I'm very particular about my meals. Each one has to be a celebration of life. All right. We went to a restaurant and someone had bought out the whole restaurant, and so the only seating was these high-backed like bar chairs where you're like perched. And I was like, that's going to hurt my back. I refuse to eat dinner here. I would like my car back. Like, that was it. That was it. It was a whole planned evening out. But if I don't get to sit in like a booth, preferably like at Morton's where they slide the table out and you sit down in a cushy booth, like the low-lit room, and they bring you hundreds of dollars worth of food, then I don't want to do it. I'm not going to perch over there by a loud-ass bar in that chair, like with my back aching. So we just left.
I was thinking about it more because at the time I was like, we just drove to this fucking place and we're not going to sit down because it's too close to the bar and too loud. But then the more you think about it, this was supposed to be like the Wagyu beef or whatever, like where you spend, what, $40 an ounce or something bananas.
The steak was $130 just for the steak, and that's before you do anything else like sides and drinks and appetizers.
And you are right that if I'm going to spend that amount on a meal at a steakhouse, I don't want to be like perched up like I'm at B-dubs with like wings, you know, with a lot of people around me at the bar, standing, TV on, loud. Like it's just not a good environment for that kind of eating. So I guess it's for the best. And I still not convinced Wagyu beef isn't a scam.
Yeah, I'm not either. But yeah, the whole the food delivery game is incredible now. If you live in a metro area where you could take advantage of at least one of those things, Postmates, Grubhub, or DoorDash, when I open all 3 and we scan from left to right all of the wonderful things that we can eat. They will deliver McDonald's right to your door, hot and fresh. Like they're fast. If you order McDonald's, some dude immediately gets notification. Get McDonald's.
What is it called? Grubhub?
Grubhub, DoorDash, and Postmates. They all are slightly different. Grubhub is more of a it's like it brings together all the restaurants that kind of already would deliver like pizza, wings, burgers, and subs. But Postmates, it just contacts this guy who like will go and get you anything you want. I feel like you could type into the special instructions, you know, get me a pack of smokes while you're at it, or like get me a bottle of beer on your way past the 7-Eleven. He totally
get some weed.
Yeah. Hey, in Colorado,
yeah, I saw a video. I saw a video where they did that, where they used one of these apps and they went like, I'll pay you this much money extra if you can give me some weed, and then they went and delivered.
Yeah, I bet the Grubhub guy
now I know how to get it.
Yeah.
Mystery solved. Grubhub.
Or you just ask me, I can hook you up too, you know.
I like the way
really
that
far away.
is they handle like the finding of the food by like the way that I search for stuff if I'm ordering is like, I want this. Oh, they don't have that available. All right, I'll find something else. Like you guys will sit there with your laptops open like you're in, the sex crypto crime unit in CSI, like searching for things, and you'll be like, Italian place, Don Favato's, 3 miles away. They do have toasted ravioli. They don't have linguine. And Chiz will be like, all right, I'm triangulating around that location. I have found Fasano's north. We can order from there. The appetizers, entrees from here. That's going to work great. You'll be like, all right, we're both going to hit the button at the same time to make sure the same Grubhub man delivers the food. And then that's something they actually did. I thought you were joking. You guys were all sitting around like ready to order and like, yeah.
Separate orders, same
Click.
service. He gets it all in the same bag if it's prudent to do so. He won't leave your shit getting cold somewhere, but he will if it's prudent. Combine the orders into one bag, only one man. Everybody gets their food at the same time from different places. It's amazing. And you could get you're probably, if someone might be thinking, oh, it's wasteful. Yes, it is wasteful. But here's the real bonus. You can get delivery from places like McDonald's and Subway, which is kind of the bottom tier. Last night, I ordered, my girlfriend was starving, and there weren't many places open, and she didn't want pizza or wings again. I ordered a filet mignon and like garlic mashed potatoes and roasted garlic bread. And like they show up 20 minutes later with a hot like filet mignon wrapped in aluminum foil, and she's over there like, yeah, fucking filet mignon delivered. It's amazing. I almost got raw oysters delivered one time. They had raw oysters for delivery. The place was like 6 miles away. I was like, how did raw oysters get in Colorado? Nah, I don't think I want to risk it. I doubt they flew those in last night.
Those are Rocky Mountain
I envy those diets, man. I looked at the scale. I was unhappy with my number, and this is just like 3 days ago.
Do you want to say your number publicly, or we'll keep that on the down low?
It's 214. I hit 214 is my high. I don't like that number. And
is that a new high?
I think so. I think that might be the highest I've ever weighed. It's down
186.
Are you? Good for you. Yeah, so I want to lose 10 and then maybe more from there. But I've just cleaned up my diet recently. I've switched over to water. I've eaten better stuff. And I hear you guys, and it's like, that'd be nice. But it's I don't want to point to the age thing, but it's a little. It's easier to pack on pounds.
I think that when I get back, the memories of this trip are going to be a real motivator for me to like get my creatine going and get my cardio going every day, because this has been a punishing trip as far as caloric intake goes. I mean, it has been brutal. At least 3 meals a day, every single day, and they were all big. And I normally eat like 1 or 2 maybe. We've been really killing it.
And your deep frying treats.
I got the deep fryer out, I use this other service called Instacart, and they bring your groceries to you. They bring your goddamn groceries to you, and the first order is free at Instacart. These aren't sponsors. They're just amazing. And I'm like clickety click. Next thing I know, some peanut oil, some batter, and a bunch of candy is all showing up at the door. And that night I froze all the candy hard, froze some cheesecake bites hard, battered them and deep fried them. They're fucking delicious. We're gonna deep fry some Oreos tonight after the show. I get them all frozen. Mega stuffed Oreos. And while you guys were sleeping, I cracked them all open, combined the mega stuffs, and made double mega stuff.
Well, that will certainly be something to witness later on.
It's coming.
That sounds delicious.
Or you did a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Oh yeah, I made
that was way better than I thought it would be.
Yeah, deep fried peanut butter and jelly. Yeah, you don't even have to batter them because of the consistency of white bread. You just take a measuring cup, a metal one, or one of those like biscuit cutters, and cut out the center of the bread, and you make your own Uncrustable. Basically, if you've ever had that product, you take peanut butter and jelly and put a little dollop in the middle, and then you pinch around the corners. They're called pinch pies. That YouTuber I like a lot, he had a recipe for them, and you just throw them right in the oil and fry them at like 170 degrees. But delicious. I didn't do a very good job of it. I haven't been doing a good job of cooking them because the oil's always either too hot or they're going in there too long. But I mean, it's melted chocolate covered in like a funnel
pancakes.
Cake. So yeah, pancakes. So it's delicious no matter what.
Lately, I've been like, I point around. I'm like, like cigarettes, Adderall. These things are all great for your metabolism. They make you skinny. I'm like, the rest of this fucking world is cheaters. They're cheaters. They get it so easy.
You need to take up smoking.
I was about to say, why do you think I'm so skinny? I don't. I just do cocaine and water. So
cocaine?
Just cocaine.
I'm not gonna not do the coke.
You've got a real cocaine and water physique.
That's a very common food. I do not fuck with deviled eggs. I don't like them.
Oh,
It's a
I
weird
do.
I love them.
It's a
The
weird
best part of Thanksgiving.
I overeat if deviled eggs are available.
me too.
If you put out 12 deviled eggs,
want 4
I'm
for
sorry. Rude Woody doesn't normally come out, but I might have 8 of those fucks.
Dude, I love them so much. So they're not all that they're fairly healthy. Like if you use olive oil mayonnaise, it's 50 calories per tablespoon. And eggs are
What
good
kind
for
of
you.
world are you living in where most
Little
of these
paprika.
with olive oil mayonnaise?
It tastes good. Duke's olive oil mayonnaise. It's 50
Man, you
calories
show
a
up to a
tablespoon.
picnic, you show up to Thanksgiving, nobody made that with olive oil mayonnaise, and we all know
When
that.
I make them, I use the olive oil mayonnaise, cocksucker. All right, and they're delicious.
I love all actually. If I'm somewhere and that's like you know, like a available little appetizer or something like that, I'm just doming them. But I'm very picky on the temperature.
Yes.
Oh, what
I like
does it have
I like them chilled.
Yeah, if it's too warm, I'm off it.
I'm flexible. Yeah, if you put out 12 cookies and there's 12 people at the party, I take 1, right? It's got to be some for all of us. You put out 12 deviled eggs at that same party, you know this is survival of the fittest, right? Like you're the fuck who eats too
Well,
slow.
you want to boil the whole dozen?
I mean, if you
There's
guys didn't
steak.
eat so slow, you get more. It's really on you, not me.
You got some relish? I'll make some more.
Uh,
No, it's easy. Come on.
I'm that guy with chicken wings. Just sit there and just eat like an animal.
Now, do you go
And then
after
you-
the wings or do you go after the drumsticks first? Do you pick your?
I'm a wing man. I like the wings first. You eat that top part off, split it, then you got 2 bones. Bip bip. Yeah, I
have
don't
a
do
different.
I don't do the smush together thing because technically, with my fake ass teeth, I'm not supposed to eat food off the bone. But I don't care. I'm gonna.
I don't
continue to do
smush. I do so on the plate. I just break the tip off, right? Like not crack it, but you push it a 1/4 inch or so. Now it's vulnerable. Take that thing out. You deep throat it, and I get 2 naked bones on the other side. My friend was an
I'm so
award-winning wings
Like a college
competitive
freshman trying
eater.
to make it back to the dorms after a few too many.
My-
That chicken wing is vulnerable.
I had a friend from Buffalo on my hockey team, and he taught me how he won the Buffalo wing eating competitions in Buffalo, which I interpret to be the highest level of Buffalo wing eating competition. Right? That's the freaking major leagues. And he's like, "Yeah, what do you watch this?" And he's just like, "Quick," comes out, and it would pass inspection.
See that's the way I eat crab legs. I haven't advanced that level with wings yet. I like eating my wings a little slower, which is still tremendously fast for a fat person like me. And like, yeah. Oh God, I'm so hungry now.
I'm so hungry too, and I still admire your crab and lobster eating prowess. I'm sorry.
Oh, dude, you sit down with me. The 4 of us sit down. We all order a pound and a half of snow crab, a nice starter for a meal. And I will be done with 3 pounds before any of you are done with 1.5. And I would bet my house on that.
Here's why you're wrong. Here's why you're wrong. Because
What was
you'll
your
shortly
separate
be
collateral?
saying this. Woody, you really want me to crack it? Are you a child? Okay. You'll be opening my crabs, Taylor.
I open them all with my fingers except for the claw.
Oh, well, that's the fastest way to do it. I do that as well. The only reason that you use that little fork is if you get a little bit of meat stuck in there high that gets torn away, and then you wiggle it real quick.
I
dip it
I
up
get
the
right
top.
at the end and I break it obviously the easy way. You wouldn't break it long ways. And then break it down once. And then instead of like going all the way back the other way, I just pull. And you get
That's
the
what you
whole thing of meat, and you just, and you
have
just
to be
keep
good.
going.
So- but you don't just crack in the middle. You find where the weightiest part is.
Yeah.
And then you pick an area slightly adjacent to that, and then you crack that area.
Say that part again. That was valuable.
So like the crab leg part, the biggest meatiest part where all the good meat comes out of. You feel around where the weight is. If it's middle of the road, pretty uniform distribution, you can go in the middle pretty fine, then crack up, spread, then you get it. If it's heavy to the right towards the body where the core of the crab is, which is common, you break a little to the side of where the heaviest part is, and then that makes sure that you don't split the meat itself, and you still have enough room to grab the meat, pull it out of there. And always make sure you break the joints before you go on to breaking the leg itself. If you leave those joint tendrils in there, those tendons, they'll make it so you can't pull it out enough, and it'll cling to a lot of the meat. So always break those joints, pull that shit out first. This is, if there was a way to write a PhD on this, I would have.
There's a place that
I'm
does
gonna eat
like
this tomorrow now.
There's a place that does low country boil really close to me, and so they do. They'll do like a pound of crab legs.
That's what I have a place right across the street from here.
And they'll do like boiled potatoes and like corn on the cob.
Loaded
and they'll cover
root.
it all with that Cajun shit, that really hot
loaded
Cajun spice.
root.
Yeah, and you as soon as you open the styrofoam box, it's Koreans. They're not Cajun. I don't know where they're coming up with this stuff, but it's
as long as the spice is right. Who gives a fuck?
Exactly. She's like, you want hot or extra hot? I'm like, extra hot. And she's like, don't you mock me? And then she like,
I'm so sorry.
It's so good.
Definitely the best crab spice to put in there. Boiled, way better than baked. I've had people say, you should bake your crab legs.
You don't even boil them.
You tell me that on social media, you're blocked. Fuck yourself. So you don't boil with Cajun seasoning.
Ban anyone who bakes their crab legs.
Last time I cooked some, I ordered them frozen from Alaska, and they were enormous. I got the king crab legs. It was expensive.
Ooh, that's a miss. King crab.
I know you think so. It's not as sweet, but they're enormous, and I really wanted like big fucking. It came out like gigantic spiders. They look like face hugger aliens. Yeah. And I steamed those things, and then I put that Cajun Old Bay shit on there. It was so fucking good.
God damn, I'm so hungry.
I'm hungry too. I haven't eaten enough. I've had one meal today. It's 11 p.m. I've had one meal.
You know what? I can go some scallops. Man, some nice buttery fucking scallops. So
I like to do scallops. If I do scallops, I cook them with a steak. I do like surf and turf. Scallops are scary to cook because you know, if you watch enough Gordon Ramsay, it's either way too under or way too over, and then there's like a perfect zone where there's like a 15-second buffer. Like if you pull them off 10 seconds early or 10 seconds too late, they're kind of ruined.
I've never made scallops. I didn't know that. I just know that when I go to nice restaurants and I get the surf and turf or I get just scallops as an appetizer,
they take 60 seconds to cook.
Wrapped in bacon. Ooh, those are good.
There's a really good international market not so far from me, and they have enormous scallops, like restaurant quality, huge fucking scallops, and 30 seconds each side in butter, and they're so fucking good. They're so fucking good. You eat them like golden brown on each side. Throw those things on a skewer. Put them next to a filet mignon. Little baked potato action.
How do you guys like your oysters? Do you like
raw?
Do you like them Rockefeller?
Only raw.
I like them raw the most as well, with a little bit of lemon.
I don't really like oysters. There's something I eat just to prove I'm not scared of them every once in a while. But
I see. I'm kind of somewhere there. Like I'll have these times where I'm all about it and it's really good, and other times I'll like just gag thinking about eating them. Plus, the one time that I really got intensely food poisoned, like within the last 8 years, was I just had an oyster. And I went to the doctor because I was crazy fucking sick. And he was like, honestly, it's like just 1 in 10,000 chance you just get a bad oyster. Nothing to it. It's just a bad one.
I'll take that risk. They're so
I'll
good.
take that risk too. Yeah.
I've been taking that risk ever since. I'm like, I already got my bad oyster. It's not
I
gonna
put
happen again.
I put them on a little bit of rye bread and then the oyster, and not rye bread, some kind of like toast or something you can put on
These
there.
come with like little saltines or like that little Jew toast, whatever that's called.
I think Jew toast is rye, but then you put a little lemon, little Tabasco, and that thing is good to fucking go.
I do lemon, horseradish, Tabasco.
Horseradish, or if they've got like spicy cocktail sauce, and I'll literally do a dozen of them before like a good meal. Like I'll just like I've been with people before, and they're like, "You want to get some oysters?" I'm like, "Yeah, I want a dozen." And they're like, "All right, a dozen." I'm like, "No. I want a dozen. I want a dozen of them, and I don't want to share my dozen. We should order more if you want one or two, but I want 12 of them." There's nothing to them. They're probably like 8 calories each.
Yeah, well, it's definitely more than that, but there's also very little to them. Yeah, they're good as shit.
What do you say, Woody? Over and under 10 calories on an oyster?
If you don't say over, you're an idiot. Yeah,
I'm gonna say over.
I didn't know that Kyle worked at McDonald's for a week. So you have as much McDonald's experience as I had. No, you had more McDonald's experience than I had Ben and Jerry's experience.
Oh yeah, like in that week, I did a lot. Like if I walked in, like I did everything there is to do at a McDonald's. I never took I take that back. I never took the orders or handled cash, but all the behind the scenes stuff. So I made nuggets, I made burgers, I cooked them. I assembled sandwiches on the line, and boxed them and slid them on down and everything. Made apple pies, made all the things that you cook. I did at one time or another. It was a terrible job. Yeah, it was a terrible job. Very dirty back there. I can remember taking the trash out and having like this gross slime on my hands and telling my manager I needed to wash my hands, but him being like, "No, you got to get on the line," and just being like, "But my hands," him like, "The line," and I just made burgers with the most filthy hands imaginable because he told me to. It was garbage slime, when that water smells really bad and it just probably got salmonella in it.
I know a lot of people. I've met people in my life that owning a restaurant is their dream job, right? They know it's long hours, they know it's hard, but the restaurant is the peak of what they wish they could do. Not me, man. I used to work at a little grill, and the garbage was the worst part of it. I was low man on the totem pole, and I would have to handle that. And I wasn't very strong, so handling the garbage was like the peak of what I could do physically. And it was just such a freaking nightmare. And there's nothing grosser than restaurant garbage for me. I mean, it's just so bad. Does any other organization produce worse garbage?
Nursing home.
Okay.
All right, well, checkmate.
It's just a matter of being better packaged.
Every once in a while, there's a person in there.
we had a big issue. Like the garbage is always leaky and stuff, and we had to transport the whole can to the dumpster because if you were to grab the bag and carry that to the dumpster, it would leak across the boardwalk, and that you don't want that.
I had a wheelbarrow.
A wheelbarrow.
Full of McDonald's garbage.
Yeah, there would be like multiple bags, like probably 4 to 5 big bags, like the big 50-something gallon ones, and you'd throw them in the wheelbarrow and wheel it across the parking lot to one of those sort of enclosed dumpster situations, and then bag by bag throw it in there. And I don't know, even at 15, I was about 6 feet tall, so they would make me do that shit because a lot of times it would just be me working with a bunch of girls or me working with a bunch of girls and that retarded guy they allowed to sweep the parking lot or some shit like that. I thought it was going to be a fun job. I had a couple friends that were working there, and I thought, oh, yeah, we'll be like, singing songs while we throw pickles at each other. But no, it was just super lame. And my boss was such a goober. Like, I was cooler than him even as a 15-year-old working at McDonald's, and I knew it. He had married into, that McDonald's family. Like, the lady who actually owns the franchise, right? He had married her daughter. So he had married into a little local Mickey D's royalty, and he thought he was hot shit.
Cha-ching.
Yeah, right.
The
money fountain has turned on for you, my friend.
No. The nugs are on me.
Dude,
I stole so much food. Yeah. I would always I don't even like McDonald's nuggets, but they were there and they were free. So I would have
they weren't free.
Packets.
You stole them.
Yeah, they were free for me. So I'd have packets of nugget sauce, open, kind of tucked around behind shit. And I would just be eating nuggets all the time. Or sometimes I would just grab a whole meat patty and I just thought it was great to steal the food. So anytime I got a chance to steal some food, I would do it. I would bake 2 or 3 cherry pies and then go in the freezer and fucking eat 3 cherry pies as fast as I could.
I
had a
hookup at
your
McDonald's.
Face like you're like Oliver Twist in the back, hoping they don't catch you as you're slaving over hot stuff.
I had a friend who worked at McDonald's, and he worked the drive-through. Big, strong guy. And we'd go and we'd order a small fry, and back in the day, a small fry was 50 cents or something. And then he'd give us $21 worth of food. He just it just bag after bag after bag. And it's like how far is this going to go? And then, you did hand him over 2 quarters and I guess we're even.
I told you guys about my friend from Buffalo Wild Wings, right?
Yes, he ruined the... Wait, the story where the waitress fucked up. So maybe not. Tell us.
No, just all the stealing of food reminded me of this. When I was a freshman in college,
someone I knew from my dorm worked at the Buffalo Wild Wings near campus, and he didn't work there all the time. And eventually, it got to the point where he was like, you know what, fuck this. Like, I'm not making good money. I'm only going when there's no games on because I'm a student. I want to watch the games for real. So I'm just gonna quit. And we're like, all right, cool. And so he quit. And his last night, he came back with must have been 20 pounds of boneless wings in the plastic bags and a 5-gallon giant plastic pouch of honey barbecue sauce.
Nice.
And so he was rushing a fraternity at the time, and everybody fucking loved him because he just was like, hey, I got enough fucking honey barbecue wings for the next 3 weeks. And if you look it up on their menu, that's like $400 of wings or something ludicrous that he stole. And I guess I was like, well, how'd you get that out of there, man? Like, did you just sneak it out or what'd you do? He's like, no, they got in the refrigerator, they got a huge bag of wings and then a big bag of sauce. And so I just said bye to my boss, and then I walked back there and took him and walked to my car. We were like, there was no plan. And he's like, no, I didn't really even think it through till I got back to campus. And it was like, God, fucking idiot. But
that's how it. So there was definitely no lock and key on the food at McDonald's. There just wasn't any good food at McDonald's to steal. Like I didn't want to take any of that home. But I did remember, you get a free meal. So I would make my own meal, and I would make like a Big Mac. But I like their grilled chicken breast. I thought that was the actual best thing on the menu because it was tasty. And I'd make like a double. I'd make a grilled chicken Big Mac. I always like coming up with like magical. I just make stuff, just add stuff to it. I definitely ate more. I ate more than they paid me. Like they were paying me whatever it was, $5.15 an hour or something like that, and I was eating like $8 worth of shit an hour. I had to be.
That's a feat at McDonald's to out-eat them.
Especially old school. And McDonald's, did you see the Reddit post of like McDonald's Next or whatever they're calling it?
Yeah. It's so silly.
It looked amazing. It was a really seemingly high-end buffet McDonald's experience with an amazing salad bar, and like they were really changing their image. It was nothing like the McDonald's that I have in my head.
That's not that, because they're not doing as well as they used to. I think they've had bad numbers the last few years, so they're trying to figure something out. I know they just released some sort of new like dollar deal thing where you can get like 4 or 5 items for like $4 or something like that. I think it's like 5 things for $4, something like that. So they're really reaching, but going high end is not their.
I feel like people dog on McDonald's so hard that they need to totally make it like the opposite. Like, gosh, I've been telling this story a lot recently, but to tell it quickly, when I first worked at Cisco, I used to kind of, I don't want to say disrespect my manager, but I would maybe point out their stupidity. Like I was much smarter than my managers, and every little thing they did, I'd just kind of poke at. Like if it's Wednesday and they're like, so 2 days from now, that'll be, and all I'd need to do is like make a look, or like you're seriously struggling to figure out Friday is 2 days from Wednesday. That kind of shit I would do constantly. Like they just make little mistakes and I wouldn't let it slide. Eventually they counseled me to fix it, and I did, but it took forever for people to notice the change. I was frustrated by that. They're like, yeah, well, you like to poke at your managers. I'm like, no, I stopped 6 weeks ago. You can't.
Were you the resident badass on the floor at Cisco where like you're walking by and Pajit or whatever his name is, like he goes, that is Matt. He does not give a fuck what the manager says. It is crazy. Just watch him sometime. He says all of these things. I cannot believe it.
It was pretty cool. It was the .com boom, and engineers were like every bit as valuable as their bosses were, and I maybe took advantage of that. But anyway, so I cleaned up my act. I started being really good, and 6 weeks later, it was like I still had this reputation for being a douche. At McDonald's, I feel like they've got a similar type thing. Like they are the McJob is a thing. No one says like Job King or Wendy Job or whatever it is. It's McJob. That's like the job that everyone makes fun of. I think they have to pay extra just to get people to choose them over Wendy's. If they want to clean up their like dietary act and make it healthier, they need to go extreme. People think of McDonald's as the food that makes you fast, right? The Super Size Me thing was based on McDonald's. Everybody freaking like throws darts at McDonald's, maybe deservedly, but to fix it, McDonald's can't just be as good for you as Wendy's, which is not that good. They need to be as good for you as Whole Foods or something.
Have you walked into a McDonald's recently? Like the redone ones? Like I haven't been to a shitty McDonald's. I can't even remember how long. All of them are nice if you go in on the inside.
I don't know. I just, in my heart, I just kind of look down on McDonald's and say, like, I wouldn't eat at a place like that. Like, this temple here gets better food than that. But I might be off target.
Wendy's.
Right?
Chick-fil-A.
It's better. Chick-fil-A is infinitely better than McDonald's. For the quality, it's got to be.
I think I'm the only guy that still holds a grudge on their, like, Christian anti-gay hate bigotry. Like, even my daughter, who you would think would be very stick to her guns about that sort of thing.
A little fickle when it comes to that hate chicken.
She's like, those bigots make a good sandwich.
Yeah.
That's what I say. Look,
if they had, go ahead.
They could literally be grinding gays up to make that chicken, and I would still eat it. That chicken is so fucking good. It's sweet almost somehow, and the batter is different. The whole experience is different. I like the waffle fries. I like the sweet tea. I like the lemonade. I don't care what they're doing if they were going after if they were going after me personally, I would still eat their chicken. It's good chicken.
Put a
you
mask
remember how
on.
McDonald's used to have on their bags? It'd be like Mia Hamm's choice or like Michael Jordan's pick, and it's like a Big Mac, which he clearly didn't eat. Chick-fil-A could have like the Grand Wizard's selection, and it's like a TK thing with his nuggets. Like I'd still eat it. It's great, and they're so nice to you there compared to every other fast food place. Like they don't even say "you're welcome." They say "my pleasure."
Dude,
at the ones near me.
Chick-fil-A franchises are cheap. Like as much as I hate the idea of owning a restaurant, I was like maybe because you can get a Chick-fil-A franchise for like $400,000.
They'll give you a Chipotle franchise. They'll pay you $500 just to open one at this point.
So yeah, Chick-fil-A like McDonald's, or I'm sorry, a good Wendy's location will be like $3 million. I looked into this recently, and a Chick-fil-A will be like $250,000 to $400,000. It's like, what is the scoop with this? And they're way more profitable than a Wendy's.
They're always packed.
But like they kind of select you. They make sure that you're a good Christian before you can open a Chick-fil-A. You have to like work your way up to owner at Chick-fil-A. Like Wendy's, they'll sell me a fucking franchise. I'll be like, I don't know anything about owning a restaurant. No problem. We'll send you to Wendy's Academy. At Chick-fil-A, like you need to have worked the register for a while and be selected. They need to get to know you. It's a different culture.
If I were going to open a franchise, it would be Cookout. I've said this before, but every time I go to it, the place is just called Cookout. They've got a really massive menu. They do everything from hot dogs and hamburgers to they got like 50 different milkshakes and I don't know, quesadillas and just a little bit of everything. Kind of like a Jack in the Box type place, but it's better. It's much better. And I've seen, kind of. But every time I've seen them open up, I saw one open up in Anderson, South Carolina, and I saw one open up in East Atlanta. And the lines for the first couple of months are so outrageous that it causes traffic problems. Like the one in East Atlanta, you didn't even use the standard ordering technique. They used cones to make a giant line that just went around the borders of the parking lot. And when you first got it in the back of the line, if you're the last person, a guy comes to your car and hands you a paper menu, and you've got like 5 minutes to look over this menu before you get to the point in line, and you're in your car still, of course, where you get in point in line where someone says, okay, what would you like? And they write it down on a piece of paper and give it to you. And when you finally get to the speaker, you don't order. You hand it to another guy, and he says it into the speaker. And then you wait some more. And it's absurd, this line. And it literally, I'm not exaggerating, 3 a.m, it's still like that. And I'm just thinking, they're bringing in so much cash selling these hot dogs and hamburgers to these people. It's ridiculous. And it was true in both cases, and it is good food.
I haven't even heard
of it. I get one of those. Yeah, I think they're small. I've only seen maybe 3 or 4 ever.
I'd probably open a Steak and Shake, but I would break the mold with Steak and Shake and not hire any ex-felons. No ex-felon. Have you ever been to a Steak and Shake? This isn't a joke. I've never been to a Steak and Shake and felt comfortable. I've never walked in and it's a 50s style diner, and you walk in and sit down, and you'll just look over, and the line cook will be giving you a surly look,
It's like, I didn't do anything to you, man. Like, I'm just trying to get, and now I don't feel comfortable ordering. If you ask for one thing, like a special order, like, oh, I want the ketchup and onion, slider, but just, throw some mustard on there too, or like, to get rid of the onion. They'll just, ugh. I had a waitress give me an audible groan once when I asked for extra Frisco sauce on my Frisco melt. Yeah, Frisco melt, extra Frisco sauce, because your fucking location always fucking rips me off with the Frisco sauce. Like you're rationing Thousand Island back there. Stop pretending that it's an actual sauce you made up. It's fucking Thousand Island, and we all know it. Put it on there. I'm just, all right, sir. It's like I know you're on parole, but come on.
Smile.
Give me a smile.
I think Five Guys would be a good one to get too, because like they don't have a lot of. So I think Subway's might be the best, because Subway is so simple that there's not a lot of overhead. I feel like you could run a Subway out of a shack in your backyard, but Five Guys isn't much bigger. They've just got a couple of grills and a fryer, because all they do is French fries, hot dogs, and hamburgers. That's it. I think they do a vegetable.
Shit you can put on the burgers though.
Yeah, but I mean, all that stuff comes in bags and just goes in a little thing. It's ketchup and mustard and like mushrooms and jalapeno peppers. Like that's all stuff that comes out of a bag or a jar. And I think they don't even freeze the meat, so they don't have the meat storage issue. It shows up fresh every day. So that's got to be.
Have you heard that thing about how Wendy's will say like fresh, never frozen?
Yeah.
Like apparently there's some kind of stipulation about what needs to occur before you can claim something is fresh, never frozen. And so Wendy's will have it frozen on their trucks. This could be some bullshit that I just read, but who knows? Someone correct me if I'm wrong. But Wendy's will have it frozen on the trucks, but make it so that by the time it gets to their respective franchises and chains, it's not frozen anymore. So it arrives to them not frozen. So they're allowed to say, this has never been frozen,
Yeah.
I'm the Wendy's manager. To my knowledge, it just shows up slightly cool. But anyway.
Well, their burgers are square because they don't cut corners.
I went to Chick-fil-A today, right? And there's this like really pretty 18-year-old girl like at the window. It's a drive-thru.
Harder?
Say it again.
She's 18.
I'm something like that. And anyway, she's like super nice to me. Like, hey, how you doing? And I'm like good. And she's like, all right, how's your day going? I was like, fine so far, I guess. That'll be $8.53. I'm like, cool. Like, do you want any condiments? And I'm like, no, I'm fine. She's going on like, are you sure? There's nothing here that like you want? Like I could get you something? And I'm like, what the? Like I'm 43, right? One of my superpowers is being invisible to 18-year-old girls. Like that happens. It'll happen to all of you. And she's being so sweet. And like later on, like we get the money. She gives me my car back. Are you sure? No condiments, nothing here I can do for you? And I'm like. No. This is a drive.
Just went into dirty old.
My manager's watching, and he thinks that I'm hoarding condiments. So just tell me what you want. Right?
No, really, honey mustard, ketchup, whatever you want, sir.
Just one.
She asked me at least 3 times to make sure my day was good. At least twice on the condiments, and a couple random like how you doings. And I'm like, man, this girl is really taking an interest in me. But she was so sweet about it. Right. She was so sweet about the whole thing. It felt like she was hitting on me. But I know that can't be the case because
that's just Chick-fil-A. People at Chick-fil-A that work there, it's almost unsettlingly nice. How nice they are to you. Because everywhere else you go to McDonald's, there's a McDonald's that I go to every so often, and I swear to God, I have to be like a carnival barker or like a bull auctioneer when they hand me my food, where I'm like, hey, I'd like some ketchup. That's what I have.
They're just throwing it at you.
Slam that door closed, and I'm ketchupless because it's like they open it halfway out to like sneak my bag, and if I tell them as they're putting the bag out, like I'd also like some ketchup, they look at me like I just told them I want you to run a half mile to the nearest ketchup fountain and get me a fresh glass of it. Like they back in and.
It's because you're white.
Yeah, it's white people that do that too. It's just a McDonald's of we're really cutting back on ketchup stores, and so try and get them out of there before they can remember.
I hear you, but this isn't my first rodeo at Chick-fil-A, and this girl was just unnaturally nice to me. I still don't have an answer for it. She
those big ketchups there, the really big one that's like you can either peel the whole pouch back and dip into it, or you can just peel the front off and like squeeze it out.
Capitalist innovation right there.
They got the ketchups.
Mm-hmm. They do have the best ketchups.
by far.
Chick-fil-A does. Waffle fries.
Chick-fil-A. Yeah, they don't give you bullshit packets.
No.
Or the little cups that you like squeeze the ketchup into, which are very frustrating.
My daughter
Taco Bell tried to not give me any hot sauce the other night for my $26 worth of Taco Bell that I had. and I was just like,
the diet's done.
That's like 60
No.
tacos.
This is like a week ago. I'm still eating fairly healthily. But it's like $26 worth of Taco Bell. It's 2 bags, and one of the bags has a box inside of it. Okay, like it's a lot of fucking food. And she just hands it all to me, and I had already said, like, she was like, you want any sauce? And I was like, yeah, a little of everything, because I want like 5 or 6 of every kind of sauce they got. There's no sauce in the bag. There's no spork for my cheesy fiesta potatoes. There's no straws for my soda. So I just sit there, and like it's nighttime. It's like 11 p.m. and I'm just looking, and nobody has come back, and maybe a solid 45 seconds has passed. So I just go, and just lay on the horn for like a solid 3 seconds. Let's make sure they hear. And someone comes shuffling over the door like, yeah, what is it? Some hot sauce and some ketchup and some straws and some napkins. And they just looked at me like I was insane, and I was just like, yeah, now. Like, I was so angry. And he looked at me like I was crazy. I was like, yeah, now. Like, what the fuck? Like, I just bought $26 worth of like this bullshit food that you sell. Like, come on, I want my hot sauce.
That's a huge sum of money at a Taco Bell, too.
Mhm.
Like, so that's no joke. That's like
I keep reiterating it because it's so goddamn much.
You're
Taco
an entire
Bell.
construction crew worth of food.
More. They've got a 10 for 10 deal. For $10, you can get 10 bean burritos. I got $26 worth of Taco.
Did you get 10 bean burritos in your $26 order?
I don't do that.
Because that would have been disgusting.
I've done it before. I've ordered 10. I've ordered 5. I've like mixed it up because they will, and I've gotten like 5 soft tacos, 3 crunchy tacos, and 2 bean burritos, and then just eat it all myself.
That's gross.
Yeah, I love it. I really love Taco Bell. And normally, Sharandra works up there, and I'm not just saying that. That's her name. Sharandra has been selling me Taco Bell since I was 17 years old. She's been working at Taco Bell, and when she's there, I recognize her voice. I know on the speaker that I can talk quickly because she knows the menu. But if it's anybody else, I know it's a real crapshoot. I'm not.
Do you ask for like, is Sharandra there? This is a real ordeal. It'd be quicker if you could grab her.
Well, she doesn't make the food. She's got those nails that are like crazy long and curved. So she actually has a hard time even handing me the bag. But she puts the stuff in there. I think those nails help her like really capture a lot of extra sauce or something. But she's just swiping the card.
One of those crane machines that grab like stuffed animals and stuff.
They're crazy long. But yeah, I hate just fast food employees. I know they're working for minimum wage and it's a shitty job. But it is different when you go to Chick-fil-A. They're happy, they're perky, and they're good looking. They have some sort of interesting hiring practice there. Because like every time I go to Chick-fil-A, I see one chick in there that I'm just like, I wish she was over here. I wish she'd put my ketchup into my bag. And that's not a clever euphemism either. I just wanted to come over here. There's always some good looking chicks at Chick-fil-A.
Yeah. Chick-fil-A really changed the game.
They don't have that downtrodden look to them like Burger King and McDonald's employees have. Like if you're at Burger King, like those people, you can tell. They know that this is life is on that downward curve. They're like,
some of them walk around like they're the ghost of someone who was murdered at a Burger King 6 years ago and just can't escape. That's now their destiny. Just whoa,
set in there, and I feel for them. But at Chick-fil-A, everybody's having a good old time. They're like everybody's high-fiving everybody back there. It's
Cold
a bunch of like
Stone
early
is the peak of that kind of behavior. They sing. They sing often zippity doo dah.
They will sing as many times as you put change in, or maybe they don't do that anymore. They probably changed the policy to where they only have to sing like once every so often, because they used to do it to where every time anybody at all they have to sing.
Just put some quarters in and keep them going. That's great.
Yeah,
I got microaggressed at a Moe's Burritos the other day. She rolled the burrito. All right, look. First of all, rolling that burrito up, whether it's Chipotle or Moe's or Willie's or wherever, we're talking about the big burrito place where you look through the glass and tell them what you want on it. They're all the same. If you don't have a professional burrito roller there who's getting that steamy burrito rolled up in time, then it's just shit. And so this lady like sticks her thumbs in it like she's trying to like blind a Game of Thrones character and just gouged it. And I was just like, and she's about to roll it up in the foil, and I was like, whoa. She's like, what? Some salsa verde? And I'm like, no. You know what? Like, I was like, well, it looks like the burrito is torn. I can see the beans coming out. And she was like, oh, I didn't notice that. I was like, yeah, I'm going to want a new one. She's like, okay. So she goes and gets a new tortilla and flops it down. And she takes my old burrito and just flips it upside down on top of the new tortilla. And I was just like, no, that's not really a new one, is it? I was like, see, now all the ingredients are kind of homogenous and mixed together instead of creating that layer process that you're actually going for when you create the burrito. I didn't say all this at length, but I was basically like, I want a whole new burrito. I want you to start from scratch here. And there was a little bit of a meltdown, but finally they gave me my burrito.
Was it one? Wait, did they? So they took the burrito and they like kind of just lifted it up like a tissue and like let the contents pour onto the new.
No, she plopped it. She took this burrito. She unrolled my burrito. She unrolls my burrito, and it's just like a homogeneous mixture of chicken, black beans, rice, pico de gallo, sour cream cheese, and guacamole. Just like you mixed them together, and she just flops it upside down on top of a fresh burrito, flour burrito tortilla. And then that's supposed to be okay. That wasn't okay.
Yeah, if that's a microaggression, I was microaggressed a couple of years ago at a Qdoba when they did the same thing, but they didn't even, because I've had it done before. It's happened to everyone at Chipotle, Qdoba, Moe's, whatever, where they fuck up your burrito and you're like, oh, can you just put it in a new fresh one? And they do exactly what you said. I've never minded it being a little bit mixed up. I don't care about that as long as it's a fresh tortilla that's not perforated or punctured. But what this person did, this girl, she must have been new because she punctured my burrito and she didn't have to be called on it. She immediately went over, warmed up the next tortilla, grabbed it, brought it over. But she just placed the old burrito in the new burrito and then wrapped it on top. And it wasn't until I stopped her like, whoa, wait, that's two tortillas. That's two tortillas wrapped around my burrito. And she was like,
that's
yeah,
not
the other
the
one ripped. I'm like, I only want one. No, could you please do it so that I'm very polite to people in food service, so I would not be rude. I was like, if I remember correctly, like, please, I'd like it with only one tortilla, please. Otherwise, there's just too much bread. You know how it is. And she acted like it was. She put on the smiley face, but I could tell she was a little pissy about it. But that was definitely a microaggression.
Should have said, I want a layer of melted cheese between the two tortillas. Then you're all good. See, that's how I like to get mine usually anyway. Is I get the burrito wrapped in a quesadilla.
That's
it's a quesarito.
Tell them to kind of jerry rig it into your food of choice right there.
No, they do that. That's a thing. You ask if you're like, hey, make it a quesarito. They're like, oh, good choice, my friend. They know. They just take another, they take the tortilla out and put the cheese on it, and then they roll your burrito up in that. So you've got.
You know what they're really doing is they're looking at the people behind you in line, going, another fucking asshole ordering up. Yeah. Oh, is that what you want, sir? You want me to make you 3 entrees and just make it a big amalgamation of all the same ingredients? Would you like me to do that? Okay, sir. Everyone, we're gonna wait. We got someone here who wants 3 things in one. I know, sir. You're probably ordering. You have to get back to work. That's fine. This gentleman right here wants a quesadilla.
It's an $8 burrito. They can take their time and roll that fucker up. And, and of course I do the double meat trick where you don't tell them it's double meat until they've done the first scoop. So now they've set a level of scoop size. So you get double.
Because you don't want 2
chicken.
halves when you order double. No.
They're skimpy with that chicken like it's on their dime, right? like he paid for all that chicken.
Another trick is if you're in that line, if you're at a busy one, sometimes they just have the same person going back and forth making burritos and whatever the whole time. Sometimes they have 2 that like switch.
Yeah.
Always go with the biggest person, preferably male, that you can find. If you can let someone behind you go up front, if there's a small woman making it, then absolutely do that. Say, I'm still thinking. You go ahead. And then she is going to make that guy or that girl the weak little burrito where she's like, oh, that looks like enough chicken for me. That should be enough chicken for this adult man. And they dump it in there. No, you want someone who has a little bit of empathy when they're making your burrito. So they put that one scoop in and they go, would I be happy with that? I wouldn't be happy with that. And this gentleman right here is going to be happy with that. And we're going to keep this patron returning. So it gives a little extra, a little third scoop. It's only like 6 or 7 cubes, but it's enough.
Yeah.
Anyway.
New topic.
I love it.
Well,
I spent an hour on burritos and the different
you
places.
To push us out this topic is microaggressing me pretty hard right now.
I will, not to shit on Chick-fil-A, but their pickles, they could be a bit girthier and they could be a bit more flavorful. They are weak, and they don't crunch. The first bite with the pickle pulls the whole pickle out with it, and now you have one bite with pickle.
There's nothing good about Chick-fil-A pickles. They taste like I don't even know what that pickle is. It's not a sweet one. It's not a like garlic pickle. It's just some.
It's a dill pickle.
It's a pickle substitute of some sort. I'm not sure there were any cucumbers killed in the making of that pickle.
I mean, you have to admit, Kyle, like when you go to a nice restaurant and they have the nice thick pickles on your burger, that's a totally different crunch and experience.
Then I tell them not to put them on there. I hate those bread and butter pickles. I hate any kind of pickle other than dill pickles.
A thick dill would be better. A long sliced thick dill in an X shape on the, you know what I mean? The long vertically sliced. 2 of those on the Chick-fil-A sandwich instead of the 2 little bullshit ones, and they've gained a whole new market of me.
Not for me. Not for me. No, I really do.
Now I might go there even more.
I really do like the little pickles that have been like the pickle juice is soaked into the bread a little bit. I don't know. I really like the Chick-fil-A sandwiches. They're fucking delicious. There's a reason that they're like so incredibly popular and profitable, despite the fact they're open 6 days a week.
Yeah,
and the service there is impeccable. Like I went to a Chick-fil-A a couple weeks ago when I was doing that motorcycle course. We stopped for lunch, and there was a Chick-fil-A nearby, and like the line was outrageous, and it was 2 cars wide, but they had like really pretty blonde chicks outside with iPads to take your order. So like,
how do they do that? Like, what? Better yet, why can't anyone else do that? Related questions, right?
Enough to afford it.
When you go to like McDonald's, there's some like, I don't know. I'm trying to describe it politically. Some dude who looks like he doesn't hold down jobs for very long, angry that you're disturbing him while he takes your order.
What you want?
What kind of person do you mean, Woody?
It's not about that, right? But you go to Chick-fil-A and like there's some guy named Noah with an iPad taking your order gleefully.
A guy named Noah. That is beyond fucking. That is the perfect description of a Chick-fil-A. A guy named Noah pleasantly taking your order with an iPad and then asking to refresh your drink.
and he tells you to have a nice day, and you can tell he fucking meant it.
Meanwhile, at like McDonald's, like some guy with disgusting fingernails is dropping your change into your palm.
Right. Tattoos up and down his or her arms, just like it's a whole different thing.
It is. Chick-fil-A wins for a reason. They're the most popular fast food chain in America for a reason.
I question that. McDonald's isn't the most popular fast food chain.
I don't think it was by location. I think it was like polls of like what fast food chain do you prefer the most, and I think that's where they won. Because definitely by location, if you go by location, Subway blows everyone out. I think like there's a Subway every 60 feet almost everywhere.
So I looked it up. McDonald's is 1, Starbucks is 2, Chick-fil-A is 3. I didn't expect it to be that high. Taco Bell, Wendy's, Burger King, and I'm looking for Subway because I thought they'd be high too.
Yeah, they have a ton of locations. They're really popular.
Maybe they're not on this list, so are they not fast food? Are they something different? I'm not sure.
I think I've been to 1 or 2 Starbucks in my whole life. I didn't even know they made whole meals at Starbucks.
They do. I got food poisoning from there once as well. I ordered some sort of a like a egg and cheese like sandwich, breakfast sandwich they made, and I got very sick from it.
Oh, Subway's 8th. I didn't look carefully.
Well, damn it, Woody.
Wendy's is 5th.
Well, this is a wrong list. I'd rather go to I was about to say I'd rather go to Subway than Wendy's. No, I'd rather go to Wendy's than Subway.
Yeah.
When I go to Subway, I can convince myself, I can lie to myself that I've had a healthy meal.
Yeah. It's like just because it's a loaf of bread doesn't mean that I'm being bad.
I know, right? I'd like some meat on a loaf of bread, but throw some lettuce and tomato in there so I can lie to me.
No, more cheese than that. Come on.
I've done that.
Of course, I want 3 kinds of mayonnaise.
When I've been
honey mustard. If I'd known you were going to offer honey mustard, I wouldn't have said yes to all those mayonnaises.
Do you have that bottle of oil that you could just douse over everything?
I always ask for a liberal application of the oil and vinegar.
I
My
have them
sandwich
screw the
at the
top
end.
off and dunk the sandwich in.
Dunking it like it's au jus. Dude, I remember times like many years ago when I was like trying to lose weight, when I'd go to Subway and be like, "Ooh, the Italian cheesy bread, I'll have that one." And then you like look at it and you're like, "I'm already so in the red. Salami, triple it." Like the amount you put. Think about a silly amount, and then double that. Like, I want you to have to reach deep into that plastic little, cutout thing you do.
If I order something from there, I usually get like a 6-inch turkey, and I'll just get like veggies on there, and I'll put mustard, and that's about it.
That'll
I get a
work.
bunch of the jalapenos.
The 6-inch is the key.
Yeah, for sure.
It's half the calories roughly, and the second 6 inches is almost like a battle to get through. You get 6 inches in and you got to get 6 inches more. It's like you're not even hungry, but coach, put me back in. I can finish the sandwich.
The sub I used to get as a
I
kid-
understand.
As a kid, it's actually the second foot long that's the problem with it.
After that Italian extra meat blend, I'm just like, I couldn't possibly. I guess I paid for it. That's the only really good sandwich there is the spicy Italian.
I think it's pretty low quality meat. That's the real problem. But I wouldn't get tuna from there because that's always gross. I do like the meatball sub, although I haven't had it in 10 years, so maybe it's not even good anymore. But as a kid, that's what I would get. I'd get a meatball sub.
I had
never
it 10
had
years
one of
ago
those.
too, and also liked it.
I mean, like
fucking good.
it's hard to imagine not liking a meatball sub. It's red sauce, meatballs, and cheese. What
It
can you
makes
mess
the
up?
bread
mozzarella
better,
and Parmesan.
right? The
Mozzarella-
bread can
the
be a
bread
little
soaks
dry.
up the-
But suddenly the bread turns into meatballs too. This has all become so good.
And as a kid, I would also get the pizza sub, which is basically just pepperoni and cheese melted onto a fucking. And I think maybe there's mozzarella sauce, or maybe there isn't. But as a kid, I loved it.
Dude,
remember
whoever
my younger-
came up with the fucking like cheese sticks at the Domino's and Caesars and stuff, I have ordered it thinking like, oh yeah, I'll get pizza and cheese sticks, right? Because I like cheese sticks. And then they give you like the pizza dough with pizza cheese on it that you dip in pizza sauce. I'm like, wait a minute, this is just an unassembled pizza. You tricked me.
Yeah, now I'm
You're making
doing
me
your
do all the
job
work.
for you.
I've always preferred like Pizza Hut's breadsticks to their pizza. Like whatever that shit they sprinkle
They're
on
different?
them, that like seasoning stuff is so fucking good.
I think it's just like Parmesan and garlic salt.
It's something like that. Yeah, it's really. I want to just like lick an entire order of them clean. Just lick all the seasoning off the breadsticks and then put it in somebody else's tray.
I haven't asked in a long time, Kyle, because I know you like cooking a lot. Have you made any new dishes recently that have been like knockouts?
No, not really. Like if I cook, it's usually like steak or chicken, something like that.
But nothing crazy. Just sous
Oh,
videing it?
I did instead of rice, I've been using potatoes some. So I did this thing where that was like ground beef and jalapenos and onions with potatoes, and made like a big stir fry type bowl out of it, and that was pretty fucking good. And I put a bunch of salsa in there too.
That sounds good. Spicy salsa?
Yeah, like pretty spicy, like chunky salsa, just to add kind of a tomatoey sauce to the whole thing. That was pretty fucking good. But I haven't made anything fancy in a long time. Just stay busy so much.
When I
usually want
discovered
something
that
quick.
like spicy salsa was the perfect side to everything you eat in like a traditional breakfast, it was such a great day. Where it was like, wait, I could just dump this on my eggs. I can like dip my sausage in it. I can dip my toast in it. Like it makes
It
every
doesn't
single
have
thing
many
better.
calories either.
No.
But almost none.
But it's
Mhm.
salty.
Yeah. I mostly like for breakfast. I usually do like grits with over easy eggs. I don't know. I do like sunny side up eggs, and then I flip them to just sort of cook the yolk a little bit, and then I just toss those on top of grits.
So you
to
do
the
like
point where the yolks
over
are still
medium?
running. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's runny yolks though, because I want to like mix it into the grits, and then I douse everything with Tabasco.
I got into the habit of eating pickles, and I would pickles again, very low calorie. I don't know, for some reason I thought pickles were sinful because they taste good. That's usually a good indicator. it turns out they're cucumbers with like salt on them. So I was just downing pickles, killing them. And I think that led to that high blood pressure thing a few weeks ago because we don't have a jar. It's fresh. So there's like this little Tupperware thing. I'd eat like 2/3 of it and then be like, well, I'm not going to leave like 1/3 of one behind. That'd be rude. It's not a serving. So I would eat like a jar of pickles, which again is not a lot of calories. Probably like 40 calories or something. Like it's not extreme. And yeah, I've cut back on the pickles to cut back on the salt.
But you also would be like guzzling the pickle juice too.
Yes, but not with this stuff. That's bread and butter juice you wanna guzzle, not the garlic pickle.
I don't think you want to guzzle any of the juice.
Oh, nay.
Well, you may want to guzzle.
Yeah, no, it's delicious, it's wonderful, and probably good for you. I mean,
The only time I've drank pickle juice was when someone gave me a pickleback shot, which is like Jameson with pickle juice in it. And like everybody always says that nonsense of like, oh, this drink, you can't even tell there's alcohol in it. And then you take one drink and it's like, I can tell. And this one, you genuinely cannot. The pickle juice bends over the alcohol flavor and fucks it in the ass. And it's like, you can't overpower me, bitch.
This is what I should do next drinking episode. Is it
That's
hard
what
to
Jeremy
make?
drinks. No, you just mix a half shot of Jameson with a little bit of pickle juice, and then like I guess like mix it around a bit, and then the pickle
Jameson
juice
is whiskey.
Yeah, it's Irish whiskey.
And say it, a half a jar of Jameson. Did you say? Does it come in a jar?
Like in a shot, like half a shot of Jameson, half a shot of pickle juice, and the
so
pickle
every
juice
shot is half a shot.
basically. So you'll have to do more. I don't know the actual mix. Actually, that's probably too much pickle juice. That's too much of a. You need to give the alcohol a fighting chance.
When Jeremy ordered those pickle shots at that fancy restaurant that time, he asked, the waiter was like, "What?" And he was like, "It's a shot of pickle juice and a shot of tequila," and like he wanted a shot of each, and and that's what he was drinking. And
So just to interrupt, Jameson's whiskey though, right?
It
I know
is.
because it competes with Proper 12.
Yeah.
But any
but he was
I mean,
tequila.
The
He
alcohol
wanted
flavor
tequila.
will get dominated.
Jeremy
by
is
the
a bit of a
any-
connoisseur. I think I would lean toward him on this one.
Okay.
Not at all. Not at all.
I know.
Not at all.
Well,
Jeremy's
that's you.
Kyle's cousin for people that don't know.
He is absolutely not Kyle's cousin.
He might be Kyle's cousin.
I've heard on good authority.
He's
from
more
Woody
likely to
just
be
now.
He's more likely to be Wing's cousin than he is mine.
His last name Jordan.
I just
I
said that
mean-
because people think it and Kyle hates it.
I'm pretty sure Wings is related to Michael Jordan.
That's a good
Jordan
line.
One gender. He's
almost Wings
on the
is
black
almost-
side.
Wings is so close to being too stupid to be able to make fun of that it's I mean it's this close. It's this close. Like he's
You think
almost
that dumb.
I think that if he were tested, he could get some sort of government funding. I think that they would find him to be a mentally incompetent individual. I genuinely believe him to be somewhere near the level of mental retardation.
Food didn't make you fat. I would eat the most ridiculous diet. Do you know how many Wendy's I've driven by and not bought French fries from? I want them. I always want them. I constantly crave more French fries. I would do it every McDonald's, every Wendy's, every Chick-fil-A. I would be eating constantly. My car would have just snacks and shit all over the place.
That's the world I want to live in, where you could like control your calorie burning rate. So you could just be like, all right, I'm on 5,000 calories a day for life. Like, and then just go.
But if it created heat, it would hurt to touch me.
He said you'd still smell like Wendy's.
Yeah, because you would have to burn it all out. Like it would just all the Wendy's would like come out of your pores. You go
could
give your wife a
master
hug and be like, "Oh my God, you smell like Wendy's fries. I want to lick the salt off your face."
Woody, why do you smell like Wendy's and a vanilla candle? It's just my scent.
Because that's all I do now. Just overeat that. That'd be great. A world. With
What's
no
your favorite
calories.
kind of fry then?
I think McDonald's takes the cake as far as fast food. Definitely.
I'm not on that team, and the reason is that their fries are cut so thin they get cold quickly. And my McDonald's fry experience usually involves cold fries. Don't like it.
It's never been a problem.
Yeah,
for me to eat it quickly.
I've always preferred.
I've been alpha.
I'm done with usually. Unironically, I'm half done with my McDonald's meal by the time I'm about to turn back onto the road.
You've got the whole, you just got the fry thing. You're like,
my mouth burns, but better too hot than too cold. Come on.
I prefer a heartier fry. I don't like the standard fast food fry. So Arby's curly fries have always been a favorite, especially the ones that are like those little like they're like a cylinder. They're so tightly
I know what you're
wound.
talking about.
I like
a little bit of spice on there.
And they're seasoned. Yeah. That's the other thing. So, but my favorite fry is probably the Zaxby's French fry. Those of you who aren't in the South don't know, but it's like a crinkle fry. It's a crinkle cut French fry. And then they like hit it with some paprika seasoning salt shit, and it tastes good. And it's a hearty fry that has like potatoey fluff inside. Whereas McDonald's fries are mostly just a crunchy exterior with nothing inside.
Oh yeah, McDonald's fries are like those fried chips you buy at the Asian supermarket that are super crunchy. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And then they go good with the Zax sauce too. I've always been an In-N-Out fangirl myself. Like I do love their fries, but the best fries are the big, fat, thick, like wedge fries you get at a restaurant somewhere.
Those are good.
No fast food makes those.
Yeah, I like hearty fries. I want it to be a piece of potato, I guess, more than like I want it to be closer to a baked potato than a potato chip.
How about this? Are there any fries that you don't like? Because every kind you just named, I'm like, oh, I'm down.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A has those.
Good call. Their fries suck.
Chick-fil-A is so good at everything, but then they break out those waffle fries, and they get like
seasoning being rationed,
and gross, and I don't know. They're just not overall a well seasoned or tasty fry.
Yeah, the seasoning is a huge letdown. It's like salt's being rationed. There's not a good seasoning on their fries. And if I'm eating...
It's a real white person fry.
I don't like... Clearly not. We're white. And I need some salt. I've been
whiter than us. Like whiter than us. Like
an Irish person.
Oh yeah, there's a number of white people that just don't eat spice or flavor. They'll just put the chicken in there with no seasoning and just bake it, and it'll come out solid white.
I've never seen somebody do that.
Like he hates people with like tans. Get that skinned cocksucker!
Oh, those Southern Irish. Fuck them. Like,
y'all ever have your grandparents get mad at Italians? Like your grandparents, like, I don't want my granddaughter associating with that dark-skinned Italian. He's so Greek. Whatever.
They can't even get greasy people. You know, you look at them, you see that's a. I mean, come on, look at Taylor. Look at him. You see it. Miscegenation.
I thought you were going to go greasy and pow. That was a good one.
My mother's coloring is pretty much a mirror of Kyle's. And when my father brought her home, my grandmother said, she's a little bit swarthy.
Wow.
Oh, that's an ancient word. I love it.
That's an old fashioned,
I haven't heard
anti-Italian
so fucking long.
racism. Or Greek, Greek and Italians. I would imagine they're the ones being called swarthy. Maybe like Turks, Greeks, Italians. I picture them getting hit with the swarthy remark the most. But I haven't heard swarthy from someone under the age of 80 ever.
I've only ever read it in like older literature,
like a book about pirates or something.
You read Oliver Twist, the Swiss Family Robinson, or something.
Exactly, like something written turn of the century, like the other one.
That 30 Days Later or whatever that McDonald's documentary was. Remember that? Super
Spurlock thing.
Yeah. If they did one like that, but it's like a bodybuilder who has to maintain gains on McDonald's, and that's it for like 2 months. And I don't think any of them would agree to it because that's a lot of work to throw down the pisser if you've already worked to that point. But that'd be interesting to see how much
real chicken. Oh, like some of those bodybuilders, like they don't eat clean. Like they eat very, very like they go into fast food restaurants all the time. They're just like, hey, I just eat just to eat.
Really? I thought that was like a power lifter thing because you'll see those guys with the. I thought bodybuilders were anal about
I've seen like Jay Cutler and everything. Like he'll even talk about like he'll go to restaurants and they have like meals named after him. And when you see him bring out one of those meals, that's not a clean meal at all.
That's true. But with a body like his, how many calories is he burning if he had to lay in bed all day? 4,000.
4,000 or 5,000, more than probably 5,000 or 6,000 even. Like he's got so much muscle, and his metabolism is just crazy enhanced.
And then all of the steroids on top of it that just help it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's killing it. He can eat whatever he fucking wants. You'd be okay at McDonald's if you got the grilled chicken, though.
Oh, that's fair. Now we had no grilled chicken.
No
So-
grilled chicken allowed.
He's not
No.
here for grilled chicken.
Only Big Macs.
What would you be there for, Taylor? What would you get at McDonald's?
Oh, I mean, if I go, I just get like a double cheeseburger or something. Nothing that much. Why? What's wrong with that? What's fucking wrong with a double cheeseburger or a quarter pounder with cheese?
There you go.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? The quarter pounder with cheese has the best actual patty of anything there. The Big Mac, I don't want bread. That's too much. That's so much bread, dude.
Not good. No, all I get are Big Macs, and I'm always disappointed. I barely ever go to Actually, if I go to McDonald's, it's for breakfast.
All I get are Big Macs, and I'm always.
I don't have big. I mean, I've had like 3 in the last 5 years, but that's all I would order.
I love them. I love the Big Mac. I like the crunch of the pickles and the onions. I like the special sauce.
Special sauce.
Big Macs are fucking delicious.
Mayonnaise.
I do not. I've only eaten 1 quarter pounder from McDonald's in my entire fucking life. It is a shitty grade of beef, and that's saying something because I'm comparing it to the beef they put on a Big Mac.
Do you think these are chicken farms they're bringing in the cows from?
It's a different.
Oh my god, we almost let a cow into the Big Mac. This needs to be in the quarter pounder.
Look at him. He thinks he's a kangaroo. Get out of here, cow. The chicken sandwiches there are pretty good. Like not the McChicken, but like the buttermilk chicken sandwich. That's pretty decent.
That's all right.
But I don't like McDonald's in general. Their fries are their best thing.
If they're hot.
If they're hot, I don't want cold fries from anywhere. But if I'm gonna eat fast food, it's probably gonna be. You hate Burger King, but I actually like those flame broiled Whoppers. I think those are pretty fucking tasty.
No, I was gonna say that's the only redeemable thing about Burger King. The Whopper absolutely blows away the Big Mac, but everything else about Burger King is trash.
It's me that doesn't like Burger King. Yeah, their meat is not my cup of tea.
Yeah, you don't like that smoky taste, but to me, it's the best part of it. And I like their pickles too. I don't know, they're fucking good. Wendy's, I only get the chicken sandwich if I go there.
Spicy chicken sandwich?
Always the spicy
Yeah,
chicken
that's the
sandwich,
one.
nothing else.
Yeah, I pony up the extra 10 cents.
What about Five Guys?
Oh, that's easy. You just get the fucking cheeseburger and fry and Cajun fries.
Small fry, by the way. It's
Small
enough.
fry though. Small fry.
Yeah. How many
I don't need
families?
2 bags of fries.
If you order a large fry, they give you a backpack. It's that fucking outrageous. Like, but it's great. I don't even feel like Five Guys belongs in the same conversation.
No, it's not fast food.
It's not fast food.
It's fast food the same way like Chipotle is fast food. Like they're on a different, they're a level above. Of fast food, everybody knows Chick-fil-A is the best. Everyone knows.
I'm having a hard
Taco
time
Bell.
disagreeing. I like Taco Bell if I'm fucking stoned, but like I can't eat Taco Bell sober. Like that's just craziness.
Yeah, if you add in that you have to be stoned. I don't know. We don't have cookout here.
Oh,
Cookout's really fucking good, but like it's a whole experience. I just like how they do their combos. You know, it's like everywhere else is like, oh, it's a burger and fries or chicken sandwich and fries. They're like, what kind of quesadilla you want with that? You're like, wait, what? Yeah, it comes with a quesadilla, an apple pie, and an empanada.
yes. And I don't know. I don't eat a lot of milkshakes. I swear I don't. But for some reason at Cookout, that is the normal drink. Like there's like a little mention of Coke on the menu, and then 80 or 90 milkshake flavors. Like that's what obviously you're supposed to be doing here. So I usually get a mint chocolate chip or something, but.
Isn't that the best when you go into like a place like that, like a Culver's or whatever, where you want the milkshake, but you feel like a fat ass. You don't want to order it, but then they have to. The employees have to ask, "Would you like to add a shake?" And you're like, "Well, if you're gonna twist my arm, then I'll take an extra large cookie dough." No, just bring out the entire gallon.
Robin, I think I have a knack for sales. He got the extra large.
This guy didn't want to shake.
They don't even ask if you want the milkshake. What size milkshake would you like?
Yeah, right.
Ooh.
No, do you have one of those Home Depot buckets? Or even a bag. Well, Canadians, they drink their milk out of bags, and it is fucking weird. And they'll pretend that it's not, but it is. It is. No other countries drink milk out of bags, as far as I know. I've never checked. But I don't know.
I don't know either. Yeah, we've got the best milk here.
But a lot of places that are regional are just super overrated. Whataburger is so overrated. Like everybody in Texas, everybody in Texas freaks out.
People think
In-N-Out's also overrated.
Yeah.
In-N-Out's an experience, though.
Go on.
So to me, I'm from Michigan, right?
Okay.
So when I joined the Marine Corps, I went out to California, and 13 weeks of boot camp, all the dudes from California were like, hey, look, like you have to go to In-N-Out. And I'm like, what's In-N-Out? They're like, it's kind of like a fast food place, but it's not. So I was like, all right, cool. So when I went to In-N-Out, like it was the whole presentation, like that they make the burger right there in front of you. They put the potato on the thing. They pop it through to make all your French fries, you know, the animal style. Like that was all like something that was just like, it was really cool to see it come together. So like when I first ate it, I was like, man, this is definitely the best thing I've ever had at a fast food restaurant. But then the second one, I was like, eh.
Yeah, I've had it maybe once or twice, and I wasn't blown away by it. My friend Mitty that I play a lot of games with, he's from Minnesota, and he's out in Sacramento right now, staying with Chiz for a couple of months, and they had In-N-Out for the first time. Chiz introduced him to it, and he's like, "This is garbage," and Chiz is like, "No, it's not. It's the best." He's like, "What about the fries?" He's like, "You can't just put sauce on bad fries and make them good. They're bad fries. Now they're just wet bad fries covered in sauce. It's like they're still bad fucking fries."
Five Guys blows In-N-Out out of the water.
You talked about the In-N-Out experience. You know what experience is too much for me? My local Cold Stone. Like, the fuck is happening with there? There's all these like, I don't want to.
You are preacher of the choir.
What he's about to be racist. All right, go.
Keep going.
No, I'm trying to paint a picture without being an asshole, but I'll just say it. Soy boys working at Cold Stone, okay?
Oh.
And one of them starts singing Zippity Doo-Dah as he's working the ice cream on that Cold Stone with this different, like, slicing apparatus. And then the whole, like, not the store, but all the staff jumps in and sings Zippity Doo-Dah together, synchronized. And I'm like, this is fucking over the top. I like my estrogen spiking here.
He's like, I lost my appetite. Are you sure, sir? I put in a sugar cone. No Zippity Doo-Dah. Give me that.
It is terrible when you walk into any kind of establishment and they just don't want you to purchase their goods and services. They want you to be part of the gang. And it's like, no, don't make me sing. Don't sing at me. And also you don't pay attention at Cold Stone when they're doing the little scoop. They grab the ice cream, slap it on there, throw some Reese's in there, and they start scooping around. You know, I always would look away. Who cares? And I assume they're doing some sort of well, just like looking at other people in line, people watching. I don't really care, but like I assume they're doing some sort of ice cream magic, some hibachi restaurant style thing. One time I actually watched them, and I was like, yeah, you're just moving the ice cream back and forth in the same area, and you're slapping them around like you're Suzuki Yamaguchi.
If you put something in it, then it has a purpose, right? If you're like, hey, I would like chopped up Snickers bars or something, then they just start working that in the ice cream. So, but I guess if you get plain ice cream, it's just a show.
Yeah, you know what they should do is anybody who puts gummy bears in their ice cream should be sent to re-education camps.
What the fuck's that about? Who wants gummy worms in their fucking Rocky Road?
People that go to Cold Stone, I guess. People that aspire to work there put gummy bears in their ice cream.
You got gummy bears. They got a bunch of shit there. You can tell that the bad ones have been sitting in there forever.
Right.
The hardest gummy
bears topped off.
Chip my tooth on this gummy worm.
I never go to those ice cream places, but like years ago, I went to one of those like frozen yogurt places where you do everything yourself and then you weigh your final product. I like that a lot better because then I don't have to.
That is nice.
You can go to
it's expensive.
It's a little expensive. It's like $8 a pint or something like that. But you can go over there and like get all the Oreos you want or whatever the fuck you actually want your ice cream without being judged.
Good at it though, right? That's the problem. If you say, Woody, you can have any ingredient you want. Go bonkers. I put together, like, you know what? I like chocolate sauce and marshmallow sauce. And they have caramel here and a little more chocolate. And marshmallows are good as well as gummies and nuts and maraschino cherries and this and that. And I end up with this, like, slop that a pig would turn his nose at. And I think this is going to be this great, like, concoction that's never been conceived before.
You're going to call this the Woody after I leave.
Sorry, you forgot the yogurt.
Take a picture so we can recreate this. And then I eat it, and it's like, it actually is, banana splits are timeless for a reason.
Yeah, more than any ice cream, I would just rather eat an entire tube of cookie dough.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, it's so much worse for it. Well, yeah, it is. But
I don't even know.
So terrible. I don't know.
We're stack ranking cookie dough against ice cream. This is like Clash of the Titans here. Neither of these are good foods.
Yeah, there's an easy answer. You cookie dough ice cream.
That's the best kind of ice cream. That's the only kind I ever get. But I'd still rather just eat hunks of cookie dough out of like one of those giant things.
They have the places now that you can go eat cookie dough. Like it's like an ice cream parlor, but it's just cookie dough.
That can't.
And you can.
Why would you tell me
this?
Why would you tell me that? You're sabotaging me. This is your fault. Taylor starts typing.
Cookie dough parlor, St. Louis.
Where's the nearest one? Where's the nearest one to me where I can eat cookie dough at a bar?
Somebody
10
bought cookie dough ice cream on Reddit, got all the cookie dough out of it, and made the worst cookie ever. Yeah, that's not good cookie dough in there.
No.
Oh my God, half baked cookie dough. This is all right. Bookmark.
Google Maps starred.
Yeah, Google Maps starred. Put it in my GPS for tomorrow. No, that looks pretty great though. That's so much better than ice cream.
Whenever
Do
I
they
got
have
out
a
of prison,
24-hour joint? I'm sorry, Kyle.
Whenever I got out of prison, one of the things I really wanted was ice cream because they had ice cream in prison, honestly, but I didn't eat it, and it was like cheap, like
ice.
Yeah, it was cheap ice cream, and I made maple walnut. It was so fucking good because I made it myself with like real maple syrup and real.
You have an ice cream
toasted
maker?
walnuts. Yeah,
we do too. We haven't used it in a couple of years.
Yeah, I just used it that one time to make the fucking maple walnut ice cream. And,
what was the meal that you were hungry for when you got out?
Fajitas.
Fajitas?
Yeah, I wanted fajitas. Yeah, I don't know. I like fajitas a lot. There's a lot going on with fajitas.
Yeah.
You know, the best part about fajitas, if you order it at a restaurant, everyone else wishes they got fajitas.
They did.
Yeah, everyone like, look at that sizzling
goes
plate.
by the table smelling so good.
Nate, did you have a meal you were thirsting for?
Man, I really wanted a pizza.
Pizza?
I feel you there. Just a ton of food and it's basic. Was that what you were thinking?
How do you feel about pineapple on pizza, Nate?
I love pineapple on pizza.
Christ.
Hey, I recently just switched it up though, so I do pineapple and pepperoni.
Isn't that the normal one though? Oh, pepperoni instead of the ham.
Pineapple and ham is the way I've always had it my entire life, and occasionally I'll get bacon put on it, But I just switched it up.
People dog on pineapple pizza, but it's nice to put a little sweet in there.
Yeah.
No, I want all savory.
I'm fine with it. I would just never order it. Like I only eat pineapple on pizza if I'm at something where like someone's ordered a dozen different kinds of pizza, and it's just there to have a slice of. But I would never order a whole pie of just a pineapple and anything.
Well, it's a good way to make sure that there's pizza left after the first, second, third one. Because no one's going to be pilfering the pepperoni and or the ham and pineapple pizza.
I don't really like regular pizza anyway. Like I like that deep dish Chicago stuff.
Yeah, but that's lasagna.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right then. Well, I like lasagna.
I love lasagna too. Call it what it is. Stop trying to trick me. All right, here's your pizza and here's a fork and knife. No.
What is that deep dish, Chicago deep dish pizza place like Giovanni's or something?
Giovanni's and Luminati's are my two favorite ones. Yeah.
I went there one time, man. And I was so I love pizza.
Gino's.
And I was so upset by that. That's not pizza.
Does it take hours to cook? There's like a scheduling involved. You can't just show up and order it. Am I crazy?
We showed up and ordered.
No, it took like 45 minutes to get the pizza.
I mean, it takes a while. It's not like thin crust pizza if you've got a brick oven is literally like and out. It's like 5 minutes, 8 minutes, something like that.
Yeah.
The thing that we had to be baked when me, you, and Joe went, and I think we had an issue with the bartender.
An issue with the bartender?
Yeah, I think he didn't bring Woody's root beer fast enough or something.
Uh-oh.
He's making this
Woody,
up.
are you a Karen?
No.
I'm not trying to. It may have been me that had the problem. I'm not trying to.
Yeah,
lay
I
anything
do
on
remember
you.
the root beer thing you're talking about, and it wasn't Giovanni's. It was, I think it was a place that sold lots of like odd food, like they had moose or something like that. And the deal was, I guess I ordered a root beer, but it took over like 20 or 30 minutes to get there because other people ordered alcohol and they had to have an actual bartender serve that. But they held up my root beer for like 30 minutes or something. It was pretty long.
Jeez.
That would piss me off too. It'd be like, hey, you know, I can see the root beer tap. I can do it. Give me the cup. Like it's right there.
Yeah.
And for Chick-fil-A to do you so dirty, like part of me wants to jump to their defense. Like it must have been something else. Couldn't
think
have
it was
been
the
there.
Chick-fil-A. I think it was
The
the Chick-fil-A.
DoorDash person, what the fuck? Sabotaged him. That'll work.
Yeah, I don't know. It was all sealed up. I remember well that it was all like taped up and everything with stickers.
Oh, they keep rolls of tape in the glove compartment.
He's got like
so
a
they can
syringe.
steal your fries and put them back on.
Wouldn't that be
Maybe.
shot? Like, wouldn't that be horrifying? As if like you opened your bag with the safety tape and you like eat all your food, and then you see like double-sided Scotch tape on the end of one of the sides.
or like a note from the DoorDasher. Hope you enjoyed that. like right at the bottom of the fries.
I mean, no matter what delivery app I'm using, when I use those, I always leave a really good tip because I'm afraid of people tampering with my food.
Really?
Yeah, I always I have enough friends who worked in restaurants who would talk about fucking with people's food and
Jesus.
just being dickheads. Like I've always been afraid of it. Granted, these were like 17-year-olds who worked at fast food when I was playing hockey with them. So I'm sure most people aren't like that, but they certainly.
No,
it's funny.
I'll
We
take
all
the tip
keep.
away if I don't think they've done a good job.
You can do that. Like
Oh
after the
yeah.
fact.
After the fact,
We
I'll
all
take the
keep
tip away.
saying DoorDash. Like is that one the winner? Is that one the popular one? Like we're not
I
saying
go back and forth. I go
Uber
back and
Eats or
forth.
Postmates or
I use Postmates, or I don't order a lot of food at all, really. But if I'm gonna order, it's either Postmates or DoorDash, and I usually only use DoorDash if I want something that Postmates doesn't have. There's like a Thai restaurant and a Japanese steakhouse that I can order from DoorDash that I'll use. And DoorDash, I think the minimum order amount that you get free delivery is $12, and I think maybe with Postmates it's $15. So that's so if I'm ordering for like two,
sometimes
then I've
that's right in the ballpark of where you land.
yeah. Well, I mean, like breakfast can be hard sometimes because it's like shit. I just want like $8 of food, and it'll be like add $7 more and get free delivery, and the delivery's like $5-6, and it's like
I'm making money.
I'm making money if I just get $5 more for the food. But if I'm ordering for like more than one person, I'll almost always use Postmates. Postmates gives you tons of deals. Like I'm always getting like little, like maybe twice a week I get a deal. It's like, hey, if you spend $25, you get $5 off. Or if you spend, one of them I got recently was like, if you spend $100, you get $25 off. Now I don't know when I'm going to spend $100 on Postmates, but there are a couple of catering companies that use Postmates. So if I had like my whole family here, like I could probably do that. Like Honey Baked Ham Company delivers through Postmates, which is pretty cool.
They're good.
At home, I pretty much don't use those services. Like actually, I have literally never used them even once. But on the road, I will, and it does an interesting thing to me. It makes me overeat. Like it's just the cost of the tip and the delivery kind of threatens the cost of the meal, sort of. But it's almost like, well, or you could order 2 meals. The delivery is about the same. And it's just, it almost seems like a better deal when you double up the food.
Yeah.
The one
I
thing
pretty
that I
much
do
always use
differently,
Postmates.
the one thing I do differently, and it's one of the reasons I really like ordering through an app, is like if I were at the drive-through, or even if I went in to order something, I would never like completely special order like whatever I was going to get. I wouldn't want to like bother them with that. But I don't eat Taco Bell anymore because it's fucking. Last time I ate Taco Bell, it made me sick too.
It's gross.
I'm literally
It's not very
never
good.
eating Taco Bell again. I hadn't eaten it for like 2-3 years because like I don't eat Taco Bell if I don't have weed, so it's just not going to happen. Like
No one
I need
does.
to eat Taco Bell. Like it's the only way. But then like maybe like 8 months ago or something. I was like, let's try a little Taco Bell. And I was just so fucking grossed out by it. It was so nasty. Like that meat was just, I was like, I used to eat this. Like the meat was so fucking nasty. But when you can like special
grade
order,
F.
I do like how you can be like, yeah, add this, remove that, add this, remove that. And they've got like a huge list of things you can add. I do like special ordering stuff because I don't have to deal with it. But
the only time I'll pick, I use Postmates pretty much every time, except there's like one place that Postmates or DoorDash, the only place that will deliver it is Grubhub for some reason near me.
Yeah.
And that place is really good. And so if I'm ordering from there, I'll do Grubhub because that's the only option. But like, it's so convenient. It's so convenient. It's dangerous.
Super convenient. Yeah.
Yeah. It's you sneezing now too?
No, that was cringe. I almost vomited.
I've been losing weight recently, like, and I take you, Kyle. I take your advice so much. Like, actually, all of you guys, because all of you guys are so harsh. No. All you guys. Well, I still eat fast food, but it's
good
in moderation and like really, really small portions. Like I'll have like a cheeseburger maybe once a week or something. But you guys are so motivating whenever you guys are like, because I fucking hate that fat shaming body positivity bullshit. It pisses me off so much. Like, and I know sometimes when Boogie's on the show, sometimes he'll get into that, but it's like, I don't understand how can you try to lose weight when you think that you're okay in your body? You know, you have to think, okay, this is actually a fucking health problem because like, and recently I'm really young, so it's not that big a deal right now, but it's like, if I don't get this fixed soon, it's going to be harder for me when I'm older, I feel like. So
it's the trend.
We'll get it taken care of.
I wanted to get back to the targeting thing, but like you think like, oh my God, how did that guy get so fat? But then you realize like if you just gain like 3 pounds a year, which is a very small amount, and let that be your trend for 15 years, then like, wow, like when you go to your high school reunion, you'll look very different.
When I stop eating, I lose weight really rapidly. Like the other day I went in 4 days, I ate like 3 meals or something like that. And I dropped a considerable amount of weight. Like I've lost all the weight that I gained in Colorado.
Yeah, I've been using the Kyle diet. I've been just starving myself, just straight starving myself, like Kyle says he does, and it works well until like when you're about a week in and you wake up and you just don't want to get out of bed because you're just so awfully tired. Like
that's when you shoot up with your B vitamins.
Exactly.
Quick injection and you're ready to go again.
Injectables.
Yeah.
Do you ever go stand?
Yeah.
Do you ever take a little bit of self-shaming advice where you go like stand in front of your mirror naked and you put yourself in intentionally unflattering poses and you just look at yourself and you make yourself look. You don't put yourself in like a hunched over.
What you want to do is you want to look for your best angles and be like, oh, that could be better. That could be better. Let's make that better. If you fill yourself with shame, then you're automatically.
No. That's where the light.
What you actually do is you squat in front of a full length mirror for 6 minutes and you really hammer yourself. And you say, "What have you done?"
I'm more of Taylor's mindset. I'm not saying it's right, but like I'll see like a part of me that I'm really not happy with and be like, look at this, you fucking piece of shit. Like, are you going to tolerate this? Are you going to allow this to be who you actually are? Because you see
your mother-in-law is walking by the bathroom door, hears that, and thinks you're scolding Jackie. Like you didn't clean. Look at this. Aren't you fucking ashamed of yourself? Is this how you're really going to conduct yourself as a fucking adult? Your mother-in-law's like, dear God.
Oh, no.
I do.
Dude, if my inner monologue, like if I use that towards other people, I would be awful. Awful. I am only this harsh with me.
It's because like if I get, it's true. Like because you're in the body you got to live with, so you should be more harsh on that one than other people, obviously. But like it's something about getting yourself a little bit sincerely upset at yourself. Like, God, look at that stomach. What the fuck is wrong with you? Exactly. You didn't see this coming 10 pounds ago, asshole. You knew what was happening when you ordered that pizza a few nights ago. You knew you were gonna eat the whole thing. You liar. You lied to yourself. And then like later in the day, if I want a little treat or something, instead of had I just in that morning been like, well, I got to work on this, when I see that treat, that Snickers facts break, there's Cheez-Its, whatever, burger, beer, I'll be like, oh, nope, because I remember viscerally that feeling of how angry I was at myself this morning, and it won't be worth it tomorrow morning to go, you've done it again, haven't you? You've done it again, and dug the hole a little deeper. Like, and it's stay mad. Always stay furious at yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I want to act like, you know, I want to act like I actually believe in body positivity, but because I saw this one article this one YouTuber posted like on Twitter, and it was literally an article saying like, oh, just don't worry about going on a diet, because everyone who gets fat really they can never get skinny like by themselves. And it was just this awful article that made me so depressed. Like it really, and it was supposed to be this body positivity article, but it really pissed me off to see that people actually believe this bullshit. Like to actually get skinny, you need to have people there constantly telling you you're a fat fuck, and if you actually keep eating enough, like it's bad for your health. Like, and I feel like not enough kids nowadays. Like I see some of you kids in my age, they're just so fat, and like no one says anything, obviously, but it's just like, I don't know, if just one person went up to them and said, you know, just said something that was just nonchalant, wasn't even that mean, but it just kind of hinted at the fact that you're just, you know, you're 400 fucking pounds, then maybe.
Well, I
like,
self-identify as a wildebeest.
The other thing,
clearly, exactly.
On the other side of it, I'll do
keep a
this.
piece of paper.
Sometimes what happens to be like I like to stay up later than like the rest of my family. It's my me time, and so here it is. It's like 11:30. I decide to watch a movie, which is late, and the urge to like have a snack with that movie is there. If I don't, and I wake up, I'll be like, you know what, Woody, you did it. You made it through. You didn't snack at all. You know,
I gotta. I have a hard time not believing that I have like I don't know, some sort of special ability when I hear about how strict you are with your diet, and I think about like what it takes for me to lose weight. It just takes like turning off like 1 out of 5 of the awful things I do on a daily basis to lose weight. Like,
yeah,
I'm
that's
like,
really nice.
I'm like, wait, you don't have a snack with your midnight movie? Fuck, what's the point? Like, why don't you just go to sleep? Like I'm eating so many snacks. Every meal has a snack.
Yeah, you have you eat a lot like that, but like after even being in Colorado, seeing how you eat, it's no wonder you're the size you are, because people who eat a ton and are fat tend to really underestimate how much they're eating and be like, oh, I had a cup of Coke today. And when really it was like a 2 liter or something. Yeah. And someone like Kyle, who's in good shape and not fat, will be like, man, I ate like a pig. I must have had 2 pounds of chicken wings, you know, a full pound of pad thai, a bunch of Hunan curry or whatever. And then you look at the actual meals and it's like there's 7 bites gone from each of these. There's still so much food left. And like what you're saying, like when you eat super late at night, what you don't include in that is like that 15-hour period that you go without eating before you're like, feast! And you start it up all over again. And
you know what I've been doing lately, though, and I know it's got to be unhealthy, is this nighttime eating. I will wake up and dude, listen to this. This is so unhealthy, and I catch myself the next morning, and it was like I was in a Shay Carl like erotic fog, and I just had to talk dirty to like the fucking kitchen. It's like 3, 4, like I go to bed at 1 in the morning. I wake up at 3:30, 4 o'clock, 5 a.m. in the morning, and I go to the kitchen, and it's like, what's in here? Oh, I'll have a Diet Dr. Pepper. Crack that open, sit it on the counter, and I start looking around for what I can have. Last night there was a whole bag of Tostitos scoops, like the corn chips, and there was a whole jar of bean dip. And I just stood there in the kitchen eating scoop after scoop of bean dip until I'd eaten a third of a can of bean dip and half a bag of Tostitos.
Is this like 3 in the morning?
4 or 5 in the morning. I finished off the Dr. Pepper, went and went back to bed. And I've been doing that every single night. One night I ate half a can of salsa. It's not always great. Chips and dip.
Yeah, but that's nothing compared to like when I was at like when I was at like the worst weight, like when I was this was like almost a year ago, I was almost 300 pounds, and wow. And I've actually lost like 80 pounds. But
good for you, man.
Yeah,
awesome.
But recently I've been kind of gaining weight again, so you know I don't like talking about it too much because it's so fucking hard. But dude, that was like nothing. Like I feel like with a lot of fat people, they don't like to admit, but it's like I would literally sit there and maybe eat like maybe 3 bags or like 2 bags of Tostitos and just sit there all night just being a complete fucking slob. And nowadays it's like I catch myself and I tell myself, dude, you're gonna fucking hate yourself in the morning. It's gonna hurt like hell. Because like when I was like 300 pounds, it just always hurt. My stomach just always hurt every day, and I just like that feeling. Like I actually like the feeling of like my stomach hurting and like and me just being extremely, extremely full all the time.
Yeah, it's a very rewarding feeling when you're completely full. No, it makes so much sense. Like your brain is immediately rewarding yourself for filling itself. Like your brain is like, oh, you filled our stomach up all the way. Good boy. Here's some dopamine. That you did a great fucking job today, and you feel accomplished in the meal that you just eat. You just ate. You get those same you get the same brain chemistry as if you just like fucking built a shed for your family. There's pride and chemical reward running through your brain because you just killed Taco Bell. It's a real.
I don't have any meals like this. And when I'm hungry, I need a snack. We have this dispenser that measures out like 16 almonds. And
well said. That's sad. Imagine the chief engineer on that project. Yes, we need you to design something to dispense 16 almonds. It's like, oh my god, why did I go to school for this? Like this fucking sucks.
When Jackie first bought it, like I thought it was for the dog food. No, it's for me.
That's awful.
I have goals.
Can I ask you a question about these almonds? Because I love almonds. They're one of my favorite snacks. Because I can't have peanuts here. Peanuts are the best, but almonds are second place.
Peanuts are low.
No, they're not. Not the almonds that I get. Because I get these little cans of almonds that are the honey roasted ones. Each can, and they're about as big around as like a can of cat food or something, and they're a little bit taller than like a can of cat food. They're certainly not like soup can size. They're maybe 2¼ inches thick and
Diamond brand.
Big around. The Diamond brand, yes. Those honey roasted almonds, dude. They're 750 calories per container. I ate 2 containers consecutively one night and had the worst almond shits you've ever even had imagined.
Have you
Imagine eating 1,500 calories worth of honey roasted almonds.
I didn't even know
like you're a
almond shits were
forager
a thing.
10,000 years ago, and that's all you could find.
Yeah, like some sort of hunter-gatherer who just really hit it big in the almond orchard or something
Can you
like
imagine
that.
how many fights there were in like gatherer societies when like the man came back with like wildebeest again, or like all the females who went out and they were grabbing everything like it was only blackberries for months. We never think about these as much. We need to be more appreciative of the fact that we can just go get honey roasted almonds.
This is exactly what I thought you were going to have. This is like that thing at the hotels who get single servings of something out for people.
Do you steal this from a Marriott?
Dude, this would not help me at all, dude. I just cranked the whole thing.
Bring it, ding, ding, ding.
You know how they on a Wheel of Fortune, how they just come up and give it a spin. I'd put my bowl into that fucking thing and
top off and fill it with milk.
When I eat cereal, I don't even use a normal bowl. My bowl has legs. Okay, my bowl can stand on its own in a bed. You can just sit it on a mattress. It's a dip bowl. It's made for like a family to eat their dip out of, like a big salsa bowl. It's huge, plastic, and has like a cross underneath of legs that support it. I feel that thing. It was so much cereal. It only makes like 3 bowls a box. I love cereal. I get the Banana Nut Crunch cereal. That's my favorite kind. I really like Banana Nut Crunch. I like bananas in general, even though I'm allergic to them. So I try to sprinkle them into my diet and be healthy. And I love that shit. I eat so much cereal. Yeah, I'm allergic to bananas, like pineapple, avocado, like anything really you could think of.
What does it make you feel? Like itchy or what?
Usually it's like itchy. It's like itchy mouth, itchy in back of my throat. But I've gone into anaphylactic shock where like my throat swelled up so tightly that I was I gotta go to the hospital.
From bananas?
Yeah, from bananas. Face got huge, so big and red, and just tears. Like I guess from the swelling, like it's just squeezing your tear ducts. Because I wasn't crying because for any reason it was involuntary and just tears just pouring. Really bad. I had to get like what do they get? The epinephrine shot.
EpiPen,
right?
yeah.
They fucking they didn't hit me with an EpiPen. They just stuck it like into an IV that they had stuck in the back of my hand and administered it that way. But that like
it's like instantly better.
That's what I was about to say. There's certain kinds of medicine that are just instantaneous, and obviously since it's right into my fucking vein, it's gonna do that. But not only it was instantly like it was almost like I could feel my head deflating. And my throat relaxing so I could fucking breathe again. But yeah, I'm allergic to a lot of stuff. A funnier story is one time I went down to Florida to visit this girl, and we went to like a Moe's Burritos or a Chipotle, something like that, where they make those giant 2-pound burritos. And I was like, yeah, guacamole, yeah, the guacamole. And I'm over there eating this huge burrito, and I bit my lip, and I was like, fuck, I bit my lip.
and I just continue eating the thing. What I didn't know is I had like cut the inside of my lip, and I was administering avocado to it.
All that
with
toxic guacamole.
Yeah, all that toxic guacamole.
Ah, dude, that probably hurts so much.
All of a sudden, I start feeling my lips like big. My lips are a little big, and it's like the fucking Nutty Professor when his lip grows first before the rest of his body goes back to being fat. And I've just got this huge lip, and I'm like, I think too much avocado got into my lip. She's like, you need to go to the bathroom. It was
up at Chipotle and be like, there's something in the food. There's something in the food. Put it down.
I finished the burrito though. I still remember it. I remember her being like, "Stop eating it." I'm like, "It's just so good." It's just
and with a burrito like that, you were probably like, "Actually, I'm past the guacamole section. I'm in no danger. Like, there's nothing left in here. They don't take the time to mix up. God, half of a spoon turn at all these burrito places would be a world of difference in how you eat those burritos. To get a little bit of mixture in there instead of being like, all right, well, I know 30% of this is basically a desert of rice, at least. I like the rice too, but
I'm a big fan of the burrito places. I remember in like 2005 when I had my very first, I think it was Chipotle burrito, maybe it was Moe's, and just my coworker being like, "Yeah, you just get a burrito, that's it." I'm like, "Well, what do you mean? Well, they don't have different sizes?" He's like, "Yeah, they got a size, fucking huge." And I just remember the first time like being like, "No man can eat this." Like I was an amateur at that point, and I'm watching him finish his, and just now I fucking get the case. I got the quesarito the other day, which is a quesadilla wrapped instead of a burrito. It's the burrito's wrapped in a quesadilla. And
that is like you were saying how the first time you picked up one of those burritos, you were like, what, why? This is like I remember that feeling too. Going to Chipotle, getting a burrito there, and being like, "This is otherworldly." But now, just a few years later, it's totally normalized. If you handed a kid in, fucking Chad in Africa, one of these things wrapped in the gold foil, and didn't tell him to unwrap it, and he couldn't smell it somehow, they would have to think it's something that you threw as a weapon or an IED. Because
an IED. That's what I was gonna say. They start crying. I don't want to be a suicide bomber.
Explode differently, kids. Yeah.
Yeah,
it is
absolutely outrageous, and that's got to be reinforcing the fatty mindset, right? Like the fact that there are portion options out there that are that outrageous, but it's not a new thing. Like McDonald's has really toned their shit down. I noticed. I went to McDonald's the other day, got myself 2 Little Macs, and I ordered a large fry. And I thought that they had like politically correctly like made their large much smaller than that. No, they brought out this like thing of fries. It was so many fries. I thought that they had made the sizes smaller. Remember when they took the supersized thing away after Morgan Spurlock's documentary?
Then they brought it back, or they just changed it to large. Did they?
Now it's just fucking. It's
now
so
that's
big.
actually that probably did worse for people because supersize is like, oh, I guess I'll treat myself to a little more shit food. But now they just say large, and it's the same
Or
thing.
now they have like the Grand Mac.
Oh, the
Grand
Grand
Mac
Mac is
that,
so
right?
good.
Oh,
I
I read
think I
about
told this
that.
the other day, but I went in there to get. I ordered 2 Little Macs. Now the Little Macs are what you might think. It's one piece of meat instead of 2 all beef patties, lettuce, cheese, mustard, pickle, and sesame seed bun. It's
You
just
left
one
out
pat.
special sauce.
Special sauce on there, and they're much smaller, and I feel like almost healthy. And my order's taking a really long time. There's cars piling up behind me, and the guy comes out and he's like, "Hey," I can see that there's a problem already. I'm like, "Shit, what is this?" He's like, "Instead of making you Little Macs, we made you Grand Macs," and I'm just like,
"Give me my money back."
And I'm thinking about it for a second. I'm like, I don't want Grand Max. I made a conscious decision to get Little Max. He's literally offering me 5 times the amount of food that I originally ordered. And he's just like, it's free and it's a lot more food. And I'm like,
Well, you see, that's the first world problem over there. Like,
bring them. The Grand Mac is the size of a quarter pounder. It's a double quarter pounder, but with secret sauce and in Big Mac style, with the third bun and everything. I couldn't eat them both. I ate one.
I don't like Big Macs at all. I would never, if there's a McDonald's and a Burger King right next to each other and I'm getting a burger, 0% chance I'm going to McDonald's ever. I feel like the Whopper blows out.
Are you serious, dude?
I'm on the
Burger
other
King
side.
is the bottom tier of fast food. It is much lower than McDonald's. It's just the bottom tier. Like I feel like going to Burger King is the worst experience of my life every time I go there. But dude, I go to, but I want to say that I go to McDonald's so much because McDonald's like 10 feet away from me
you're
right
a
now.
fanboy, yeah.
And yeah, well, I'm also fat too, right? So it's a normal place where everyone goes.
You know you're
and I go
pleased.
there so much that I asked the lady for a number that works there. I mean, she's really hot. And I think she's like, I don't know, I think she's some immigrant. I don't want to be politically incorrect here, but
Oh, no,
I think
don't
she's an
do that.
immigrant.
Around here.
Yeah, come on.
She must be an immigrant from like Mexico or something because she doesn't speak very good English, but I got her number. So I don't know. I haven't texted her because
Knows
it's
her
just so
numbers.
weird.
That's all
Like,
that matters.
because she's the girl from McDonald's. Like, how am I supposed to start that conversation, you know? But I did it a couple weeks ago, so I might as well text her soon.
Yeah, Chris, you want some special sauce? There's got to be something you could do there to have some fun with this. I like the special sauce, by the way. I was talking about this the other day. I'm a big fan of that special sauce. It's
What
fucking
special
tasty.
sauce?
That McDonald's has. It's like that Thousand Island special sauce that they put on the Big Mac.
Every special
that's really
sauce
good.
is just a mixture of like Thousand Island, mayonnaise, ketchup, in
Well,
different
there's only
percentages.
so many sauces, I guess, to be had. Yeah, that's true. But McDonald's has their own thing. You were talking about the difference between Burger King and McDonald's. I think they're pretty similar. I guess McDonald's has better it gets the win, especially with like things like fries and their CT.
And nuggets. McDonald's wins with nuggets handily because Burger King nuggets are not good.
Yeah, the Burger King nuggets are
Burger King is
awful.
chicken fries though. They have those chicken
Ew,
fries.
no. I don't want that shape. I can believe that some chickens somehow on the McDonald's farm all have 4 exactly of the same shaped parts. Like, and you just get different percentages of like, oh, this must be its breast. This is its tit. Oh, this is its calf. Or it doesn't have calves, whatever. But like, I mean, Burger King, those fries, it's disgusting because you know that there was just some mixer with like a big vat of sawdust and some chicken bones grinding it up and mixing that together.
Same
Did you
thing
hear
with
that
McDonald's.
McDonald's says, or maybe I'm just totally thinking of some, maybe it was Wendy's that said that like they did a test on their 100%
Subway.
real chicken. Subway. It was Subway. Thank you. They did a test on their made with 100% real white meat chicken, and they found out that it's like 50% white meat chicken. And the way they get away with it is they say that it's made with real white meat chicken, not made from real white meat chicken. Because made with can mean like, yeah, this 1% of it is white meat chicken, but it is made with that.
They could potentially like use the tools. It could be made of white meat. Like they could take chicken slime and use white meat chicken spatulas, right? And then it would be made with white meat chicken.
Now that's just inefficient.
I want nuggets made by white meat chicken.
Yes, they're all in a line.
Just Henrietta
stomping,
with like
they're
a
stomping
hairnet
that
on.
goo.
It's a great marketing idea.
Yeah.
I have a new topic. All right.
Yeah. I mean, fast food, we always come back.
Yeah, but this is what we should be talking about. So apparently, there is a group. This article is fantastic. Not all heroes wear capes or camouflage. Some dress in casual, everyday attire and travel around jerking off physically disabled horny guys until they catch a well-deserved nut. I read it wrong. So there is a group of people. They're called the Hand Angels, and they volunteer to jerk off people with extreme physical disabilities. At the end, it says, this group of hand job providers is made up of 10 people from various backgrounds: men, women, heterosexuals, homosexuals, etc. These volunteers are all instructed to keep it at second base. Kissing and caressing and hugging are all in play, but all other forms of penetration